Absolutely. I'm sure we already did that.
We are waiting for the start of the final table for the $50,000 guaranteed free roll. I am in the room right now giving instruction to the players. We're watching it. We'll switch over once we catch up. We are on a 15-minute delay. That way you can't text your buddies that.
Hey, careful, he has aces.
Exactly. Yeah, it doesn't work. We're on a 15-minute delay. So whenever I exit the room and talking and telling these guys to be nice, we'll switch over to live stream. But we have Miss Sissy from CCC over in Odessa. Uh, been over there?
Oh, not yet. Unfortunately, I hate to admit this out loud. I have gone to one other card room, and that's yours. And that's when we had the meeting there. That's the only other card room I've ever been to.
Well, CCC in Odessa is a beautiful card room, right down the road here from Midland and Kojaks, and it's a lot like the river in San Angelo. It's they got six tables, and it's a real friendly, good atmosphere. And so if you ever want to just kind of a chill, good night of poker, that's your place. So, what do you think of this tournament?
It's been big.
It's been
big.
Lots of people.
Lots of people. Players are loving it. Just being involved in something this big here is pretty spectacular.
Yeah, all the staff has really stepped up. This yesterday and even today and even on Friday with the festivities that we had. We had all those cash games and all the staff was just fantastic. So it's been a great production, and we're going to be doing it several times. We got another one coming up starting next week, the $50,000 buy-in tournament. That one's going to be at your house.
Yep.
December 30th.
Be easy to get into. Very easy to get into and play.
Yep, and so that one's going to be what we talked about yesterday. That's the $240 buy-in. It's going to start next Thursday. And so the final table of that will be at CCC.
It's going to be exciting. It's going to be big action, and it's only a predecessor to what's coming to West Texas with these three card clubs teamed together.
Yeah, and we're going to talk a little bit about that throughout the stream today. So no spoilers just yet.
No.
But it's going to be we've got a lot coming down the pipeline that this great lady here and Miss D at CCC, and of course the River. Myself will be involved in a lot of this stuff too.
So she just shuffled. That means it's time to go.
It's getting close.
Yes.
You're going to see me come in here and talk to these guys in a minute. And you said, tell them to be nice.
Be nice. So I have a saying, be safe, use your manners, and have fun.
Yeah. And I'll switch over. Why not?
We have to show seat one messing with the volume.
Messing with Bree's headset there.
He's got to teach her how to do it. This is the first time she's had it on.
Showing where the
Just think you hit the volume a little too high.
So what that headset is, that puts them in full communication with the back. So if we need anything, if we need to pause for a second, then we have communication.
Yeah. So I'll be walking in there here shortly and giving them the any last minute instructions or questions that they may have, how to show their cards. Because some of these guys, this is their first time ever on a live stream.
And it's for a huge tournament. It's for a huge amount of money, and we're going to see something special here. We're going to see moves made. We're going to see bluffs bet. We're going to see people get caught. But most of all, we're going to see some people walk away with a ton of cash.
Yeah, and. I'll go ahead and put them back on the stream here for a minute because I want to point out, so we have seat one. I can't see his face right there, but in the hoodie with the headset on his head, that is Martin. He is out of the River League in San Angelo. Seat two is, that's Francisco Espino, and he is Kojaks native. Seat three, Holland Tremmel. I believe he's CCC. Yeah, that's Sissy rooting him on.
Right next to another CCC.
Yeah,
right next
come
to
on,
Hayden
baby.
Burnett in C4. We have Matt Rivers, Kojaks native. He's actually wearing his Team Kojaks shirts. Nobody's.
I love that. I mean,
They wore them yesterday, and they said they were sweating so bad, they just couldn't wear it again because they didn't have time to do laundry.
So yesterday, I said, Matt, you need to wear your shirt. He said, no, I'm going to wear it at the final table tomorrow. And I said, okay. And that was before the tournament started.
And he spoke it into existence. That's what you say, right?
Yes.
Seat 6 is going to be Brian Crooks. He's a River League member as well. Seat 7, Mark. He is a River League member. Johnny, seat 8, River League.
Hey, man, that's a lot of River Leagues sitting next to each other.
Hey, well, they can at least know what each other's doing. And then AJ is seat 9, CCC as well. So we have 4 River League members, 3 celebrity, and 2 Kojaks.
We got some big stacks, and if you look at the tables right there, there's 3 denomination chips on the tables: 5,000, 25,000, and 100,000 chip plaques. And you can see that this right next to the dealer, seat 9, 1, and 2, they have the majority of the plaques, minus Brian Cook sitting across the table. So the majority of the chips are setting in 9, 1, and 2, and that's going to prevent a lot of moves from the big stack early.
Yeah, and that's what I like about Holland and Hayden. They get to see what these big stacks are doing, so they have great opportunities to ladder up and let them kind of make some of the moves. But yeah, John Fernandez in the 8th seat. He's the short stack. He's got almost 10 bigs. But like I said, luckily the seat draw, the button, is going to have lots of hands to look at for you as to make a move. As you see, Miss Bree showing off the belt there. That's we've shown that on the live stream, the $50,000 zero entry belt that the winner gets to strap on, take photos, and take it back to their home club.
And so from what I understand, it's going to stay in the club, and we're going to pass that belt every free roll. So judging by the numbers right now, River League is 4/9% to win. CCC is 1/3, and Kojaks is struggling right there with their percent to win. But anything can happen Sunday.
No, that's it. I mean, these guys are playing for a lot of money. I know personally it's quite a bit of money that they haven't played for. A couple of guys, this is going to be the biggest prize pool that they've played for. So I'm curious to see how that affects the dynamic. I mean, anybody's susceptible to that kind of stuff. Whenever we're thinking about a call for a few $100 in a cash game or a $400 or $500 prize pool on a Tuesday, this is $15,000.
Yes, 10,000 second, 7,500 third. That's big money.
No, yeah, and so it's great for these kind of tournaments because how much did they pay to get in this thing?
It was zero
$0 to get in this tournament, and so the opportunity to literally pay nothing
and win something big
and win $15,000. What an opportunity! And like we said yesterday, I'll spoil it now because we'll be talking about it. We're doing this again next month. We're going to start. This is going to be the same format. 3 qualifiers: January, February, March, and then we'll play another $50,000 free roll just like this one. And you can be right here at this table playing for that belt.
Oh, she's already getting ready to take it home.
Taking it to CCC.
It's on its way to Odessa right now. So if you'd like to see it.
Wanted to add, don't think these guys are not competitive and want that belt back at their club. They do.
Yeah, it's definitely in the minds of some of those guys. I'll show it here
without further ado.
There. Yeah.
That's what it looks like. Super glossy, super shiny, and it's actually
super
extremely heavy.
It's metal and leather, guys.
We reached out to the Undertaker to come present it to the winner, but unfortunately he was busy. There it is on stream.
There it is on the stream there.
But I do have to ask this one question. I look over at seat number 7, and seat number 7, that is Mr. Mark. He's from the River League, right?
Correct.
But it looks like, judging by his hat, he's joining the winning team.
Yeah, what? And Mark, he's one of my dealers. And
he wanted a hat.
Well, he was having a bad hair day. He said
I can believe that.
No, flip back over to this screen right here.
Good, so
because we don't know what that is.
Yeah, I have to talk to our graphic illustrators because we have to put darker colors in the back because sometimes this baldness fades into the back screen. We really need to work on the lighting in here, or get some duller. I truly need some duller on the top of my head.
We've been called the Bald Aces. They want us to have a show. What was it said?
It was something about bald.
Hair optional, folding is not.
Yes.
So we've had plenty of people recognizing the 2 bald guys on Facebook. the last 2 days.
Yes.
The events we've been having. But I think we're both kind of old hat to those bald jokes. So something new someday. Maybe I'll hear it, but for right now, no. To those bald jokes. So you can hear me talking a little bit to the table there and picking up the belt. About to yell out, shuffle up and deal.
And if you're new to our live stream, the way we have our live stream set up is sometimes you're in situations and spots that you can't listen to the volume. We have closed captioning set up on it, so all of it is fed across there, so you can watch it at all points in time. Even if you're sitting in class studying up poker, tune in, watch us.
Yep, the closed caption set up on YouTube, and it does a pretty good job. Sometimes the West Texas twang we get every now and again gets a little weird translation.
Yes.
We try to talk as clearly and concisely as possible. And if anybody has any comments on any of the volumes or anything like that, let us know in the chat, because we're also watching the chat. So if you have anything to say or any comments or want to root on your player that you want to win, put it in the chat. And I'm giving any last minute directions, and there's the shuffle up and deal. So we are in our first hand.
And we have some amazing options. If you've tuned into the Kojak's Live before, we will be sharing all sorts of things like pre-flop raise percentage. We will be sharing aggression frequency. We will be sharing one of the most important ones, the VPIP. That is very important. That's the voluntarily put into pot. It took me a while to figure out what that was, but what does that mean when your VPIP is super high?
When your VPIP is super high, it means you're seeing a lot of flops.
Yes.
And a lot of flops could be a good thing, could be a bad thing if you're running hot or not. But at the end of the day, the variance is definitely higher when you have a higher VPIP, because you're just seeing more action.
So 15,000, 30,000 on the first hand. That's the small blind, big blind. And we're actually waking up to 10-15, excuse me. 10-15. We're waking up to some monsters. Hayden picks up ace jack suited. Martin picks up the house hand, the Kojak.
And looks like we've had a call raised to 30.
And here it is. Martin hits his king right out the window. 1 diamond on the board, so only backdoor draws right now for the diamonds for Hayden.
I expect Martin to come out of the gate firing on a lot of this on this final table. He likes to try to set the tone, but Hayden's going to be the one doing the continuation here. Let's see if Martin believes that he has better than King Jacks.
I don't think there's any way that Martin doesn't at least call this at minimum.
Well,
I think he's going to raise just to see where he stands.
He only bet 30. Like Martin's the big stack. Hayden
160 in his stack.
Yeah.
Matt's smiling in his Kojak shirt, waiting for he's just counting the time till one person's eliminated. There's the raise, 75.
I was looking at that. It was taking a while there. I think Hayden's going to give this up. No, wow, what aggression right off the bat. Are you serious?
Oh, I thought it was going in.
No, Martin was getting the chips out.
And look at that. He saw how fast Martin grabbed those chips, and he said, you know what?
Martin.
Martin may have gave that away. He may have given that one away.
I don't think Martin wanted to call it off, I'll be honest with you. I mean, let's face it, Hayden could have ace king here all day. And so I think if Hayden would have gone through with that shove, Martin would have been at best a crying call.
So he counted out 35,000 right there. He's got 30 in the pot. Or is that, no, that's 45,000. So he's got the call in his hand. He thought about shoving, saw Martin grab some chips, pulled it back, and now he's thinking, is he trying to make a move on me?
Yeah, I'm not sure what Hayden does here. I think Hayden's just Hollywood. Yeah, okay. I think he was just trying to send the impression that, hey, I've got something on my shoulder. Like, oh, Martin showed. Showed
never show your monsters.
I don't know. I guess setting the tone. Like I said, Martin's big on setting tones right off the bat, and so that very, very much expected. If he catches cards early with his aggression and he's able to represent that same pattern later,
he's going to be trouble
off. He's going to be a problem for this final table.
So hand number 2, we've got one hand already in the books. The chip leader became even stronger. And as you see Miss Bree tossing the cards out, we'll start to see what they're looking down at just momentarily. Here we go. Hayden looks down at 92. It's going in the muck. Matt, King 10, powerful hand in a cash game, but not so much in a tournament.
Brian wakes up with Ace King.
Especially when right behind you, Ace King walks in the house and says hello. So we're going to see a raise up to 35,000 chips. So just over a little 2x raise. 2x plus 1. AJ looks down at Jack 9. Martin looks down at 10-5. Don't think there's going to be quite any action here, and the small blind should be right behind him into the muck. I don't think that's going to take long.
Yeah, but you know what? Hell's good at 10-9. Look at it. No, he's letting go. You know, I'll take that with Ace King.
Yes.
Just pick up the blinds. You got yourself an orbit.
That's 45,000 chips going into your stack.
Absolutely. And, you know,
25,000. I truly can add. I promise.
You're trying to survive orbits.
Yes.
Because the ladders are very real. And as we posted earlier, you know, $15,000 first place and $1,500 for the first person out. So, yeah, you're just trying to make some orbits here. And we do have football on the televisions for these guys. They couldn't stand not having football in there.
So we were not going to turn on the TVs. We were going to leave it in there.
Yeah.
And the first thing was when you tell a toddler that they can't have something, huh?
Can we vote? Can we vote?
Yeah, they didn't even ask that. They just said, huh? And so what we did is we turned on both the TVs to NFL Red Zone so that they could watch it.
Yeah.
We understand that a poker player always likes to play other games too.
Oh, yeah. So no cell phones, but I'll give you football on the television. A lot of nothing coming around on this third hand. Let's see if Martin tries to pick up these blinds here. I would totally expect that if I were his in position. He gets to act late with this big stack, and he knows that he can do a little bit of bullying, especially early.
So we've got two little hands, but we've got a big chip stack sitting.
That's what I'm saying. He's playing the chips here, playing the position, pick up some blinds there.
And so in this situation, he's just hoping they don't have anything strong enough. And luckily, Jack 7.
And that's his job as the chip leader. You know, that's perfect playing right there. Exactly what he needs to do is just, if it's going to fold around to him, he's going to raise it up a little bit and see if they want to play for that last place.
Yeah, and first out, 9th place, $1,500. 8th place, $1,500. So there's not much wiggle room right there. This is the time for the small stacks to step up and say, hey, I'm making a move up to the top.
Right. And the starting dealer, that is Bree from the River League in San Angelo. She's about 5 years dealing now.
Oh, I thought you were talking about under 5 foot tall.
Well, I think that's true as well. But yeah, we're going to have dealers from all 3 different clubs rotating through the live stream. And so excited to see them on there. And they were excited to be able to deal this final table. First act is Mark. A lot of nothing. Oh, here we go. Johnny found him a hand.
And that's the little stack all in.
Yeah. And I don't hate it because the big stacks got out of the blind.
Mm-hmm.
So these guys have fold equity, you know, Matt, and the small blind, they may let it go because John's going to get it through.
Look at him. When the camera moves, strolls back over to him. He is confident in his hand. His posture, a lot says about your posture at the table. He is up.
Johnny is not a guy that gives much information at the poker table. That guy can sit there, whether he has deuce tray offsuit or if he has pocket aces, he looks the exact same. You're not going to get much information out of Johnny Fernandez.
Yes, I like that.
We got some in-house thoughts here. Nope, Martin's going to let it go. I thought the 2 club colleagues, both River League members, are going to go after each other there. Holland might pick this spot.
We see the numbers, 42%. It wouldn't be a bad spot for him to pick. If he could see that, he might go there.
But I don't hate the fold. At the end of the day, I mean,
not for this much money.
Johnny's going to have ace jack or better there a lot.
So that's a 25,000 chip pickup.
And that's, you know, fifth of a stack.
Yes.
So I mean, that's the kind of moves, and I love it that he waited until number one, he got a decent enough hand, but that he waited for the big stacks to get out of the blinds, get out of the button areas, and to where they can go ahead and lay it down.
Yeah, he got out of the position where soft calls would happen.
Right. And Martin thought about it with that Queen 10, but they might have some words at the river tomorrow if he got called by Queen 10 and knocked it.
Yeah, that cash game over there tomorrow might be a little different one. So we're going to hand number 5, hand number 4. Moving on around, if you take a look at the V pip, you've got Martin. He's sitting at 50%.
Yeah, 50% for Martin. He's played half the hands already. But like I said, you expect that from Martin with that kind of stack moving around.
So does it happen again here? Does he take this stand again since the big stacks are out of Brian Cook's is third.
I don't think so. I think Johnny's not going to test it too much. But what I am curious is the guy who lost a little bit of chips at the beginning, who's on the button now. I'm going to see if he tries to pick up some blinds in this position here.
So you're talking about Holland in C3?
Holland that lost a little bit to that first hand. Martin, no, he didn't get anything worth fighting for.
Ooh, Matt's got the 25K chips in his hand.
Yeah,
and he's got a hand to go with it.
Yeah, he's going to raise this up, and Brian's just going to let this go. Yeah.
We've seen a lot of play from Brian at Kojak's, and I understand he lives out in the River League area.
Yeah, San Angelo.
But judging from his cash play, he is a winning player when he plays the cash table. He knows how to let go of a winning hand.
What's the saying? If you don't have anything good to say, just don't say anything
good.
No, we love Brian Crooks at the River League. He is probably one of the most emotional players that I know. If he's having a good time, he's having a good time, and if he's angry, he's playing angry cards. I'm telling you, we love him to death at the River. But overall, he knows when he buckles down and decides to play, he can play.
So big blind moves over to Mr. Mark. He started the day with about 230,000 chips. So right in the middle of the pack. And judging by the hands that are going into the muck, 6, 4, 7, 8, 4, 2, there's got to be some big cards somewhere sitting out here. Action moves over to Mr. Martin. He's got 8, 7 offsuit. He'll take a peek at those and slide them right in. Francisco, 42, that's going right in the muck. Moving on around to seat number 3, that's Mr. Holland. And I wasn't actually talking about Holland. I was when we were talking about that was Hayden that had lost a couple chips.
Oh, okay, Hayden, yeah. I've got to learn the non-River League guys.
And there's Queen Jack 7. So we have blind versus blind, and Crooks picks up a pair of 7s, and in that spot that's usually pretty decent. He's going to bet it like he knows it.
Yeah, he finally bet it out on the turn. I don't think Mark's got the gut shot here, but I don't. Yeah, pair's hard to make.
Pair is tough to make, and it's not like the cash games you see in West Texas where you've got 5, 6, 7 people going to the flop. So there's quite possibly a pair out there. In this, most of the time you're going to be heads up.
Oh yeah. That's the difference in streaming a final table of a very large purse tournament versus streaming one of our normal cash games here at Kojak's. They call it Texas Heads Up for a reason when there's 5 players. So, but we're not going to see a lot of that today. These guys are playing for a lot of money, and there's how many blinds we figured in the field? Like a little over a couple hundred blinds left in the field. So you're going to see some selective poker, but we'll see who settles in and starts making moves before the others, who shakes off a little bit of the nervousness maybe and finds a groove, and that's going to make a big difference as well.
Queen 3, they're just not picking up anything that they can make that move and steal the blinds, because that's the name of the game at this point right here. You play quality hands, but where can you pick the spots to steal from?
Exactly. And let's see what Rivers look like. They're in a small raise here, Ace 7.
Yeah, just a 2x.
No, he just got 2x.
If Brian lets that go, he may be in the clear just because of the size of his chip stack. That started off with 230 and 125. Now it's 200 and 150 sitting in Mr. John's stack.
Yeah.
That's a playable hand to defend with, especially when you already have 15,000 in.
Yeah, I don't hate Queen 9, but it's either ship it Well, I don't know. Maybe you can peel here, but you're putting in a lot of your.
If he makes his call, he is 5,000 chips below where he started at.
Yeah, and I don't hate to lay down there. I mean, even if you limp in and try to see a flop there, with a queen nine suited, you're going to connect more often than not. So you might as well put it in and try to get maybe Matt an opportunity to fold there pretty flat.
Grab that extra 30 sitting out there.
Matt might have been just trying to see if he could pick up from the two short stacks and fold his 7-4 offsuit. But like I said, the problem with seeing a flop with a hand like queen nine is you're going to connect more often than not, so you're going to be obligated to put in chips after that anyway. So you might as well give yourself that one extra chance of picking up the dead money that's in there and get done with it.
Absolutely. Just want to give a shout out to everybody joining in. We see all you joining in. Thanks for everything this week. Thanks for making this 50K free roll as exciting as it's been. And we can promise you this, the next one's going to be bigger. We had probably about 400 people in all three clubs combined, if not more. My numbers could be a little skewed, but about 400 people to participate in this. And after seeing the success of this, I can promise that it's going to be a lot more on the next one. It's going to be a little tougher to make it through the qualifiers. Play is going to get harder, and the prizes are going to be sitting out there.
Hayden has shipped it in. Ace Jack, 135. Crooks is Hollywood in here. We're just going to let that go. Where's John?
Oh, we might see something here. He's got a chip stack that's about 1/3 of his chips.
Yeah, does he want to gamble now?
Is this the point you pick?
He's in the blind. Does he just go ahead and let it go? Does he think that Hayden is opening him up light because he is in the blind?
That's a thought.
That's two CCC players. They know each other.
So they know each other.
They know each other. They do.
How do they play in the cash games? Are they super aggressive against
Nobody
each other?
plays cash right.
Not in West Texas.
They're both very good tournament players, though, but they do know each other.
Oh, we might have first blood on blood. CCC versus CCC right now.
I don't know. If AJ thinks that, nope, he folded it. He let it go. Yeah, I think that's maybe a little hometown respect there. I really thought he might call that out, thinking that Hayden might have been just doing it kind of light, trying to pick up the blinds.
And he didn't even show his fold.
Yeah.
King Queen suited is pretty strong.
Yeah.
That's a coin flip.
Yeah, no, I don't know what I've done in that spot. I would have been trying to defend my big blind way too much there, probably, instead of just having discipline.
We've got a fan out here talking about Mr. Hayden. What a hottie. I like that. Judging by the last name, there's a strong relationship going there. Yes.
Maybe there.
I love it.
You know what? She's right. What a good looking man.
Yeah.
We are moving on to hand number 8.
So welcome out. If you're just joining us in, we see people joining in every second. This is the final table of the 50K free roll. 3 clubs came together, 4 River League, 3 CCC, and 2 Kojaks players remain. And we've got a hand started off.
The pocket sixes from Francisco is fun, but that ace 5 suited there. Ace 5 suited is like the new ace king. People, is it just me?
You can't make a still will without ace 5 suited.
I guess. I mean, it seems to me, I've been into poker for over 20 years, but ace 5 suited has just been popular.
Yes.
This last year.
So AJ folded king queen suited. He picks up the same queen 9 suited, the same exact cards that John had a few hands ago, and he does let that go. We've got Francisco fans in the building right now. They're rooting for his pocket sixes to make it through this Martins.
Yeah, Martin's going to Hollywood here a little bit, try to say, hey, I'm going to really make you thinking about stealing my big blind next time, but he's not calling. Disciplined poker
with
for
the
first orbit.
Yeah,
with the first
two,
orbit.
Yes, I like it. I like to see that.
Yeah.
Although we're accustomed to seeing some craziness, when you just all of a sudden put $50,000 on the table, everybody learns how to play.
Yeah, all of a sudden, But like I said, these guys are playing for $15,000, an amazing belt, bragging rights for their club, and it cost them $0 to get it.
Man, where do I sign up for the next one? Can employees play?
I let some employees play, but not you because you have to do this with me.
Okay,
So
all right, that's
you
understandable.
can't even make the phone.
So you're going to pay me the $15,000 to come back. First place prize money. Help out in the.
I'm not running Facebook and YouTube on my own.
So Samuel Trevino, Sissy, is saying, "Let's go CCC."
Hey, Sam.
Some more rags coming around the table here.
Rags to riches is the philosophy for the West Texas oil field.
That's right.
Ace 10 suited. It's not.
AJ is club.
Yeah, AJ is going to pick up King 8 suited here and try to pick up some blinds, but Martine's got a real hand, and Francisco with the pocket pair.
It's not fair when the big stacks pick up real hands.
Yes, and props to AJ for trying to steal blinds from the big stacks.
Just wrong time.
I don't know that I would have tried. I had the guys to try that, but Martine will. Do you just call and try to incentivize the big, or let the big blind have value to call as well, or do you go ahead and just ship it here and hope to isolate?
I think that the timidness to ship it here is because that's half of the stack if he ships it and loses, and then he's still got a bigger stack behind him to move in here.
Yeah, but he's a little less than 10% of his stack to see a flop, but other than diamonds, you're not going to see a lot of just amazing flops with ace 10.
So
worry about being out kicked.
We're wanting to see some the chat's wanting to see some Kevin or Trent in the box. Maybe we can get him over here. I think Trent worked pretty late last night.
He did, but they love those dealers. They each have their own. Each player has the dealers they really like.
Ace 10 in the muck and pocket threes in the muck.
Francisco. I think that's an indicator of Francisco's mindset right there.
Right. I think that's an indicator we're going to be on stream for about 12 hours.
True. I'm just going to go and get lunch now, guys. So I don't hate it though. I mean, you have two outs a lot of the times with pocket threes.
Yeah, it's hard to look at it like that. When you have pocket tens, you really only have two outs to and over.
That's what I'm saying. Pocket threes is just crushed there too often. We're still coming along here. Hand number 10, very disciplined play. We've seen one flop.
That's true. Mr. Edgar says, let me go ahead and grab my charger because we're going to be here for a while. I like that. Edgar, you've been messaging us up here at Kojak saying you're going to come in and play. We've got a free daily waiting on you when you head in. We know you haven't played here yet, but we will set you up with a free daily membership so you can check out the club. Once you check this out, we're going to invite you over to CCC and the River League so you can see what West Texas poker is all about. This is what it is right here. $50,000 up for grabs for no cost. I mean, you can't beat that anywhere else.
This is a fantastic tournament. Everybody loved it. The structure, the format, everybody had good comments on it. So that's why we're going to spin it back next month.
And that's going to be a 3-month thing, right?
Yeah, just like this one.
Okay.
This one was 3 months, 3 qualifiers. But next week is the start of our $50,000 guarantee for the buy-in tournament. We'll talk more about that here in a little bit. I want to show here that Martine is on the button, stealing some blinds again. And there it is. He took the blinds just like that.
So is that confidence or is that picking a position off a player that he may have sat at the table with and saw how they played?
Possibly. I do not. I think Holland was at Martine's table, but I'm not. I can't quite remember. But I think Martine should be doing that regardless every time. It's like,
right.
Hey,
either him or Francisco sitting right next to him.
Absolutely. I mean, Francisco could be doing it right here again, which could be a real problem, for the 3 seed because his big and small is going to be susceptible to the big stacks.
David, you're absolutely right. So if you head in, you saying you want to join. If you head into Kojak's, we will grant you a free membership for your first day in here, so you can see how it is. Once you learn to like it, we've got 2 clubs within 20 miles of each other. Yep. CCC and Kojak's. Each day they're running tournaments at both of them. They're having spicy, super juicy cash games at both of them. So we invite you in, come in, and even if you head over to CCC, call me and I will Venmo some money over, and I will buy you a free membership over there too. We will get it going.
If you've never been to the club, you get the first time free just to
so
check it out.
Yeah, so there it is. And we've got Miss Sissy right here. She's one of the owners over at CCC. So you hear it, right? The saying's from the horse's mouth. I hate that, but that is the truth right there. You heard it from one of the owners. Head into either one of these clubs, and you will get a free daily membership. And so you can check it out. That we run 1-3 cash games, 1-2 cash games, and then we have a patent 5 on the button cash game that we run out here. And if you've never seen it before, once you set at it, it's hard to get away from it.
The 5 on the button game in Kojak's, I mean, it's basically a 5-10. Let's be real.
It starts off as a very large 1-2. I'm very interested. Where is it located at? So, what is the address for CCC?
4803 Plaza Boulevard. They're in Odessa, Texas.
Okay, so that's 4803 Plaza Boulevard over in Odessa, Texas. And then Kojak's Poker Club is located at 3209 West Cuthbert Avenue, Midland, Texas. And we've got this beautiful Mexican food restaurant, Ahua's, that you've got to grab some food and come in and check them both out. So here we go. Mr. Mark action moves around to him. He's got some suited connectors, and he's been quiet, and he's going to 2X it. 10,000, 15,000 are the blinds right now. He raises it up to 30,000, but problem is the big stack. Look at this, both big stacks. One big stack has pocket jacks. The other big stack has ace jack. We are going to see some fireworks this time.
I don't know. Francisco let those threes go real easily. He may not want to tussle with Martin. He
got a tough table draw.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Martin got a tough table draw with another big stack right behind him. So you see Martin has 785,000 chips available for play. Francisco has 640,000. And Mark has 200,000. So he's at a severe chip disadvantage. And here's the raise. That puts Francisco in seat number 2 in an extremely tough position. Action is now 3-bet to 110,000 chips. That would have been terrible if Holland would have picked up something big too.
Yeah.
Oh, and
I think with a raise or a re-raise, that's an easy lay down with ace jack. You're just dominating too many times.
Ace deuce, ace king. Oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness!
I think Matt can get away from this though.
Yeah.
No.
All right. We're making a side bet for lunch. Okay. Side bet for lunch, Matt Foles.
He's your player. I can't make that bet. No, you should have
right. You should have taken it. Oh no!
All in, and Martin's gonna have to call this, obviously.
I don't think Martin calls.
No, Martin.
That's 315. That's half a stack.
He sat back like he didn't want to call it.
Saw him yesterday, just like this one.
So chat, y'all are watching what we're watching. What do you think the odds are right here? What do you think Martin calls?
He's got such a commanding chip lead, but he could have a towering chip lead. But I don't think I don't know for sure if he was at the table with Matt in the tournament, but I know that
he was.
They were.
Yes.
I know he played some cash with him, so I know that he knows that Matt is a very disciplined, good player, and he's not going to make this squeeze lightly.
And look at Matt. Look at his posture at the table. What does that tell you? That doesn't show bluff.
That's a guy that is breathing intentionally.
Yes. Yeah, he's controlling everything that he's doing.
I don't know if it translates on stream quite as well, but we can see it here. He's breathing evenly. This guy's ready to play for 15,000 or 1.5 million.
Yes.
He's an excellent player.
And look, his hand is placed perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that he does is calculated. Oh, Dora says there's a reason he has 2 shiny River League trophies. Talking about Martin.
Oh yeah, no, he's a multi-title winner at the River League. Excellent tournament player.
So we see the odds right here. It's essentially a coin flip, 43% to 57%.
Oh yeah, no, it's a classic,
horse race.
Yeah, aces, jacks, or jacks and queens, and you see that all the time against ace king.
Matt has not moved a muscle.
No.
Does that play into the call?
I don't know. I think he's waiting this long. I think he's going to get away from it.
I don't think so.
No, he did. Wow, he did. Okay.
So this is our first all-in call right here, and There is 670,000 chips in the pot. So whoever wins this is the new chip leader.
Absolutely.
So ace, king, offsuit versus jack of hearts, jack of clubs. Matt holds the ace blocker for the flush for that, for any draws. We're verifying the chips, and we're about to see either our first elimination or our new chip leader.
Yeah.
Look at that pot.
Let's see how Bree decides it.
Queen, queen, six. Turn card is a three of clubs. Matt's looking for an ace or a king, and Matt is our first elimination.
Wow.
Oh, absolutely amazing tournament.
Yeah, that guy, amazing poker player, amazing grinder, very disciplined, knows a lot about the game. I would not have expected him to be first out, but in that kind of a situation, completely understood. We'll see if we can find Matt here after a while and talk to him. I didn't expect that, Miss Sisson.
I didn't think.
I mean, the cards play themselves, but Matt was one of the ones that if I were at this table, I would have been definitely keeping an eye on him as a problem.
He's very patient, very, very patient.
But congratulations to him. He still won $1,500 on a zero entry free roll tournament. The next place out is also going to be $1,500. Ninth and eighth place is $1,500, and then it ladders up from there. Mark's going to pick up a pocket pair, pocket sixes. Let's see if Johnny wants to tussle with ace nine. Probably not. With that big pickup by Martine, you might see him sit back a little bit, or he could lean into it. You never know, but you may see him sit back just a little bit now that he's over the million chip mark, and he may switch gears back to kind of hanging out now. And it's going to fold around to Brian Crook's King 10. Well, he decided to defend with King 10. He's got $500,000 in chips in front of him. I don't know if how much he's played with Mark, but I do know that he knows that Mark's not going to be playing around. I'm talking about. I think he said, "Don't do that again to me." He said, "Don't steal my blind again." So right now, Martine is sitting at just over a million, 1.1 million. Francisco sitting right next to him is at 640,000, and then John is right back down to kind of where he started, going through the blinds. He picked up that orbit earlier, so he hasn't lost any ground on the first orbit. 6-3 here. He's going to let the cards read and fold. AJ going to make a move here.
King I think Jack. He does.
Martine's away from the table. Yeah, he's definitely switching gears. He got his little early bump that he wanted, and now he's just going to kind of ride it out. But he won't stay going long. I promise you that. It's Francisco. Maybe that's a favorite hand of his.
He turned and looked at the clock.
Yeah, I don't know. Does he know something about AJ we don't? But thinks he can pick it up later. We got three limpers. 7-5, 5-4, King Jack. Get the right flop, that 7-5 and 5-4 could start trading chips. But that's going to just whiff everybody. So who bets first? Let's see. So Mark already checked around. Francisco's showing to have the strongest position here on the Columbus position. AJ going to defend his limp in. That's going to do it. Francisco's going to pick that one up, bet first. She said AJ's from CCC, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Is he a big tournament player or more of a cash game player?
He likes both. He's probably more cash.
Yeah.
He qualified the first round, actually.
Oh, yeah.
So he knew he was going to be in.
Yeah. I see Basil in the chat, Francisco, and Basil and Martine really got into it the first day. The one seed Martine tried to bluff Basil out of a hand, and he got the clock called on him and everything. You know what? Basil said, "You know what? I don't believe you, Martine." He made that call. And it took a huge chunk out of Martine. But obviously, Martine fought back and made it here to the final table. But it was a great hand to watch.
Basil had pocket jacks.
Pocket jacks, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Martine tried to give him a bluff, and Basil thought about it, and read his soul and made the call, and it was a fun hand to watch. And then we all had to hear about it for the next hour. from Martine, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of new around here at the Kojak, this part of the country on the Kojaks, but I've seen Basil a lot on the Facebook and his Instagram and his reels and his pictures, and he seems like a fantastic guy. I met him and talked to him a little bit yesterday. So shout out Basil. Glad you tuned in, and I'll be seeing you around Kojaks more often.
Yeah, he's usually in here every day. He's a regular for sure.
We got John and AJ in the blinds. Martine still away from the table, and Brian away from the table. I don't know if I can get away from the table for very many hands playing for that kind of money, but you never know what you'll get. Could save you from getting stacked, or it could be a double up. Let's hold all around the button, see if Mark tries to pick up these blinds from so far two fairly tight players. But the problem is you gotta be ready to call it off, because at any point Johnny could just snap it in, see something half decent.
Just not a lot of big cards coming out.
Yeah, I don't know if AJ will make this call or not. See if he values that ace, because he's got to know Mark is doing it fairly light. You know what I mean? So more often than not, just trying to pick up the blinds. So a reshove here could just end it. But no, he's not going to do it. He's going to let him have it. He had a little tap on the table there, and you could tell he was not. He knew he was bluffing. And that'll be Johnny's turn on the button. We are in hand 17. We've only lost one player, Mr. Matt Rivers, on a classic Ace King versus Jacks matchup. And Matt unfortunately did not hit his Ace or King or improve past the Jacks for a max place cash out of $1,500. But $1,500 is pretty good when you didn't pay anything at all. And this is a $50,000 free roll. And these guys are playing for $15,000 up top. And Matt was our 9th place finisher for $1,500, and he's going to put that to good use in the cash games, I'm sure.
I bet he's on the table right now.
I mean, for sure. Look around, not a lot here in the hands. Shout out to Dora on Facebook, cheering on Mark. Dora was a dealer of ours at the river, moved to El Paso. Looks like we have a limp call. We're going to see a flop with not a lot, but it looks like they both picked up a queen. Oh no! Mm-hmm. Oh no! Bet from Martine, and you know AJ's going to call the top pair. If we can get an overcard, we got it. Okay, so we're at a chop if nobody folds. But since either one of them could have a 10, this is probably just going to go check through, and Bree is just going to have to chop this up unless Martine feels like that he could push him around a little bit. That jack brought in a couple back doors. No, Martine's going to bet it. Was that about a 30,000 and snap call and chopping it up. Bree's showing it there. Take back those bets. Make the dealer do some extra work. And we go to the next hand. now this is the dangerous part. When AJ's the button at this table, this is when you have the two big stacks, and now majorly big stack with Martin over 1.1, and then Francisco sitting at 720. This is where it's hard to make a move anywhere else on the table because anything you come in with could be it. They could just put you the rest of the way in. So you're going to see a lot of folds from around the table when that button is in the 9 seat. Martin's got the chips to make that call. In other words, if you try to get cute and steal their blinds. Let's see if anybody gets themselves in trouble with any decent hands here. Brian 7-5 suited and Mark little suited connectors. Yeah, he likes
He seems to like those.
And he don't care. He doesn't care about the big blind, the big stacks being in the blinds. He says, "Call me, let's see, let's battle." Martin, look at that look. Look at that look. He knows he's still in the blinds. Francisco's got a playable hand too. Queen 10 suited. He's got the clubs covered. That's not good for Mark. Martin got pushed out of his blind last time. Let's see if. I think he made. Yep, he got it. Didn't call it. And that's going to bring Francisco in pot odds for sure. Not much more to get 100,000 in that pot. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. Clubs could be disastrous, and it's all hearts. So Mark open-ended though. Martin with the gut shot. I wonder if Mark could pick this up betting here, but he's not going to. He's going to be a little scared of the hearts. Now it's just a matter of who bets first. Martin, nope, he's not going to take it. Mark's going to see a river. No reason not to. Right now, queen high is best. Now this bet here is not very convincing. I think if Martin was going to try to represent everything, he should have done that king on the turn, but he may be just hoping that nobody else had anything where they missed their 4th heart draw. There's no way that Francisco or Mark can call anyway, so he's just going to get away with it. Even if they know he's bluffing, there's nothing they can do about it. So nice pick up there with Martin, and the chip leader gets bigger. That's how it goes.
I think there's a reason he went on a Calcutta pretty good.
He did. He said 500. I don't have that list, but 500.
Yeah, it was. That's correct. Yeah.
There's a small bidding war. Of course, he's got a heck of a record at the River League. You know, he's won 2 of our trophies, 3 of our trophies. I don't know. He's got a good tournament record at the River League. And I went to the lodge this summer and played the $1 million guarantee. And a lot of guys from San Angelo went, and he ran deep in that. The guy has his tournament chops. So say hi to everybody in chat. I see Sandra saying good luck to everybody. She is a River League dealer as well. Ken Smith, I think is that your Ken or is that a different Ken?
I think it's a different one.
Okay. Ken, a fan of the stream, appreciate you tuning in. Anybody listening and watching to this now, you can come to Kojak's or CCC or the River League in San Angelo and pick yourself up a free daily membership to come check us out, play some poker. Shout out to Miss Vicky Ragsdale in the chat, one of the River League regular players. Miss Vicky's a lot of fun to play poker with. She'll let you know when she's mad. Denise, a fan of Holland.
Yeah, they play a lot of poker together, so
yeah.
A lot of them are watching.
And Gusto, good to see you tune in. A River League player as well. Yep, Jeff, this is the final table. We've lost 1 player, Matt Rivers. We've got a little bit of betting here. I don't think it's going to develop. We've got 3 ace highs, bet, fold. But that's a big pickup for AJ. It's, the good pot for his stack size.
Yeah, he's really picking his spots.
Now this was Richard.
Richard from CCC.
From your house.
Excellent dealer.
I like Richard a lot.
Very experienced.
One of those guys that he walks up to you and he's basically going to say, hey, how are you? Good to see you again. Do you need anything?
Yeah.
That's what he does. Anything I can do. And I like him a lot. We'll be seeing dealers from different clubs, a little bit of representation from everybody. I think they said Monica was going to come in and deal for Kojaks.
Yeah.
And I'll have Chris, my dealers, come to the box later. Shout out to Chris from the River League dealer. I think he's running our board right now, putting in the cards. It's the most boring job of this process, but having an experienced dealer do it with good communication with the dealer in the box is what makes the streams work well. Ryan Crooks fold. See if China. This is a susceptible button position on the table. These two guys played it pretty tight. I wouldn't hate a raise from AJ here trying to pick up these two blind positions, but you got to be careful because Mr. Burnett might decide to defend his big there. He's kind of short stacked here. Yeah, AJ is going to take this opportunity to raise. Martine will do his a little bit harder than I think it's typical too.
Yeah, there goes Hayden.
We are all in a call. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. And AJ ran that risk of him defending that big blind, but AJ is ahead. So
they're going at it again.
It's so crazy to walk by and know that in 15 minutes you're about to see something incredible.
You can't do that in the stream. I'm locked in a box. We're supposed to be locked in a box and not knowing stuff. So you've got knowledge of the future now.
Oh, it's just like Back to the Future. I got the sports almanac. I know something that you don't know.
Well, then you know the outcome of this one here. But
no, I didn't see this.
Oh, you didn't
I'm talking about a specific flop here in about 12 minutes. And you'll know it when you see it.
Guys.
We won't let him leave the room again. We'll make him stay.
Oh, he folded.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I thought
they
he
know
called. He was
each
just asking
other.
for a count. I'm sorry. I thought he. Yeah, that was the risk that AJ was running there, trying to pick up the soft blind position in the 3 and 4 seat. That the guy's just going to go and rip it in the big, and we'll wake up with a decent enough hand to call with. But I don't hate the fold. You got to try to take the stab and take the blinds. I don't hate the raise, but you have to have the discipline to let it go, which he did. So Holland picks up a little bit of extra small blind and a small raise there from AJ.
So we got a dealer change. The wonderful Mr. Richard is in the box now.
Miss Sissy introduced him, and I said that whenever you walk in and you see him, he walks up, it's always, hey, good to see you. How are you? Shakes your hand, and do you need anything? Anything I can do for you? I mean, one of those helpful staff members we have here in West Texas, and a fantastic dealer. Hayden is going to raise on the button, trying to pick up those blinds with 9-7 suited. Or no, he's in a small blind. And Crooks is going to defend with ace-9 suited.
I don't hate it.
No, not at all.
I would like to have seen a 3-bet there.
Plausibly, just because of the differentials in chip stack. And back doors, nothing. Burnett continues here. Brian's going to have to let this go.
No way, Jose. He said no.
No, he's not going to be a believer. Is he going to raise him? No.
That's just 40,000. I think he makes the call right here. I think he knows his aces.
No. He couldn't find that move in the bag, but that would have been a good one. Saying, you know what, you're c-betting this here, and I'm going to rep this queen.
That was the end of the c-bet. That would have been the end of the c-bet.
Yeah, Holland has picked up his chips significantly here. He's up to 200,000 now. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Holland. Burnett's up to 225,000 C4 now, so
Man.
he's climbed back a little bit.
That 1.2 million sitting over in Martin's stack.
And you know, I mentioned it earlier. I don't know if you were in the room, but he's looking at that first early bump into this final table, and he got it. And then he kind of slowed down. He defended your blind a minute ago, but you know, the guy works in gears. He's an experienced tournament player, works in gears, reaches those plateaus, and knows how to use that chip stack and when to lay back. But let's see what he does here. You got Ace Jack, and his next door neighbor with a big house, Ace Jack as well. It's much easier to bet with Ace Jack than it is to call with Ace Jack.
Dora, I love spoiler alerts. I don't ruin them, but I just say you've got something magical coming here. Not much. Oh, look at this. Speaking of alerts, we've got Ace Jack versus Ace Jack.
That's what I said. It's easier to bet it with Ace Jack than it is to call.
Yeah.
See
I didn't even see it when you said it.
Yeah.
I love it. It's 7 deuce.
Francisco may defend here. It's 10% of his stack, but at some point you got to see flops. Oh, Hayden!
Oh my gosh!
Hayden with the.
Oh my gosh! Look at this.
Yeah.
King 5-5 Queen 10 right behind it.
Yeah. There's no way Mark gets in the mix now. Crooks won't call with pocket fives with a raise and a call on a reshove.
And an all in. This is one of those hands on a cash table where if this was on the cash table, we'd have a 5-way all in.
Well, if they're playing cash, it's all getting him a tournament play for $15,000. You're going to see a little bit more discipline. Martin does not like raising.
Oh, he calls.
Oh, he did. That's it. He doesn't like raising and folding.
Yeah, he called. Now that puts the pressure on Francisco. What does he do? Does he ship it and use the equity he has in there?
No shot.
Or does he call or does he fold?
No shot. You just got to let Ace Jack go. I mean, you're up against Ace King, Ace Queen way too often. Especially in Martin since he was the initial raiser. For him to call it off. Now, if Martin doesn't call, then you do not call it. I think you just got to let this go. Yeah. What a pickup there for Burnett. See if he can have those kings hold, if he can fade that ace. Going to a flop. He called it off. We got Ace Jack. We get kings looking for that ace on the board.
So the chip lead is trying to get stronger. He's drawn to 3 specific cards right now. And we know one of them's gone.
Yeah. 2 of his aces and jacks gone. There's all
that's terrible.
Kings are coming. Yeah, that's
a 4. He's looking for a 4 ace.
Ace. Doesn't get it. Kings burn it. Burn it.
That is our second
on the
player
table
out.
there. Yep. Fan. He's not out. No. The burn it doubled up. Look at the wrong stack there.
I sure am. Sure am.
Look at the wrong one there. That was a fantastic double up. Puts it up to 545. And Martin takes a little bit of a hit there. So it's showing here, yeah, Martin's dipped back under $1 million, and that brings Burnett up to over $500,000. You know, one double up from these other guys, and Martin's no longer the chip leader.
Sure, that is true. Welcome in, Jody. Welcome in. Appreciate you coming out and watching this final table of the 50,000 free roll.
And as Richard deals hand number 28, here we are joined by Miss Kelly.
Hi, y'all.
Kojaks.
Oh, she's got the radio voice. You hear that?
No,
She
that's
has the
no
radio.
radio voice.
No spoilers. I'm the only one that sat in this room the whole time. I'm 15 minutes behind you. So no spoilers. We're already a 15-minute delay. So these guys can't get text by their buddies or whatever. Pretty standard in the streaming industry for poker to have 15 to a 30-minute delay. So these guys know more than I do. But we're getting right back into the action here. And Martin's going to try to get some of those chips backs with Ace 8 off suit.
So he's using his million chips to bully the table.
Yeah, he's got to get back. He's got to go back up. I guarantee you, Martin knows that he does not have a million in chips anymore, and now he's back to it. So, like I said, he definitely knows how to play his position and play his chip stack, and he's going to try to stay that one tier above the rest of the table, and he's got to get it back. Unfortunately, it's at the cost of one of the shorter stacks in Johnny. Johnny's going to be in the small blind, and we're going to have about 5 bigs left.
Yep, 75,000.
Yep, he needs to find some cards here.
So honestly, Reese says he's the one that's behind, but I really am. I've been out there running the room. We got 2 cash games going. No Limit Hold'em and Round of Each. Y'all need to come out and jump in these games. So I'm kind of behind on what's going on here.
Oh yeah, we are. Like I said, we're concentrating on this live stream here, watching this final 9 play out. But we got people playing poker in there right now, so come on down to Kojak's, and we've got looks like a 5 on the button ROE and a 5 on the button No Limit Hold'em game going.
Just about to kick off a second 5 on the button No Limit Hold'em game. We got 4 people on the wait list. Action is hot this weekend. Come out, cheer on your favorite. We've got so we've lost 1 Kojak player, and that's it right now. So Kojak's is down to 1. Kojak's is down to 1.
Unfortunately.
It's getting serious.
While he's shuffling up here, we'll say hi to.
Hi, everybody out there in poker world.
Come see Kelly at Kojak's. We're getting to hand number 25. Martin's in the big blind. Let's see if anybody goes after that. Shout out to Zach Terry. Good to see you.
Zach Terry wanted to be a part of this, but he is in Ruidoso this weekend.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. His signal isn't very good to watch the stream, but he's going to try to watch it up there at Ruidoso.
Yes, and if you're over in the Odessa area or in the Midland area and you're looking for some juiciness, CCC has 1 full table running. They've started the list for the 2nd table ready to go. And even over at the river, action is getting started there.
We've got our 3 o'clock, a $500 truly free roll.
And you've already got 16 entries in that.
Oh yeah, well it's a unique free roll in that you can't rebuy, you can't add on. The $500 purse is strictly from the house.
Oh wow!
So that's why I say it's a truly free roll. There's no rebuys, no add-ons. We do a dealer appreciation just to show those guys we appreciate their hard work. But yeah, it's a truly free roll at the River League in San Angelo on Sundays at 3 o'clock for a $500 purse. And where's the button now? The button is going to be on AJ in this hand. So we've got the 2 big stacks in the blinds again. Like I said, this is a tough position for the table because any kind of move you make here can be called off. Although Francisco's dropped a little bit down, he's only got Burnett by just a little bit in the chip stack. So that side of the table is starting to tilt that direction with some of those chip stacks.
Yeah, he's 1 big blind from being tied with him.
Yeah. Mark is going to ship it here with Queen Jack
And
suited.
look at John, Ace 10 instantly in the muck.
Well, I mean, these guys, the ladder's on the mind.
And the money is on the table. They're playing cautiously.
Yeah, you know, every one of these guys that drops out before you, you're up another ladder in the cash. And when you didn't pay anything to get in this tournament, those ladders are more real.
That is 100% true.
And that's going to get through. Nobody's going to test that. And Mark will pick up a little free orbit there of folds throughout the blinds.
He's got 175,000 in chips, and he is now in 7th place.
Yeah. How much are we looking on this blinds? On this? Like I said, we're on a 15-minute delay here, so we just blinds to the.
They're about to go
up to 15,000, 25,000. So action's going to start swinging.
And then 31 minutes, they will be going on a brief 15-minute break.
Yep. Button could be on Martine, the chip leader in this hand. I'm curious to see what Burnett does with these newfound chips. Does he kind of sit back and wait, or does he start putting them in play? Here's the first test for him right here. King 10 offsuit. Shows pretty strong if he raises right here under the gun. But no, he's going to let it go. I don't blame him for that. Too many short stacks behind you looking for a position to make a move.
AJ.
He just limp in with Jack 8 suited.
That's such a strong move, though, especially with all the big stacks behind you.
It's the new strong move.
Yes.
The limp raise. You're seeing it more and more. And like I said, don't be confused by the limp these days, guys.
I'm going to let y'all finish this off. I'm going to go make sure those cash games are running smoothly. Y'all are the experts at this, so.
Kelly, we appreciate you. We'll see you here after a while. We'll see you on this.
All righty.
We're going to complete a check, and that's a flop. 3 aces on
now
the
you
flop.
know what flop I was talking about. I walked by, looked at the table, and I saw 3 aces on the flop, and I was like, what
there's
the
your
heck?
spoiler. There's your spoiler. And AJ is going to bet it out. Rightly so. He's the only one that could have all the aces, all the pocket pairs, and beating out the rags and blinds.
Yes, I walked by that table, and I just happened to peek, and I saw 3 aces on the board, and I was like, holy crap. Love it. Love it. So action has been nothing short of disappointing today. Even with Matt Rivers going out in 9th place, Ace King, I mean, that's a hand that you're going to see bust out of tournaments a lot.
That's literally what you're supposed to do in that position from both of them. You know, Martine almost let it go because he knows what kind of player Matt is,
Mm-hmm.
and so it's he thought about it for a minute, and then I had to tell the story of Martine and Basil's bluff on day one. It was a fantastic hand to watch. For Basil did not play them. Was Pocket Jackson snapped off Martine early.
But didn't it take a clock call to get him?
I had to go over there and take the clock. Basil's in chat, by the way.
Oh, Basil, you in here, Francisco? Your only new hope is to win that bet. You're our only hope. Oh, I love the Star Wars reference there, Basil. You never seem to disappoint us, man. We love you out here, Basil.
Got Mark thinking about A7 early position here.
Is it time for him to make a move?
He's already picked up an orbit 2 hands ago. He could let this go and not lose any equity. Yeah, it's a smart fold. Don't get overexcited on it.
John's getting down into the danger zone. 65,000. He's got what 1, 2, 3, or 2, 3 hands before he's in the big blind.
Oh yeah, and these guys know that.
And the blinds will be up.
Yeah, they're gonna be up, going up shortly. They know that. And looking at the clock on the stream there, they are officially into the larger blinds. Martine going to try to pick up some blinds here. Interesting, he's going to make that move against Burnett now that he's found those chips. But like I said, we're going to see how Burnett wants to play with that new chip stack. And he's not going to defend. He's going to let it go. So Martine's going to pick up the blinds there. He's going to show. Oh, he showed the bluff that time. He's trying to open the door.
He's trying to say, hey, I'm playing my chip stack, so call me. When I call you back, you're going to be in trouble.
That's it. He's showing it there, but I don't think he's fooling anybody. I think they know exactly what Martine's at.
Oh, Dora, I really appreciate Dora in there. She recognized that was the spoiler alert hand.
She knew the timer.
Let's go, boys. You watching that clock, aren't you?
We're at hand number 29.
29, one person out of the 9. Next player out gets $1,500 for how much entry?
0 is up. Yeah, 0 entry.
It still hasn't changed. Zero entry.
0 entry. Let's say these ladders are very, very real. Like I said, 1,500 for the next person out. That's going to go 2,000 and 3,000, 4, 55, 75, 10,000, and John
Ship it.
Fernandez, pocket 5s. Don't hate it. Blinds are coming to you.
Martine almost has to call that, doesn't he?
I don't know. I think it'd be more about Burnett calling him small because he's already got some chips in there. He's got over $500,000 in front of him.
So 25,000. It's 40,000 more for him to make this call.
Yeah, and so I'm curious to see what he's going to wake up with here. Martine won't call a 9-8.
Francisco can't call it
Francisco's
nonsense.
not going to call. I think Johnny's only got to get through Burnett in the small.
So I know we've highlighted the players being from CCC, from the River League, and from Kojaks, but I would like to go ahead and say this: there's 2 Kojak hats on that table. There may be only one player, but there's 2 Kojak hats.
Let's see if Brian makes this call.
He has to. 40,000 more. He's got 400,000
of his stack.
That's only 8 chips more.
I think he's got to call it and just hope that he's got 9s or less.
Luckily, he's got both of the suits covered.
Yeah, he makes the call. Johnny's going to have a wide range there because he knows the blinds are coming to him soon, and so he's going to ship it of the first pretty girl that walks to the room. Pocket 5s isn't bad.
And here we go. We've got Ace 10 versus Pocket 5s. That's your truly coin flip. 47%, 53%.
Yeah, Brian's got him covered on both suits. So Johnny trying to fade, and Ace are in 10 here. And to the flop.
Flop comes out Queen, Deuce.
Well, at least it's a deuce. It didn't have any 2-pair counterfeits.
So he's looking for an Ace 10 or 8.
Then he's going to fill on the river. So there's a clean double up for John Fernandez at the expense of Brian Crooks. Do not hate the call there.
Good job. And in the booth, we're not rooting for any one player. We're rooting for everybody.
I'm excited for all these players, but I will say that I've still got 4 horses at that table to bring this belt back.
I'm sorry, sir. I no longer speak English. All I know that seat 2 is going for the win. Seat 2 is going for the win. He's going to pull it in.
This belt here.
Oh,
right there. There it is.
We're gonna have to. We got some work to do at Kojak. CCC and River League are both sitting pretty in this finals.
Yeah, it's we had overall, I think it was 26 from the River, 24 from Kojaks, and 22 from CCC is what the starting count of the 72 players that qualified for this $50,000.
So what that tells me, how many did Kojaks have again?
24.
That tells me the Kojak players like to play tournaments like they like to play cash.
Yeah. Johnny's Pocket 5s again.
Oh,
good
back to
enough
back.
for a second time.
And one of them's dead.
Yeah, he's missing one this time, but you don't have to worry about AJ calling. I'm curious to see what Mark.
And he's laughing. He's enjoying this.
Yeah.
And that the thing about that lap though is he's got newfound chips. He's got how many did that say? 140,000 in his stack, and 185,000 at this point.
Yeah, he's gonna pick up 75 in the blinds, but folds around here.
And it did. He shows the same hand, and everybody gets the giggles. And he says, "How did that happen? I had 10-5."
But that's huge for John Fernandez. That's going to survive him through the blinds.
That puts him in 7th place.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. And he was down to the point to where he needed to make a move quick because the blinds are coming for him, and he picked up two
orbits,
two of them two hands back to back to be able to get some breathing room there.
I no longer speak English. Dora finds the humor in my humor. I appreciate you, Dora, and he does do it again with 5s. Let's see if he gets Pocket 5s a third time. The odds on getting Pocket Aces 1 in 221.
Yeah.
Getting back to back 1 in 10,000.
At least.
And it just goes astronomical for a third time. I'm rooting for him to have Pocket 5s 3 times.
Well, we've got Chris from San Angelo in there running the boards, so I'll go question him first if that happens. AJ, did he just limps in with pocket pairing with the gun? Martini has nothing here. Francisco.
Big stacks are out of the way.
Oh
no.
The big stacks are not out of the way.
Pocket pair versus pocket pair versus pocket pair.
Brian is going to let the deuces go, guaranteed. Yeah, he did. Very, very, very easy. John, but that's a snap call from Burnett. So here we go. Will AJ.
No, Burnett re-raised to
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Will AJ ship it here? Because he's got no choice. You can't call 100. Look at the stare down from Burnett.
He says, "How many chips do you have?"
What do you want me to do?
Check it out.
What do you want me to do?
It's hard to think a guy's bluffing with a monkey on his stack.
A monkey, a Michelob Ultra, and a stare down.
That's all of them. That's an automatic fold right there.
Table talk there. AJ asked him. He's got it. Yeah, he's gonna let it go. Not bad for AJ. You don't want to play for your tournament life with sixes. Vernon, he's got a lot of chips, but he's not going to be getting out of line there very often with anything worse. Maybe for the lucky and ace king. He's hoping to be in there, but it's going to be a pocket pair more often than not, bigger than those sixes. And he got out cheap because he only got 10. So.
Getting out cheap and making mistakes. Excuse me. Getting out cheap and making mistakes. Making mistakes and getting out cheap is a win.
That's the key. That's the key. And as Dora's asking in chat, let's see if we can get another pocket pair.
Right? Yeah. Let's get fives. Let's go.
Martine looking at nothing. Get some camera time. Fold. All the running blinds. We got all the blinds pretty short there.
So John looks down ace jack. All of his chips go in again. Good luck, John. Oh, I was getting ready for an all-in call.
He's going to show another big pickup from Johnny. He's getting the cards at the right time.
So it may not be pocket fives, but it is definitely adding to the chip stack. He's back up to 185,000. He just lost his big blind on the last hand, so he picks up another orbit. So in the last 4 hands, he's picked up 3 orbits.
Absolutely, and that's when you're playing late game tournament ladder play. And that's what you have to think about: is how many orbits, how many big blinds do you have? And he's picked up some breathing room. Like I said, he caught the cards at the right time.
So out of the guys from the River League, I can't ask because Miss D and Sissy aren't in here. But out of the guys at the River League, have any of them ever sat at a table for a possibility of a piece of 50,000?
I know Martine's been in a lot of good tournaments. Johnny has got a long history of poker, so I can't imagine that he wouldn't have seen these stakes before. Crooks, sure, he's had experiences here and there. And Mark's not new to poker. He's been playing poker a long time, but he's been sort of branching out, playing in the bigger tournaments, playing some
good
friends, and so
it's experience. That's what they're looking for.
That's true. He played in the heads up tournament they had at the lodge not too long ago and had a great showing. That's something I could never do. I'd rather go to the dentist than play a heads up tournament.
Back when Poker Stars was alive, back in the early 2000s, that's all I played was the $50 heads up matches, and I would play 6 or 8 of them at a time, all the way across there, and I was pretty good at it because all you got to do is win half.
No. I mean it's. I think we have a limp check.
And look at this, both pair their 10, but AJ's got the brunt of it.
Same situation when they had the queens earlier. The board paired and kickers didn't play. Let's see if that happens again. Top pair.
Two clubs in the hand for AJ. He's got a lock on this. 3 quarters to win.
I don't think AJ's going to fold to any bet here. I mean, the flush draw, 8-handed flush draw strong. With top pair, there's no shot. I'm surprised he wouldn't even raise there. Or would have been surprised if he'd raised there.
Is he trying to extract as much as he can from Martine?
No, I think he just knows that Martine has him pretty well out chipped, and there's no reason to get your stacking if you don't have to, I suppose, especially when you have a lot of development that can be made out of the hand. Martine's going to keep up with the pressure here, though, so AJ's going to have to think about it. Let's see how much he bets here into a pot of 100,000.
Oh, we've got somebody who got some of that Calcutta action of 3 of the people at the final table. He says, "Let's go."
That's good betting. Good betting.
That's the capital LFG that people put in the text right there. I wish you the best with that. And Dora says that Mark's just happy to be at the table.
Oh yeah, no, Mark's, and I'll tell you this: Mark's happy to be at the table not only because he's a great poker player and good attitude towards the game, but I saw him go runner twice in this tournament. So let's see if Martine keeps on the pressure. Missed a flush draw. Those are 2 bad turn cards for the top pair of 10s flopped. Let's see if AJ feels like he was just c-betting ace or queen representing here. He only bets 80,000.
And that puts him in a bad position because if AJ was to ship it right here, he has to fold that 80,000.
Yeah, and so Martin might have left himself a little bit of room to fold here. And we apologize for not being able to see that little side of the table there for AJ. One of our cameras not responding there, but AJ over there in the 9 seat. But it seems like he's still thinking about it.
And I talk a lot about appearance of a player. Martin made that bet, and he held his cards in his right hand like he's ready to muck them in for the win.
Yeah, he intentionally sends signals. I mean,
and that's what it's all about is sending signals of confidence of I have this hand, let it go, let it go.
Yeah, and that's what we keep referring to that bluff he tried to run on Basil, day one. Is talking good call, good fold, whatever. And so AJ does let it go. Yeah, it was a bad run out for that top pair of tens. Martin showed, I think he showed the deuce.
Oh, that's dirty if he showed the deuce. If he shows the deuce, that makes him think ace deuce.
Possibly, yeah. Ace deuce diamonds, definitely a hand that can be played there. But so I think AJ was just looking for clubs, and that was pretty much it. Why don't you introduce this dealer coming in? She's one of yours.
Yes, she is one of Kojak's dealers, one of the prize dealers. This is Miss Monica Cordova. She is from Costa Rica.
And she is a hard worker.
Yes.
She has been running around like a bee flying around here the last 2 days.
She's the only one that I know here that can talk as fast as I can. But when she speaks in Spanish, it's even faster.
Yeah, she's been running around working hard and late. She was the closer the last couple of nights.
Yeah, she left here about 7 o'clock, and she was sleepy tired. When she walked in, she was asleep, and she goes, let me drink my coffee. And she makes this special Costa Rican coffee that she brings in a little bag. And as soon as she does that, she is a pocket full of sunshine. And you see her smiling at the table.
I need to figure out what that coffee is. I need it.
It is all legal, I promise that. John looks down at ace deuce, and he throws that in his mucks, even with his newfound chips. AJ, he's on the button. I could see a raise here. Does he want to get frisky with two big stacks behind him?
I'm not sure. I think you lick your wounds and see some more hands here. I think you just take that hit and move on because.
But welcome to West Texas, where when you get hit, what's better than anything is when you take a bad beat and you look down and you've got a monster. Nobody expects it.
Yeah. But Martin's not going to call with the king deuce here. Will Francisco defend big with queen 10 off? He's been pretty foldy lately. Not because I don't think that's the way he's meaning to play. He's just been put in bad
like with the ace jack
positions. Yeah, so I think he's been folding out of necessity, not necessarily.
He's going to take this call.
So I don't know if he's going to make the call or not. Because, like I said, we haven't really. Oh, he is. Okay, so he's going to do with queen 10. And we can see some interesting flops here.
He plays a little bit amount of cash, but he plays the majority of the tournaments we run out here. He's always seated in the tournaments.
Let's see a flop here. Can't quite tell what that flop is. Our cameras aren't switching over there just yet.
It looks like face card and an ace. We're just waiting on the button to push.
There it is.
Oh, I was way off with the face card.
5-9, so we got a gut shot and pair. Francisco's going to check it and let AJ continue telling the story here. AJ could see bet this making a pair. Hard to make a pair.
Do you know who purchased Martin in the Calcutta?
I do not.
I don't remember. I think it was that gentleman named Michael, wasn't it?
Possibly.
It was a fight. Anyway, it was a fight.
I did see. I don't know, but he's always a good purchase.
He's either going to win it or you don't have to worry about him long, right?
Yeah, so AJ did continue, and then Francisco let that gut shot go. So good pick up there for AJ.
It was strictly the reason he didn't chase any further was because of his chip stack. He's lost over 200,000.
Yeah, he's no longer got the house built that he started with. And what's he sitting at right now?
470.
470, yeah.
But let's talk about Hayden, man. Look at Hayden. Hayden's up 350,000 chips.
Yeah, that Jack's hand really changed his game for him, and then he picked up some more off AJ.
And John's up 60,000 chips. That's a big win from being in the cellar.
John's still here.
Yeah.
That's if you'd have told John, okay, John, you're gonna have one guy out, and you're still gonna be there an hour into the stream with your starting stack, he would say,
you want to take this bet?
Thank you.
Yeah. He's not gonna say I know. He's gonna say I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, the other Mark purchased him.
Oh, okay, yeah. Got Iceman in the chat asking, ready to see what the next tourney is like.
Oh, can I tell him what it is?
As soon as we run this action here,
oh my
because
gosh.
Mark is going to ship Ace Jack under the gun, and Johnny's going to snap that up with the queens. Obviously, we see one queen out there in AJ's hand.
How good is it to make a call if someone's all in and not be at tournament risk?
And for Johnny to not be at tournament.
That's what I'm saying. If all of his chips are not at risk.
He was in, that's a huge position to be in. AJ was going to pull. Martin's going to sit here and smile at him for a minute, but he's never calling.
He's going to make him think he's got a monster.
Well, he likes to pick on Mark, let's be fair. All in good fun, though. And Frisco, nothing there. And real quiet from Trammell, not catching any cards. He's got to let that one go as well.
You can see the disgust in his face when he shakes his head.
We haven't seen him. Martin's going to block our view here, but that's Martin.
So we'll flip over. We'll flip over to the board here in just a minute. So we have three to four to win. I mean, John Fernandez is in a big lead there, but it's looking for aces and aces alone for Mark.
Yeah, Mark looking a little dejected there, but as Basil will tell you,
poker's so sick.
That guy had, like I said, more runner and 1 or 2 outers in the day one than I've seen in a while. We had a flop out, so we can get a camera here. There it is.
Oh, look at this. Ace Jack with a straight. Looking for a pair. Looking for a pair. Looking for a pair.
King 10 or a Jack.
The other queen's dead. Oh, she's making it sweat.
Monica, don't tease us. Oh, wow. So the Ace Jack is going to survive.
And just like that, John is down to 50,000 chips.
That's been the story of Mark in this tournament. I'm telling you, he had pocket kings against aces, just binks the queen. I believe he had top pair versus bottom set goes runner spades. In this game of poker, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
And the hand before the bubble out, he lost 300,000 chips.
Oh yeah, he had
to Francisco and sitting in seat 2.
Yeah, he had a great stack, but. I mean, Mark's a good player. It doesn't matter how many times you get lucky in a tournament. You still need to be good to get to this position.
Yes. And to get to the final table of a tournament with, we're saying 72 entries went to day 2, but let's be realistic. There was almost 500 total entries, even more.
Oh yeah.
And all of it put together.
Only 15% of all the qualifiers came to the championship of 72 players. So I don't have the numbers for whatever the 15% of 72 is. That's so many people that came through this tournament. So every one of these guys has earned this position.
I was pretty close with that number.
Yeah, about 500 entries across all 3 clubs. And we're going to do it again.
It's going to be bigger.
Back to what Simon was talking about. We're going to rerun this Freeroll $50,000 starting next month. There's going to be one qualifier a month, just like before. How you get into that qualifier or how many chips you have in the qualifier is going to change just a little bit. And but it's going to be bigger. I really do believe it. People are going to see this one and get in on that. We got a raise from
Francisco. This is something we're going to try here. This is going to be the Kojak's live guess his hand. And if you can guess his hand before his cards are shown, and if they're shown, we will give you 2 free hours. So get in that chat, try to guess his hand to see what he's raising with. And if you're right, we'll give you 3 free hours.
Let's see if I can do this too.
On the button, raises to 65,000.
So he just lost a little bit with that Queen 10, but
we may not see it though.
He's had. Well, if you don't see it, how are we going to know who won?
Nobody wins.
Oh my gosh, what a terrible game.
I like Dora's guess though. Basil says Ace King. I like Dora's pocket 10s. I think he calls right there with Ace King though, Basil. Queen 10 off. I like Mr. McCurry's comment right there. That's my poker. That's why I'm in here commenting. It's because that's what I would have done that move with.
Well, he's needed to make a move because like I said, he's been put in some awkward positions for these first 37 hands. He hasn't really been. We haven't been able to see his actual profile of where his mindset is because it's basically been off positioning and the cards he's been getting.
So you were asking earlier. We were talking about what's the next tournament's coming up. I don't remember who that was. I think it was Steven. We've got that $50,000 guaranteed 8-flight tournament, $240 entry, permanent $120 rebuys. And the most amazing thing in the world on that is this beautiful little piece of magic that if you double bag, you get to add them bags up to head into day 2 with a massive stack. But if you decide to play another flight after you double bagged and you bag again, we're going to buy that bag from you for min cash. If you quadruple bag, quintuple bag,
Min cash.
yes, I mean that's money in your pocket. So you could essentially walk away with a huge payday there. And we were on live stream last night, letting you know everything that's coming. And I gave you my prediction on the total amount in there. If you didn't see it, I can't tell you again. That's my prediction, and I'm going to let you guys know that I'm pretty close on all those predictions. Look at this. Mark picks up a monster, raises up to 60,000.
Does Crooks decide to make a stand here? He hasn't been having much of a hand selection.
I don't think so.
No, he's going to fold it face up.
Don't show it. Don't show it.
No, he's showing that card so he doesn't get called here. He's a little bit one to step back a little bit. That hand number 38 is working the big blind here. I don't know. Crooks could have thought that he was just stealing that big there with those pocket threes and maybe clap back a little bit at him with those pocket threes. But again, these ladders are playing such a huge role in this final table. $15,000 first place. So you're going to see a lot of good poker. Is that Johnny shipping it there? Sure did. Let's see what he's. Queen 9. So he's going to try to pick up some blinds here. Let's see if his timing was good and there's no other hands popping up. Martin King 7 not going to call. Francisco 9-4 suited not going to call. Holland's going to get out of there. And there goes the button. And what does Brian wake up with? See, Mark got Jack 5 in the big. He's going to let it go. This is going to get through. No, it didn't. He had to call it. It was 125 and more. You're right. That's it. So Johnny here is going to be in the lead. That's what you want when you're all in. That's all you can ask for is being in the lead when you get all the chips in the middle and then let the cards decide what happens. So Monica here, dealer from Kojak's going to put out that flop. Jack, Queen 10. So Johnny's going to take that lead with the redraw. There's the straight. So Johnny is going to, unless we get a chop pot here, Johnny is going to continue on with that Queen 9 straight and get a little double up. So he's going to be immediately in the big blind.
Mute. Question about the integrity of the game. Martin was in a hand with Holland.
Not with Holland, with one of the other Rivers players.
And he said, I have a big pocket pair.
Yeah, if they're heads up, we don't care. If there's multiple people in the hand, they can't say shit. They can't say shit.
Well, Holland said it's fine whichever way it goes, but he just said it just kind of bothered him because he felt like that was, with them being at the same club,
We'll reiterate with with them at break that only heads up do we allow.
They're on break right now.
Oh, they are on break.
Oh yeah, they're probably almost done with break.
You want to head out there real quick?
Yeah, you fill the air. Johnny just doubled up.
Johnny be good replying to Francisco. Let's see. You have yourself in the count. Oh, Francisco. They're on break. That's how he's on the stream. Yeah. Okay, I was like, how is Francisco talking right here? We've got to run out there to the table. So what we're watching right here is a 15-minute delay. And so they are actually on break right now and joining me in the booth. Oh, no. I muted my mic. So joining me up in the booth is Miss Sissy right now. She's just in here watching. I'm going to unmute your mic, though. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right, good. Okay, good. So we saw we've seen Mr. John start off with 125,000 chips, the gentleman sitting in seat 8. He got all the way up to 180,000. He got all the way down to, I want to say, 30,000, and now he's back up to 90,000. So he's had a ride. He's had a ride for. I mean, that's exciting.
He's hanging in there.
I love it. So we look around the table, and what we're looking at right now, Martin has 1.1 million chips in his stack. Francisco's got 390,000 chips in his stack. Hayden's got 570,000. Brian Cooks has 305,000. And we move on down, and you look at the VPIP, the voluntarily put in pot, and the more aggressive you are right there, the more flops that you see. And I had to say hi to my sweet lady. She just brought me some hot dogs. I love you.
That was him kissing her, not
yes,
me.
That noise you heard was me giving her a little smooch. But here we go. We are heads up. King 6 offsuit versus 8-7. It was the button versus the big blind, and the button picks it up. Mark pulls some extra chips. He's up to 325,000 chips. So one of the neat things right here that you can see is you see the stacks that they have right here. You can also see how much they're up or down right there. So we look at Martin sitting in seat 1. He's up 430,000. Sitting right next to him, Francisco, he's down 275,000. Now, Holland's from CCC, correct?
Yes.
He's even. He's where he started at. He is sitting out there right now. Sitting in seat number 4, Hayden. He's up 350,000 chips. Brian Cooks sitting in seat number 6 from the River League is down 190. Mark is up 95,000 chips, and John's he's only down. He's got 75,000 in his stack, but he's only down 50,000 chips. So that's not bad from where he's sitting. And as the action moves around, oh, here they go. They are all in. So John saw Ace 3 suited, as we were talking about earlier with Reese. That's the new Ace King, and that's maybe the best hand he's going to see for the rest of the night. So he throws it all in, and Martin. Here we go. Queen Jack, you can't make that fold for 50,000 more chips. You just can't. When you got over 1 million chips sitting in your stack, there's 0% probability. So John is all in again. And look at that. Francisco lets it go. He doesn't call the 50,000 chips. Oh my gosh. Reese, we're gonna recap that hand. They're going on break, so we're gonna recap that real quick, okay, sir? John looks down. He's got 50,000 or 80,000 chips in his stack. He shoves all in with the new Ace King, otherwise known as Ace 3 suited. And Francisco's sitting in the big blind, and it's only 50,000 chips to make the call, and he folds. He's got Queen Jack.
They just wanted to go to break. That's what I was out there talking to him.
Okay.
I'm not saying that's the right fold. I'm just saying that I guess that's what it's in. I guess he was hungry.
Oh, yes.
All right, guys, we're going to switch over here to the camera view of me and this guy right here. This is Charlie Kojaks, and
come on in. We need another one in. Oh, we got the shyness. I wish I could turn the camera because I would force Mrs. in, but that's okay. She's standing over there. Oh, we got her. We got her. Oh, there it comes. All of you in Odessa and Midland now know that beautiful face, and almost there.
Yeah, we've hit our first break, and we've only lost one player.
Do you expect any different?
Well, I mean, they're playing for a lot of money. They're playing for $15,000 up top, and I got a chance to go out there and speak to the players a little bit during the break, and we've got 2 cash games going.
Look at this. CCC's got 1 cash game, and they have now 6 on the list. So they're starting their second cash game right now.
Yeah, they're going to be starting that second table. River League should be wrapping up that $500 truly free roll we have every Sunday. And we can take this a little bit to talk about a lot of stuff. Let me pull up the Kojak calendar here. You can see the $50,000 guaranteed tournament. That's starting next week.
Already?
Yeah, you better get some sleep because we're rolling right back into this.
Oh my goodness! And that's got 8 flights, 240 initial buy-in, 120 permanent rebuy.
Permanent rebuy, and for just so everybody knows, permanent rebuy. It's different. $240 to get in. And then you can rebuy into that same flight for $120, or the next flight, or the flight after that,
or the flight
after that, all the way for $120. You pay that $240 entry fee at one time, and you can re-enter into any of the flights for only $120. It's a heck of a deal, and you're going to take the top 2 bags to the final day, and any bag after 2, min cash.
Okay, so I want to clarify for some of our listeners. Does the player get the belt and the club? No, the actual club is going to hold on to the belt. We will do something nice for y'all, though.
Oh yeah. It'll be a picture, nest frame, and the belt. The belt is the club pride. Going to travel between. So after this $50,000 guarantee tournament that we're going to have starting next week, then we're going to start have another $50,000 free roll, just like we're having right now. And this is that belt that we were talking about. I'll go and get it out here.
And it's not light.
It's not light. This is metal and leather. I mean, it's real. It's a good one. And I'm not a small guy. And that thing's pretty big, even for me. So this is what those guys are going to be strapping on at this final table at some point today. The winner for this one today. And then when we start the next 50,000 guaranteed free roll next month, we'll have 3 qualifiers just like we had for this one, and do it just the format just like this.
A couple rule changes though that will let you know when we get ready to release it all.
Keep an eye on the social media and the posts and websites for how you're going to earn your chips. Everyone is going to be eligible for it.
So when you say everyone,
all you got to be is a member.
I love it.
All you got to be is a member for any one of the clubs. Kojak's here in Midland, CCC in Odessa, or the River League in San Angelo. If you're a member, you got a shot at sitting at a table just like this in 3 months, playing for $50,000 just like these guys. And that's pretty incredible.
So I have another question for you. You said you take your top 2 bags, and that's what I was wanting to clarify a while ago, but I saw that.
That's for the individual one.
Right. So when we go back to the one that starts next Thursday.
That's the one where you're multi-bagging.
So when you mention you take your top 2 bags, you actually mean you add those bad boys together, don't you?
It's a combine. So if you play in the first flight and you make it to the top 12%, you are in day 2 in the money. Day 2's in the money. Okay, so you might as well come back to the next flight.
Yes.
And add to that bag. You can get in that top 12% again and add that bag to it. Now you're taking 2 bags.
Because if you get a cooler on the river and you end up bagging only 40,000 chips, it's only 120 to jump back in the next flight.
That's it.
And then take a chance to bag 4.
You bag as many times as you can in the 8 flights and take your top 2 bags and come back on December 30th at Celebrity Card Club in Odessa and play for the culmination of all 3 clubs. Now, we heard yesterday during one of your live streams sort of what your prediction is for that total prize pool. I'm not going to release it. I'll leave that back up to you. But we're guaranteeing $50,000, but this is going to be one of the easiest guarantees.
Oh, my gosh. We might hit that guarantee on the first flight of all 3 clubs. I mean, that's the thing about that. It is going to be crazy, and it's going to be something miraculous. We haven't seen big action in West Texas in quite a while, and all of a sudden you throw 2 $50,000 tournaments in 1 month, and then what are we doing next month? There's another $50,000 guarantee.
Yeah, and start the $50,000 free roll, and like I said, we were talking about the 2 bags combined. What I haven't said, and what I'll let out there a little bit, I may have a little something special for the chip leader.
Oh,
that goes into day 2. Who made the 2 top bags?
Oh,
we're gonna have a little something special for that person.
So here's my question: we ran, and I only know because I know our players here. We ran 3 qualifiers. We had 1 member. He went out 9th place. He qualified in all 3 of them.
Mm-hmm. That's
so,
for the free roll.
Yes. So now you fast forward to the 50K that starts next week.
Mm-hmm.
I could see him bagging in all 8 of them.
If he's that good of a player, and he's going to get a min cash, so you're essentially free rolling to do it again.
He's got 6 min cashes if he does it.
Yeah, and so you can have 2 bags and 6 min cashes, and that's pretty good performance there. And we'll pull up. This is the calendar for CCC. It's also got that $50,000 guaranteed tournament listed on there at 240 entry and 120 re-entry. But you can see on that one on December 30th, the day 2. Is going to be located there at Celebrity on December 3rd. We're going to give everybody a Christmas break and come back and battle it out.
What is that? What is that they have on Sundays?
That is a 120 PLO freeze out.
Oh, one buy and done?
1 buy and done on PLO.
Oh, that's so tough because
the competition is real.
PLO gives you so many outs.
I'm telling you. you gotta know your spots in that one. But they have a great turnout, and I went to one a couple weeks ago, and some people were bringing food. I mean, it's such a chill, nice, fun tournament there on Sundays at CCC, and of course their guaranteed free rolls that they have on Tuesdays. And
I've seen those prize pools on those free rolls get over $3,500.
Oh, it's absolutely crazy. And flipping back to Kojak's real quick, we have the free rolls here at Kojak's on Mondays. So back-to-back days, free roll Kojak's on Monday, free roll Tuesday at Celebrity.
So that's awesome, especially if you're a new player in the Midland, Odessa area. That's 2 tournaments that you could walk into the club and get free entry. Your first entry's free.
That's it, and guaranteed prize pools. And then you have the freeze out here at Kojak's, and you have that for the next 2 weeks, that $50,000 guaranteed flight. And flip over to the River League. We have our free rolls on Monday. We have our Banks game. I don't know. Did you get a chance to meet Michael Banks?
So that's the Banks. Whenever I see the Banks game online,
That's him. Yeah.
Charles Banks, but he goes by Michael.
He goes by Michael. Yeah.
Super nice guy.
Yeah, regular at the River League.
He seems like he likes big action though.
He knows how to handle big action.
Okay.
You don't come at him with too much firepower.
He'll answer.
He'll answer. So yeah, that's our scheduled 2-5 game every Tuesday at the River League, and then we have a PLO free roll. I don't know if you knew about our free roll. Ours is PLO.
That's. I like to gamble. I like 4 cards. If I wasn't bowling on Wednesday nights, I would 100% be in San Angelo, Texas.
Yeah, but I tell you what's fantastic about it is it provides a very cheap and easy on the bankroll way to learn how to play PLO, to learn how to handle 4 cards, and that's what a lot of our experiences with it. They get to play that 4 card without having to have the pain of the cost of education.
Because unfortunately, the only way that you can learn 4 card, 5 card is to lose.
So that's it. Yeah. So we have our big O schedule on Fridays. And then that Saturday, when everybody is gathered, hopefully you listening will be going to Midland, or going to Odessa for the day 2. We're going to have our standard $120 freeze out on that Saturday. And then every Sunday we give away $500 to a truly free roll. You didn't know about that. I was talking about that.
No, I did not.
There's no buy-in, there's no add-on, there's no rebuy. It's a one and done bullet for a $500 prize pool, and we get like 3 tables in that.
Man, I saw earlier when I looked over at the Poker Atlas, there's only 6 players remaining in it.
Oh yeah. It's kind of a quick turbo tournament, but it's a lot of fun.
Plus, it gives you a bullet to fire in the cash game for free.
That's it. So next week, all 3 clubs. Thursday, the first flight of the $50,000 guarantee, $240 entry, $120 rebuy tournament. I'm excited to see how that one's going to go.
So we're covered up Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 2 flights Saturdays.
Yep, 2 flights on Saturday. So Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays for the next 2 weeks is going to be. It doesn't matter if you're in Odessa or if you're in Midland. Be at one of these clubs, playing these flights, get that bag. You can get 2 of them, take them both, get more, get them in cash. Thursday, Friday, Saturday for the next 2 weeks for this $50,000 tournament, and then we're going to go back to Celebrity on December 30th and play that out for probably a significant prize pool.
What percent of the players go from the qualifier to day 2? 12. Okay, that's why everybody's getting paid then.
Correct. Yeah. If you bag anything in any of the flights next week or week after, you're automatically in the money.
Okay.
That's why what I was saying. If you already bet 2 bags, you might as well play again, because if you get another one, you're getting them in cash.
That's a free
tournament, which is free rolling into your next one.
Yes.
And so it can just escalate. And so, yeah, it's really look at this format, because there's a lot of potential for a lot of money and a lot of crazy.
And the insane thing about this tournament is it's not a $500 buy-in to have a shot at $15,000, $20,000, $25,000, $30,000 for first place. We're talking a $240 buy-in with the essential to 100 extra money, if not more.
Yeah, and the rebuys are only $120, so that's why we're going to have a ton of re-entries.
I'm a little nervous now. I think we might need another table over here.
10 might not be enough. I know that. We're going to be able to Celebrity. We're probably going to be taking over all those tables on that Saturday. Harry, what's up, buddy?
Howdy, Harry.
Buddy,
long time no see, man. It's time for you to fly up from Florida, play some cards, and you can head back to that sunshine.
Gets back to Sweetwater, make that drive to Midland, Odessa, or come see me down in San Angelo. Now let me pull this up here on. Let me pull this up on this other screen here as well. This is sort of the flyer for the $50,000 guarantee tournament that we were just now talking about. It's got all of the 8 flights on there, and so notice the different times, the different dates. But this is going to be the opportunity to get into these flights starting next week. This will be on all the Facebook pages, websites, whatever, to get this information. Just go in the club and ask for it. But this is the flyer for starting next week, the $50,000 guaranteed tournament. The players are getting close to coming back from break. Before they do come back, I'd like to mention, Charlie, what do y'all do here when it comes to this time of year for Christmas parties, private parties, things like that?
So not only do we will set a tournament up. We've been doing them with Diamondback. We've been doing them with Pioneer. We will set a tournament up as to what the party wants. We'll run that tournament, prize pool. We'll cater in all the food for it. And along those lines right there, it's a prize pool for them. It's paid out to their employees. It's a Christmas party. It's insane action for someone who really doesn't know a lot about poker.
Yeah.
Then on top of that, we also, during this time of year, we host a ton of private games.
Right. Yeah. And because you have a lot of company parties and like that, but it's not just a seasonal thing for company parties. If you and your friends want to have your own little private poker tournament, we facilitate that. You come in, talk with us, get everything set up. You'll have dealers, professional chips, professional structures. So you and your friend can, and it doesn't matter if you want the tournament to be for $20 or $200 or $2,000. It's y'all's game that we will facilitate here at the club. So give us a call, check out our Facebook, and for more information, if you're interested in doing something like that for your friends or family or business, catering your own private games and parties here at Kojak's, at Celebrity, or at the River in San Angelo. And we're going to get back into action here. The players are back from break.
It took off quick.
That's right. We're going to have the blinds are up to 15 and 30. A little update on the chip stacks here. It's kind of small, and I apologize. I'm set here to read here. But Martin is still the chip lead with 1.1 million. Francisco 360. Trammell sitting at 280. Burnett sitting at 570. Second in chips. Brian Crooks a little over 300. Mark a little over 300. Johnny bringing up the bottom with a little over 100,000 chips, and AJ with 300 as well. So we have a lot of stacks that are all pretty similar. And so this is, it's going to be a lot of chess, unless the cards deem otherwise in cooler situations. There's going to be a lot of chess play here for people finding positions. If you can't read it on the screen there, Martine is 25% VPIP. Mark has lead at 27, and Francisco third at 23. So a little bit of action, but we've Holland. I was talking to him during the break. Poor guy just hadn't had any cards, and he is right in between two monster stacks. So he's definitely got to pick his positions carefully, and just hasn't had the cards to bring him to do it. There's not a lot of action that's going to fold around to Martin, Queen 8 suited. Let's see if he tries to steal some of the blinds here. I was just discussing about Holland being card dead, not much action. So Martin may feel like these are some chips up for grabs. Francisco's going to defend with the 6-5, just in case Martin is opening light there, which he is going to be a majority of the time. A flop with ace 7-4. We're going to have open-ended for Francisco. So there's and Holland checks. So that might have been, maybe Martin limped in. I'm not sure, but we got three-way action here. They're going to let Martin continue the story here, though. I don't see Francisco going anywhere here. He's got 330,000. Calling 40. I think that's affordable here. Could give Martin credit for an ace possibly if you wanted to, but when you're open-ended, you got to watch for that flush draw coming in as well. Holland's going to get out of the way of this hand. You see the number of outs there for Francisco. That's not going to be one of them there. If Martin slows down here, it's going to set up a fantastic lead bluff for Francisco on this river. And Martin does check. So regardless of what this river is, if I were Francisco, I'd make a good bet here. He said with 290. You could definitely throw 90,000 into this pot, and he's going to read my mind and put out a bet here. And Martin's going to have to let it go. Fantastic, perfect play by Francisco Espino right there. As soon as that check came in on that turn, no matter what that river is, you bet out to an 8%, to close to a pot size bet, and knowing that you're going to drag in those chips. It's been great poker played around by all the players. Like I said, we've only lost one. Mr. Matt Rivers, representing Kojaks, cashed out ninth place for $1,500. The next one that's going to be also $1,500, and then the ladder just goes up from there. So there's still quite a bit of poker to be played. These guys are still trying to find a groove. Had little bursts of fire here and there, but Brian and Johnny and AJ, this little side of the table is going to need to start making moves. And speaking of it, there it is there. Ace 8 is going to be good enough for Johnny to put this in. And see if anybody's going to look him up on the way. King Deuce out for AJ. Martin quickly out. And Mr. Trammell just cannot find any cards today. He has been just card dead, but you know what? He's still in it, and that's what matters. It's easy to get impatient and start making moves with cards you might not should whenever you're a card dead, but he has stayed disciplined, and if anything else, he has built his table image as being a rock. So when he does decide to come in and make some moves, it's going to wake up the table. So I don't hate his position. Like I said, he's sitting there with 235 in chips, and when he puts them in play, they're going to get noticed. So hopefully the cards cooperate with him as it's going on here. Brian Crooks is going to be in the big blind. Mark looking down at 9 deuce. Johnny's got some pretty suited connectors, but discipline fold. Line, even though the blinds are coming. Martin's going to pick up ace, jack. You know he's going to bet this one out. Blinds are 15 and 30. And he's going to raise it up. That's dealer Chris, by the way, from the River League. Everybody knows Chris from San Angelo. Top-notch dealer. Been dealing here all weekend in Midland. Looks like Hayden's going to defend here. 3-bet, 150. I like that. I like that a lot. Ace 5. Ace 5 suited. The new Ace King. The new Ace King. Ace 5 suited. Now, can Martin find a call here? You're dealing with one of the only other stacks at the table that can put pain on you. Let's see if Martin can make the lay down with ace jack here. You're going to be behind a lot of the time. We haven't seen many 3-bets, and he shows it. He's going to fold. Burnett, oh, it would have been so nice if Burnett showed that there. He could have sent a signal there to Martin saying, I am not afraid of you. We are at hand 46. Hand number 46 into this live stream. We still have 8 players remaining. Chris from the River League dealing out the cards there. Let's see what happens as these blinds start approaching some of these smaller stacks. Johnny might like this ace deuce here. No, he's going to let it go. He's going to let it go. I don't hate it. If you get called, you're going to be in bad shape with ace deuce there. Martin, the babiest of suited connectors, goes ahead and lets that go. Francisco, ace 10 off suited. He could make a little bet here to try to pick up some blinds in these shorter stacks, see if they wake up with anything to defend with. Ryan 9-6, nothing on mark, and that's just an easy pickup of another orbit there for Francisco. So Johnny is in the big blind. He's going to be looking to wake up some cards here. Pick himself up out of the cellar on the chip stacks at the table. And number 47. So you still have a lot of people on the live stream on the Facebook and the YouTube. Both locations live streaming on both. Good to see everybody tuning in and checking out, watching their favorite players. Francisco with Ace King here. And poor Trammell finally picks up a hand right when Francisco does as well. Let's see if Trammell's patience here is going to wear thin enough to where he's going to feel like he's going to have to take a stand with the first, really any hand that he's looked like, or can he lay down one more hand? 75,000 to call for Holland, and it's going to be a third of his stack. So I think it's either all the way in or all the way out here for Holland. Take a look at him one more time. And he's going to fold. Excellent, excellent, excellent patience from that gentleman right there with all the rough cards that he's seen. He finally saw something, and unfortunately it was just at the wrong time when Francisco had Ace King and did not want to wait this long just to have a coin flip at best for his tournament life. And Francisco hasn't done much pre-flop raising during this final table, and so there's definitely a strong bet anyway there coming out of Francisco. Even though he has a decent VPIP, his pre-flop raising range is only 10%. So his raises do send up more red flags than Martine. So Johnny's going to be in the small blind, and HA in the big blind. Martine's going to be first act with Jack 3, going to let that go. Francisco goes from Ace King to 7-4. Fold, fold. Yep. And you saw the frustration there with Holland. His cards were back to normal looking. Brian finds a pretty hand, one of the prettiest hands in poker, in my opinion. Jack 10 suited. And don't know if he raised it up there or called. Looks like he raised it up to 60 maybe. AJ has nothing to defend with, but he may go ahead and put in another 30. There's 105 out there. Nope, discipline fold. Thought about it, and then thought better of it. And we've got Vicky cheering on the River League. We have 4 left, Vicky. Brian, Mark, Johnny, and Martine. 4 left out of the 8 are the River League. We have got a 50% chance of the $50,000 winner to be bringing back this belt. They're bringing it to me, to the River League. I'm going to show it right here. We can bring this back to San Angelo for those guys. Francisco pocket 2s under the gun. See how he wants to play this mathematical Ace King. He just limps in with it. Holland with another, finally a pretty hand, is going to lay that down. Ace 10, another good fold, not getting impatient. Brian Crook's going to let the Queen 5 go. Mark is going to play a small suited connector, and he's grabbing raisin chips. He is going to 3-bet this with 4-3 suited. I think it's a great play. I don't know if I could have made it. Francisco limping in does show weakness, but those are the 2 big boys that you're raising into. And I would hate to have to be dedicated to 4-3 suited, but perfect timing by Mark to know that they didn't have much, and that limp showed weakness, and he was going to jump on it and pick up 2 big blinds there.
this, and I had to hand Mr. John. I didn't even know anything about it. My wife brought me a hot dog, and I had to step out and eat it. And I asked for one, and I looked down in the bag, and there was two. And Sissy was standing right there. I said, "Would you like some lunch?" And she said, "Absolutely."
I said somebody bringing me hot dogs.
I tried to get you one. Do you like tea? If you like it, sweet tea. I don't drink sweet tea.
I've got my caffeine. Been a long 2 days here. Hayden's going to raise up 75 with pocket sixes and see if anybody has anything to look it up here. Mark made a great 3-bet just a minute ago. Out of position against the 2 big stacks and the big blinds. Yeah.
Oh, we got hands. We got sixes and 9s.
Let's see if Martine puts on the sunglasses.
Oh, Martine's back under $1 million?
Yeah, just barely. He lost his blinds there. The blinds are 15 and 30. We're talking 45K or orbit. So these guys have got to start making moves.
Queen 10 suited. That's normally a hand early tournament you'd see make a call with.
Yeah, he limped in a minute ago, which was a little bit unexpected.
So now as he's stuck, it's 45,000 and there's 180,000 in the pot. So he's getting almost 5 to 1.
And he made this call earlier with Queen 10 with the decent pot odds.
So he folds the 5 to 1. Oh, look at this Brown's barbecue. Okay, so if you were out at Kojak's this weekend, you had some amazing food. We'll come back to that in just 1 second. Flop comes out, ace of spades, jack of clubs, 4 of hearts.
That's going to scare both of them. It's going to be who bets first. Hayden didn't continue there.
He hasn't gotten on the line yet.
No, he's made a couple bold moves, but they've all worked out for him. I think he's going to try to say that he picked up a flush draw, or I've got a jack here.
Or I check the ace.
Yeah, check the ace. Oh, he's got to have some chips to try to fool and try to put on a show, but
his only way he can win is to bet.
I think if he bets, Martine's going to bet here. He's going to beat him to it. And but the thing is Hayden knows Martine. Look at that look. Immediate look. He knows Martine is just going to bet this every time on the river. You could see Hayden look him up here with sixes.
What about a raise? Do they know each other that well?
I don't know. With only 516 chips, you got a $70,000 bet. You would have to put in at least
$250
to make that move. But it would. I think it would have worked. Martine. That's one of the few places on the table that can really put a hurt on him. But go ahead with that chat because I hope he's still listening. Mr.
Yes.
Brown.
So if you were out here this weekend, we had food catered to us. We had food brought to us by Get Around Brown's Barbecue LLC. He is located on the corner of Midland Drive in Illinois. His brick and mortar is there, but that brick and mortar doesn't stop him there. If you need something catered, Brown's got it for you. His name's Todd Brown. He is an amazing individual, and his food is beyond spectacular. And that's hard for me to say it because I smoke a lot of meat out on the grill, and his is way beyond what he's got experience. He would be like me sitting at a 1-3 player sitting down at a 25-50 game, and he's the 25-50 player just sitting there taking it all. That is how it is. If we were to enter a barbecue competition together, he would smoke my butt.
Yeah, it was some of the best barbecue that I've had. He came highly recommended and did not disappoint. Kept right up with the reputation that he had. Took care of us the last 2 days. Looking forward to doing a lot more with Mr. Brown and his catering. Do we have an all-in and a call here?
No, that was painful. That's a fold.
Oh, yeah, it is open. Oh, he showed it. Okay. Yeah, Brown. Take a look at if you're on Facebook, if you're on our chat there, look at his chat in at Brown's Barbecue LLC. Search for them on Facebook or on Google. Pick up his menu, look at what he's got going, and try some of the best barbecue that I've had in a long time.
Parties from 2 that walk in to parties. He can cater any size party that you have here. So if you're listening, you work for one of those big old oil field companies and you're looking for somebody to cater a party, that is the man. Get Around Brown.
Yeah. And we appreciate him. And some of these shorter stacks need to make a move here.
It's getting do or die time. We've got 115,000 sitting in John's stack, and he can't make a move there. AJ's down to 195.
And he's going to limp in with 6-9 suited.
Is he? So that's the new raise, is what we were talking about. We see that a lot in cash games.
Yeah. But the problem is none of these players are deep enough the 3-bets aren't that common because nobody's deep enough to 3-bet. So the limp in strat may not be top of the line in this because you're not going to get much opportunity to limp raise. But if you can see flops, for cheap. Oh, no, he raised it. He raised it to 60. He raised it to 60. Okay, so he came in with a min raise. That's good.
He came in like a wrecking ball, took it down, 105,000 chips, moved over, 45,000 chip gain from them. Now, when we get deep in a tournament, one of the stats to look at is win to showdown. And when you see John has gone to a showdown of 100% of the hands that he's played in, that's partially because he's been all in.
Yeah.
That signifies that they're not willing to give it up.
No, and like I said, it's slightly deceptive because of just having to shove it all in, but it's a great metric to have to know just how dedicated these people are in their hand selection.
Yeah, because you look at his VPIT, voluntarily put in a pot 15%.
Mm-hmm.
That shows that he's not putting his money in unless he's got the goods to back it up.
Oh yeah, and that's pretty typical of him, Johnny.
Okay.
A lot of San Angelo guys will know that he's definitely a grinder in these tournaments and knows how to navigate the medium to short stacks and put it in. And usually when he puts it in, he's best.
Hey, I'd like to give a shout out to this lady that's watching by the name of Nancy Whittle. Love my mama. Thank you for tuning in, mama. You gotta give those mamas some love. Love my mama. She is my hero. So here we go. We are on to hand number 54 already.
54, and we only have one person out. This structure that I put together was made for a lot of play.
Yes.
And I was a little bit worried about the final table, but that was the reason we came to the decision to yank the big blind antes out.
It seems to have worked perfectly. What we were trying, it's doing it.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. And just in case you don't know, day one yesterday took almost 11 hours to go from 72 to 9.
That is definitely a player-friendly structure.
Well, absolutely, and we need to have those every now and again because it makes it to where the poker pushes the action,
yes,
not the blinds, and the players get great value out of tournaments that they feel like they can play with. Holland finding ace deuce suited, going to try to pick up some blinds here and a couple of the smaller stack positions. I do not hate it. Ace deuce suited, and is he going to find a caller? Mark's going to fold. Nope, he's going to pick it up. So there it is. Mr. Holland dragging his first pot, shaking his head, smiling. That's his first pot.
He's been patient, and patience pays off.
And he missed it. He had an opportunity there. Francisco woke up with ace-king and raised under the gun. And Holland had pocket fours. He thought about it. And I made the comment that this is the first hand that he's seen, that I have seen. And sure enough, he got away from it. He didn't let his impatience get the best of him, and he's still sitting in it.
That's huge for tournament poker. Is if you are impatient, there's a cash game waiting for
you. Yeah, see how long that lasts. We got a comment asking for the VPIPs, etc. Our scaling is down in here, so I don't know how well you can read it. But going around the table, Martine's at 25, Francisco's at 25, Holland is at 10. Hayden seat 4 is 18. Brian is 10 in seat 6. Mark is 25% in seat 7. Johnny 14 and AJ 18%.
Right behind that, look at that.
This pocket aces.
With the new pocket aces.
With the new ace king. The new ace king.
Oh, a new ace king.
Ace 5 suited. He's going to let that go. So no customers available. He's going to show those aces. Gives him that little extra bit of street cred there. Why not?
Man, if I was to get a tattoo like this guy, it'd be a lioness, not a tiger. Man, he's got a full-fledged tiger on that bicep.
And and he's got it in the right position for poker.
Yeah, those are cannons, because if he moves all in, you see how he strategically has that arm on there where you're being double stared down by the king of the jungle.
Love it.
What's going on, Lance? Thanks for joining in today. Chris, appreciate you coming in. We appreciate everyone that's out in the chat. We appreciate all of our customers at CCC, the River League, and at Kojaks. Without you guys, we wouldn't be one of the top providers of poker entertainment here in the Permian Basin. Do they consider San Angelo part of the Permian Basin?
Not the Permian Basin, but we just call it West Texas.
Okay, West Texas.
West Texas poker. There's nothing quite like it. Even from some of this in Dallas and whatnot, the poker's just different here.
So I've got a question for the chat. and it's got to be a quick. It's got to be.
Hang on to that question.
Oh no,
Johnny
we got another big one.
And AJ is going to snap call.
John is all in.
Ace Queen.
How many has he survived so far?
I don't know. I think this is going to be number 4 if he makes it.
But he doesn't look confident about this one.
That's the way Johnny always looks.
Johnny be good.
If he has aces or if he has 7 deuce, he's a stoic man.
Flop comes out, Jack of clubs, 7 of spades, 2 of hearts with a turn of 3 of hearts, looking for a king.
And that is going to be it. Round of applause, Mr. Johnny Fernandez. Fought back well off that short stack right off the rip, brought it back, and just couldn't pump it up full of life anymore.
That's a $1,500
payday. $1,500
for how much of an entry?
0.
Oh, good golly, Miss
0.
Molly.
Yeah. And Johnny will take that $1,500 back to San Angelo. And
is it going on your cash tables?
More than likely.
Oh, Johnny, be safe on your way home. We truly appreciated you coming out today. It was a lot of fun this weekend, and man, you're a great poker player. We appreciate you coming out.
His chip stack was consistent throughout the entirety of the tournament. Like I said, Johnny does not get out of line and makes it down to the end more often than not in a lot of other tournaments. So the River League is down to 3 of 7.
We've got 1 of 7 at Kojak's.
I lost one of my horses.
So that means 3 of 7 are from CCC.
Brian is going to probably ship it in here.
Do you think he's going to ship it all or just raise?
Oh, no, he's going to be playing the conservative way and just looks like a raise there to 60.
That's a pre-ship all in right there.
Yeah, because he's setting up for a flop shove. I don't hate it. Problem is you're dedicated to flop no matter what it is on that. But why go all in when 80 will do the job sometimes?
So we've got 1 Cincinnati Bengals hat, 1 River League hat, and 2 Kojak's hat from what I see.
Yeah, well, Mark is an imposter. That's a River League guy. He's my employee. Somebody will give him a hat, please.
So as he's shuffling up, I have a question for the chat, and this is worth 1 free hour. We'll put it on their complimentary. But if you're going to Google it, you've got to Google it quick. Where is the city of West Texas located?
West, Texas?
No, where's the city of West Texas located? All right, clock is ticking. First person I see in the chat gets a complimentary hour put on their account.
So the town is called West Texas?
Yes.
Does this say wordplay?
No. No. Brown's you're not right on that one. Amarillo area. Nope. Ron, how's it going, Mr. Man? Hadn't seen you in a little while. In West Texas. Nope. Mr. McCurry is wrong. This was a good one. We've got I'm going to keep an eye on the chat, but we've got a pot of brewing over here. We've got Ace Queen offsuit versus Ace 6 of spades.
Yeah, Ace King was worth 85.
Hunter Watson gets it.
Off 535 north to Waco. Okay, there you go.
Yes, in between
Watson.
Dallas and Waco, right there.
1 hour, according to Charlie. Make sure he puts it on there for you.
Yes.
I'm your witness. Plus about 100 plus people watching the line. So Brian raised to 100,000 with his Ace Queen. Martine's going to sit here and look at him, make him sweat for a moment. Francisco's not going to call her the Queen 3, and Brian's going to pick up 2 hands in a row.
Hey, that adds to the
healthy little dose there. He's going to show that one Ace Queen, so he's letting him know I'm not getting out of line here.
He didn't show his Ace King.
I don't think he did.
No.
So I think he was just signaling to him, hey, I'm being serious, guys. Please don't call me.
Yes, and Brown's Barbecue calls out the winner, Mr. Hunter Watson. Congratulations. That hour will be added to your account. So we'd like to see you in here and having a good time. Hopefully, coming up with the 50K free roll starting again in January. We hope to see you at this table too. And I want to give a shout out to Ron. Man, hadn't seen you in a little while, Ron. It's always a pleasure to see you. Still ticking around, watching these Kojak's lives. And Paul, you are correct. It is north of Waco. It's in between Dallas and Waco on 35. Brian Cooks looks down again. Ace King, Ace Queen. Now he has Ace 10 suited.
He's +1 this time though, so it's gonna have to get through a lot more. But it looks like he just called. He just called this time. He's trying to slow it down with saying, guys, I'm not going too crazy. Francisco's gonna defend here with the Jack 9 for sure. Martine's gonna let
That's 7 diamonds that are gone.
Yeah. We don't have to worry too much about a diamond flop. We've never known. Hollins, Mr. Patience himself. He's gonna take a look and see what the C bet's gonna be. very intelligent question there, knowing where he's at.
It's nice to have a big hand with like ace 10 and have the option to check.
He's gonna try to squeeze here, and
now Cooks can't call.
no, I feel like it's gonna work. I just feel like it's gonna work because Crooks is gonna be behind too many times with ace 10 here, and again, just like I said earlier, talking about Trammell setting up for these kind of positions. I don't know if you were in the room or not, but he's had to fold so much that it's going to set off alarm bells when he does ship that in.
Yep.
And that's exactly what this is going to bring here.
He built that image.
Yeah, Crooks is going to think about this for a minute, but Holland's patience with the cards that he just was not getting is going to set an image in here where it's going to be pretty serious. And so I'll be shocked if Brian calls.
And that's actually for 5,000 chips under 2/3 of the stack.
Yeah. So he's going to let that go, and Francisco is going to do the same thing here.
Yeah, he can't call a jack high.
Yeah. So that's the power of being patient. Don't show it. Don't show it. Don't show it. There you go. Let him know it was aces. I don't think it was aces. That's what you've been waiting on. Just tell him
I always show my aces.
that.
Or I like to do the fact of showing one of them. Just showing one ace.
Just to let him say it could have been ace deuce, could have been ace king,
Yes.
could have been ace.
But it could not have been pocket sixes.
Right. But yeah, it's good to see Mr. Trammell pick up a few more chips there. So Brian didn't lose that much, just limped in that hand, so he's still going to be net positive in the last 3 hands there, so he should be still good to go through this orbit if he doesn't find anything here. And let's see, Brian got ace 5. The new ace king's going to let that go. Charlie, what do you got there?
Oh, hey, we want to give a shout out to Vicky Ragsdale. We truly appreciate those stars. That's always greatly appreciated. We will put them back into good work for the live stream. We've got a lot of changes coming. We can't announce them yet because it's going to be a surprise.
Yeah, we've got plans for this live stream.
So if ace 5 suited is the new ace king, is ace 3 offsuit like the new jack 10 suited?
I don't know.
We're going to give it all new names.
I'm not good enough to have any experience on playing H5 or H trade. I've got no business.
Hey, you want to give a shout out to Miss LaWanda watching? What's going on, girl? Yes. So let's take a look at Poker Atlas. One great thing, if you haven't downloaded the Poker Atlas app, is you can download Poker Atlas and you can mark your favorite clubs. We all know everybody watching their favorite clubs are the River League, CCC, and Kojaks. So you can actually sign up from your house on the wait list, and we'll page you when your sheet's ready.
That's it. Poker Atlas, you can see what upcoming tournaments we have, what cash games are going. Get on the wait list. It's a fantastic app that a lot of clubs in Texas here use, and we are on it along with everyone else. And so check out what we have going on there for the River, for Kojaks, for CCC. Sign up for the games that you want to come play before you even show up to the building. Martine is finally going to get a hand here to play.
Hey, he picked up John's pocket fives. John, when he left the table, he left the fives at the table.
Left the table there. He's going to raise that up there. We've got dealer Chris back in the box.
CCC's got one full 5 on the button going. There's people waiting for starting a second one over at the River League. They are just finishing up their true $500 free roll, and it is actually over. And now it is Cash City time. They've just opened up a table.
That's it, yep.
Yes.
And he's going to get raised here by Hayden. Tell you what,
he smiles.
Look at that look.
That's
been his nemesis, the whole final table there. He's the one that gave him all those chips, and now he's the one having to deal with that consequence. 100,000. I don't know if
he's got the 4 chips in him.
They're talking. He's trying to get a read off of him. He's going to let that go. Yeah, that's something brewing there between those two. I think we're gonna see them clash sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you see the little spackle of words going back.
Yeah.
Not anything disrespectful.
No. But you can tell they've had some competition between each other throughout this final table. We got Richard Dronis back in the box, CCC extraordinaire, fantastic dealer. I like Richard a lot.
I do too. And if you don't know this about Richard, his wife is beyond spectacular. She can bake some cakes, fix some pies. She can do everything in the world, and she'll take care of the players that way.
Well, whenever she wants to bring it in, we will be here waiting for it. I'll wait to test that in person. And we are going into hand number 62. 62 hands into this final table, and we've only lost 2 players. But now the prize pool has jumped. $2,000 for the next person out. $2,000 for the next person out. And then it's just going to go up from there. The ladders are here. So 1,000 we got 2,000 next, then 3, then 4, then 55, 75, 10, and then that top of $15,000. And these guys are all vying for that belt to take back to their respective club. AJ gonna fold under the gun there. 9-6, Martine 8-3, suited. Gonna let that go, obviously. Folding all the way down to the bound. We got a battle of the blinds here. Brian's gonna fold, and Mark's gonna get a walk. The first walk of the final table. The cards kind of took care of that one. 5 deuce. Mark's gonna walk with the 7-3. That little smile there, and Brian's having none of it. Mark trying to get a reaction out of Brian, and Brian's not having it. There he goes. They're having a good time. 2 River League players there sitting side by side, and Martine, the third one left there from the River League. So 3 out of the 7 from San Angelo River League representation. And number 63, another way, AJ in the big blind. He's going to need to make a move sooner rather than later as well. He's not the shortest at the table, but been trending downward. Martine will be first to act. He's just over $1 million in chips again after giving a little bit away with the pocket 5 raise and the re-raise from Burnett. Francisco's got a nice hand here, ace queen offsuit. And the first plaque across the line. And he didn't say anything. There's Mr. Richard, laid it down, sir. That's a 1-chip call. That's a 1-chip call. You get that plaque and you feel that power, and you think you're making a statement with it. But it's just like any other chip. You better say raise. Otherwise, it's just going to be a call. So we're going to have a call with the ace queen. Hayden gets out of the way. Holland gets out of the way. I think they don't know if they're going to be calling floor or not for this one. But Richard doing his due diligence. If you don't say raise, it's going to be just a call. And there's Miss Kelly going to explain that to him. Richard doing his job as a dealer to call the floor whenever there's any sort of irregularity, and let the floor personnel take care of the decision. Just because it's a big, heavy, pretty plaque doesn't mean that it's any different. It's still going to be considered 1 chip if you're going to raise with it. If you want to enact the power of that plaque, you better say raise. Yeah, they're going to rule that a call. And Mark is with ace king, so kind of an awkward situation here. Francisco tried to show power, wasn't able to. It was restricted to a call because he didn't verbalize his bet. And now Mark is going to take this opportunity to make it 100 straight. AJ's caught in the crossfire with 10-6 offsuit, not going to be able to do anything with it. And so Francisco here, because of the weird situation, no, he's not going to do anything more. He's just going to go ahead and make that flat call in bad shape against Mark's ace king here in hand number 64. And a 2-3-6 flop. Now Francisco's going to be first to act here. Let's see. He tried to raise pre-flop. He's going to check it already. So Mark's going to go ahead and see bet here. And Mark was the first to act. Sorry, he's going to bet out, and Francisco's going to let it go. So that, luckily enough, for Mark, he doesn't get any bad news on that flop there, and a great bet and C bet to pick up that raise. Some well needed chips from Mark there. Puts him over the $500,000 mark. That puts him actually second in chips. He's second in chips. Oh, I'm sorry, third in chips behind Hayden and Martine. Martine still just in the lead with just over $1 million. Hayden still just over the 700,000 mark, and Mark is just crossed over the $500,000 chip. Everybody else floating around 300,000 stacks. So it's still plenty of chips in play. One double up away from being towards the top. So this belt is still anybody's game. Got Martine's going to be the big blind first act. Francisco looking at 7-8 offsuit. Going to let that go. Holland with his well-practiced fold in the tournament. There's some frustration there. But he's handling it well. He's keeping his composure. Let's hope he keeps that up. Mark is going to raise on the button here. Try to pick up some blinds. Nice position raised there. AJ with a decided fold. And Martine will probably make Mark sweat as usual for a little bit before deciding to fold his Jack-8 offsuit. Yep, that's some. It's definitely been a trend for Mark to be raising Martine's blinds throughout this final table. So I think what started out as being a finger wagging, half joking, has started to turn real. So you could see Martine start to clap back soon enough, and this may be where he takes his stand. Looking down, thinking about it. Oh, he's going to let this one go. But one last side-eye glance there. All I can say is if Mark's going to raise from that button position again, he better have the goods because Martine's getting tired of it. So, but good on Mark for recognizing the position there to pick up those blinds. And at number 65, again, only two people eliminated. Matt Rivers and John Fernandez, both picking up $1,500 for their efforts on a zero entry $50,000 free roll. Absolutely great ROI from zero. And I'm being joined here by Chris from Angelo. Chris, you want to wave at everybody here?
How's it going, everybody?
There's a better view there. He's been in the box a couple times. You've watched him pitch those cards and gather those pots. Holland finally picks up a hand. I was talking earlier about how he just hasn't had many hands, hasn't had much action.
No, he hasn't had a lot of action all day.
His cards have been terrible. He's finally picked up pocket sevens here. He's going to pick up the blinds. With that, it's a combination of not just picking up the cards, but he's been in an awkward position between the two heavy stacks between Martine and Hayden, and so he's just been in a bad spot the whole tournament.
Yeah, it's hard to navigate between two big stacks, and I think Francisco's feeling that a lot right now because he started his second biggest chip stack of the day, and he's down towards last place right now.
Yeah, Francisco's at 215,000. And he is the short stack right now, and it's kind of secretly dwindled away. He hasn't really been involved in the big pots. He's just slowly bled out, which you can do really quickly in these final table tournament positions because the blinds are pretty real, and one or two three bets, one or two limps, and you're down a quarter your stack or better.
Yeah, and it's not that he's not playing hands. He's playing more hands than everybody else right now. His VPIP's higher than everybody else right now. It's just that the flop's not coming out good for him. And He is getting some good hands. He's getting a lot of folds.
Brian needs to find a place to make a move. He's got pocket sevens here. He's going to raise it to 125. I think it's the biggest raise we've seen pre-flop, other than all-in hands. The blinds are 20-40. They've gone up, and that's going to get through, I believe, all the way around. And right before you came into the booth, Mark raised from the button. Martine's big blind again, I think, for the third time. And Martine's getting real close to defending wider, wider, and wider.
Yeah, I figured that those two are going to be at it all day. They've got a good history together. It's very, very small little rivalry going on.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And we got a comment from Mark in San Angelo. Do you have to be bald to do commentary?
You don't have to, but it helps.
It does help. It's but Charlie, it's just too smart for hair. They were giving us giving us flack yesterday. They said me and Charlie should have to show a hair optional folding knot.
Yeah, that sounds about right, actually.
But yeah, some of the most beautiful people are bald. I don't know what to tell you, Mark. It's just the way it is. Dealer Mark, San Angelo dealer Mark, like up with ace 10. He's going to make a raise out here. AJ has had a couple disgusted folds. His cards have kind of gone south. And again, just like I was saying, he's got to find a spot. He's slowly waffled back and forth. He's worked his way up to, being in the top half of the field in chips. And
it definitely hasn't been easy for him, though.
No, he's been showing his cards. Even Martin was giving him the side eye earlier for his race. I think he showed one there too. So he's letting people know, like, not getting too crazy out of line.
He's always been a pretty snug player. He doesn't get out of line too often.
We were talking earlier. He made the straight with Johnny's flop set of queens.
Mm-hmm.
He had ace jack. I watched him go runner flush. We watched him early in the tournament. Could have been out really early with pocket kings against Basil's pocket aces and drill the king on the river.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been lucky to get here, but you still have to have done a lot of things right to get to this position.
Yeah. Winning a tournament is about as much luck as it is skill. You can have all the skill in the world, but if you don't win those like kings versus aces type hands, there's no chance you're going to win a tournament.
At least your coin flips. You got to win your coin flips to make it down deep. AJ is finally going to pick up a hand he can play here. He's going to raise it to 80,000. Just a min raise. Ace jack suited. Martin getting the first hand he's had in a little bit. He had pocket fives earlier and raised it pre, and then just got 3-bet by Hayden. He's going to let this one go because AJ's been kind of quiet over there, so he's going to give him some respect from those chips. Hayden's going to look at that. Now, Brian, is he going to he's going to ship it.
Looks like he's shipping it.
He's going to ship it with pocket sevens and a snap call from AJ.
And he was, let's see what he can do with it.
Yeah.
He's winning the flip right now, but this is the exact situation we were talking about. You've got to be able to win flips to win tournaments. So we'll see if he wins this flip.
Yeah, Brian's got it in good. That's all you can ask for in poker. He's going to be the one at risk. Pocket sevens against ace jack suited, trying to fade an ace or a jack on the flop.
And he doesn't. It's right in the window.
Right in the window, jack. No.
Drawing thin.
Oh, he
just drills the 7 on the river.
There
I think
it
that
is.
takes AJ out.
No. I think that.
He does. He covers AJ just
Does
barely.
He? Oh,
he is eliminated because I just paid him out.
Oh no! What a 2-outer on the river.
That's horrible for AJ. He's been folding most of this final table, and just to hit your card on the flop just to get rivered like that. That's got to be hurtful.
Played so well. Made some good positioning folds. Made some good laydowns. Had good card selection.
He was smiling the whole way, though, all the way up to the cage, and all $2,000 I gave him, he was smiling the whole way.
That's right, $2,000 payout there for AJ and a huge boost. 2 crooks catching that 2-outer. Had the lead, went to thin on the flop as the jack right in the window to river the 7. So he's got some talking chips now.
So just to give you guys heads up, we did the last longer, the $100 last longer. Mm-hmm. So we did a $100 last longer for any player who wanted to get into it. there were 34 players out of the 72 that actually chose to get into the last longer. Well, of the 6 players that we have sitting at the table right now, 5 of them are remaining alive in it. And they waved at me when I walked by. They said, we're chopping up the last longer. And I said, okay. I said, 5 players, 3,400 doesn't divide very equally in between it. But they decided to take $600 a piece and then leave $400 for the winner. And Mr. Crooks is not in the last longer. But I think they said, so here was the conversation. If you win, you can have the $400. And then Martin said, there's no chance he can have that. If he wins, he gets $15,000. We're going to get that $400 back.
That's fun. That's fun.
And then Holland said, let's just give it to the dealers. And, we can't argue with that, but we'll see what happens. I hope every single one of these players can win.
I'm definitely not going to argue with it for sure.
So let me ask you this, Chris. How have you enjoyed the atmosphere at Kojaks this weekend?
Oh, the atmosphere here is great. There's plenty of good sacks, plenty of action. I haven't seen this much action at the River League ever.
They play crazy here, don't they?
Yeah, they play very crazy here compared to what I'm used to in San
You see
Angelo.
all in, call, and they flip over their cards, and you're going to see Jacks versus Jack 10 suited versus something else, Ace 6. They love the action here at Kojaks, and it's so much fun watching them play. It is exciting. It is just we've got our inter-club predictions. No, can't talk about them, but we've got our inter-club predictions. We'll see. So we've got one Kojaks player still alive, correct?
I believe so, correct.
The seat number 2.
Number 2, Francisco. He is hanging by a thread though. He's got the shortest chip stack right now.
Oh no, he's down 470,000 chips from when he started. So he is officially on life support. Mm-hmm. So we've got one player from the River League. We've got 2 players from the River League with Mr. Mark.
We have 3 players total.
And Brian Crooks. Crooks. I keep saying Cooks. And then so we've got 1, 2, 3 River League. We've got 1, 2 seats 3 and 4 from CCC, so they are still alive and ticking. And seats number 3 and 4, they've got 930,000 chips in between both of them, so they are by no means out of this.
Oh no, nobody is quite out of this yet. Francisco's on life support with about 5 big blinds right now, but even Martin right now only has 25 big blinds, so there's not a massive disparity in the chips right now. Anything can happen.
And look at this, Hayden. Hayden picks up Ace King. Is that a parking lot hand? Is that what they usually call that, Ace King, or is that Ace Queen?
I believe that's Ace Queen.
Okay.
But Ace King can get you in the parking lot just as fast and you lose the flip.
But he does have a decent stack. He put 150,000 into the pot.
Ooh, Martin with King 4. This is actually his hand. He won our first 10K tournament with this specific hand. It's been his hand ever since.
Oh no! So we all know what happens when you go picking up your favorite hand. But here's the difference. This right here is for $15,000.
Yeah, I don't think that he's going to play this for $15,000.
130,000 chip call to play that. Even your favorite hand can go into the muck just as quick for 130,000 chips.
You can see that he's thinking about it though. He does like his hands. He is really thinking about it right now.
But he's also got to take into consideration Francisco's behind him, and he's got a small stack, 150,000. Mm-hmm. So Francisco's planning on calling that 5,000 extras.
Oh yeah, easily.
Oh, he covered up his tiger tattoo. Hayden's got a huge tiger on his arm, and he's got huge biceps. Anyways, River Rats coming from San Angelo, Tracy.
Nobody hits on the river quite like we do, huh, Tracy?
Hey, is that the truth? We've got Mark Hamilton in here talking about the River League. Hey, where's our CCC chat? Who's CCC out in the chat, and who's Kojaks? Let us know where you're at. Tell us where you're from. Tell us who you're rooting for. You got to root for your home guys. I mean, you just have to, and that's the really neat thing about having all 3 clubs involved in one tournament like this. And this isn't the first or second one. This is going to be a continuing thing. It's a lion. Oh, It's a lion. I mixed it up. I am so sorry. River League has the biggest fans. You know, Dora, that's what I'm actually seeing in the chat is it's 90% River League. I saw some Kojaks in there. Let me know who the CCC players are. From Odessa CCC, let's go. That's what I'm talking about, Nick. Let's go.
Let's get a little representation in the chat.
Yeah, let's get the CCC guys type in some LFGs. Let's go. Hayden looks down at Ace Deuce, River League. Julie Hopper's on here from the river. So Hayden looks down Ace Deuce. That is in the muck. Next in the hijack, Queen Deuce, Queen 4. So we are all the way back around to the big stack at the table. He's 275,000 chips up, and he looks down at Jack 3. He's not even going to make a move. This is going to be a last stand right here. He says all in, and all of his chips go in the pot. He looks a little disgusted. He's taking some hard hits.
It definitely has been a harsh final table for him.
Yes. We need mics on the players. I agree, Drew. We've got some set up, but for this today, we did not do it. And Francisco, I would like to say he doubled up for Kojak's sake, but he did not. But he did pull a free round of blinds in with that 40,000 chip addition to his stack.
And every round matters at this point. So even just picking up the blinds is huge for everybody right now.
So you're about to see Charlie come in and hand out some money to the players.
Mm-hmm.
That's always a good feeling. How many players do we have left? We have 6 players left?
6 players left.
Man, that's already a huge jump on the pay scale.
Mm-hmm.
And
the next payout, I believe, is $3,000.
I think you're correct because we just paid out $2,000 to AJ. So 6th place is going to be $3,000. But what you're going to see me doing right here is I'm chopping up that $3,400. So there was 34 people at $100 a pop that jumped in that last longer. So that put $3,400 in an additional prize pool. These 5 of the 6 players there, they're still in the last longer. Mr. Brian was not, and that's what he's laughing about right there. As I said, Brian, why didn't you give me that 100 earlier? 100 into 600 is a win every time.
He's regretting it now, I'm sure.
Yes. So what they ended up doing is the 5 players took 600 apiece to make 3,000, and then they decided to leave a $400 for whoever finishes first out of the remaining 5 players in the last longer.
All right.
But on top of that, we've got the $50,000 prize pool. We've got that $3,000. We've also got almost $9,000, almost $10,000 in a Calcutta.
We're getting out a lot of money today.
Over $64,000 is going to be heading home with players today. It's insane.
Mark in the hijack with Queen Jack offsuit raises it.
I see Holland making this call. He's been pretty reserved, but we're on Francisco now. Ace 8. That's gonna easily go into the muck because we've got a raise in front of him to 80,000. That would be.
And he's got Holland behind him with not too much left.
Right, and so Holland, if he decides here, it's shipping it. And so that's 220,000. That's 140,000 over the top of that. When you look at Mark's stack, 140,000 would set him down at 415. So that's a call.
A significant portion of his stack right now.
So we have the all in. There is the shipped all in by Mr. Holland. 9s, pocket wired 9s, as Jack King calls them. And now the pressure is on Mr. Mark. He put 80,000 chips into the pot. And now with Queen Jack, he's left to call 160,000 more. This was the hand that I was in there. There I am right there.
Yeah, there you are.
Okay, it's so different when you can't see the cards and you don't really know what's going on in the hands.
And Mark's really got to think about it because Holland's another player like AJ that hasn't played too many hands at the table so far. He hasn't been getting dealt very many hands.
No, he's 23% pre-flop VPIP. So he doesn't put the money in there unless he's got it. Which in cash games you're going to see an extremely high VPIP, but in tournaments you're going to see a lot lower.
Vicky in the chat, let's go Cowboys. Sorry, Chris. Oh, it's all right. Everybody has been actually commentating on that all day. Everybody here are Cowboys fans. It's been a tough go so far. we are on hand 75 of this final table. Mark first act with ace 4 of clubs. Looks like he might raise this. He has been pretty aggressive so far. He does raise it. Raises it to 80,000. Martin with jack 4 offsuit.
He's always giving Mark that look.
It's that rivalry.
Yeah.
The first thing that Martin said to Mark today was they went out for breakfast this morning, and
Oh, no.
Mark told him that he didn't want anything to eat because he doesn't like to eat when he's nervous. So Martin, I think, is waiting right now for the best opportunity to put Mark on his heels, put him all in.
Yeah.
Brian with ace 10 offsuit. Looks like he might call this. We did get Holland calling with ace queen suited.
Yeah, he's got a little chips. He can make that call.
He did make it's a little bit of a loose call with Holland calling behind him.
Yeah, you're probably gonna let that go there. You're gonna be jumper thin a lot of the time.
And we've got the flop. 7 hearts, king of
50.
clubs,
Yeah,
5 of hearts, doesn't hit anybody.
Okay.
Brian checks. Mark flop raise. Mark's also going to check.
Mark should have bet that there. You need to see bet this late in the tournament.
For sure. Holland does go all in for
Holland, excellent move by
280,000.
Holland, and because he has been so quiet this whole tournament, every time he puts those chips in, it speaks louder.
It does.
And that's example right there.
That is actually a really loose call from Brian. Brian has played the second least amount of hands at the table so far, and the call with the call behind him, that is a pretty loose call from him.
And just trying to pick up a decent sized pot. Now we got Bree coming back in the box from the River League. And the reason I stepped out of the booth there is we had to make a quick deck change. And so you're going to see me here in a few minutes go in there and answer the call. We're on a 15-minute delay, so we get to watch everything well after it's happened, so no one can text their buddies and let them know, say, hey, he's got aces.
Exodus in the chat says Mark has a Spartan helmet on the inside of his biceps and believes Spartans could take down a lion.
Well, I don't know if Mark can take down that lion, but maybe Spartan. That one doesn't work for me. Only considering the sources. No, we love Mark.
Falling with ace 7 suited.
He's picked up some chips finally now, though. So
he does have some chips right now. He is actually third in chips right now.
Yeah, his patience has definitely paid off. He's going to raise this up here. What's that there? I'm just going to be raising up folds. So everybody just quick on that one. No decisions to be had. Hayden there putting a count on his chips, seeing where he's at. I can't believe we still have 5 players at 9 on 76 hands of poker. I think taking away the big blind ante for the final table to create some play was a good decision. Let these guys really play this out. Even though there's not a lot of bigs on the table, they're still playing it accordingly, and nobody's all in the big blind.
Oh yeah.
It could come to that, but it's going to be sort of on their way to do so.
Absolutely. We got
Pocket scores for Holland. Let's see if he continues his action. No,
we got ace jack offsuit for Hayden.
I think
With the way he's been playing, that's going to be a raise.
Yeah.
That is a raise to 150,000.
Instant fold. And what does Martin have? Anything? Nope. That's just going to get through every time. Not even Hollywood. So.
Grey Dog from Austin, rooting for the River League. Go Mark. Mark has been doing extremely well in the tournament so far. He's a very, very solid tournament player. He's had to get lucky a few times. but he has played extremely solidly this whole entire tournament.
It's like we were talking about earlier. I've watched him go runner. I watched him hit a 2-outer, but it doesn't matter because you don't get to where he's at right there on sheer luck alone. You've got to make some good plays. So, I mean, it's well deserved to be here, and he's looking at a $2,000 payday minimally. Next person goes out gets $2,000, and they're only going to go up from there. The ladders are $1,000 for the next 3 spots, and then we're going to go to $2,000, and then $2,500, and then $5,000 jump from $10,000 to $15,000 for first place.
Ooh, Holland picks up pocket tens here under the gun.
His aggression's going to start being apparent, so he's going to start losing it a little bit. These 3 hands in a row, just getting some action. He's going to bump down a big 3x to 150. Martin laughing about it. Yeah, he can see it here.
Picks up king jack offsuit in a small blind. I don't believe he's going to call with that, especially not with the way Holland's been playing.
And Francisco has just been a little bit card dead the last couple blind levels, several orbits.
He's getting a little more disgusted with every hand that goes on, where he's just forced into a fold because he's not getting the right cards.
Yeah, he got stuck in a bad spot at the table. The stacks surrounding him, the same as with the Holland earlier. He just didn't have the position to really make any moves, much less the cards.
But anything can happen. Holland has built his short stack up pretty tall so far. He is actually third. He's still third in chips, but it's only by 1 big blind.
Yeah, and Martin's dipped down under $1 million. He's way around that $1 million mark. He's now almost 885,000. As we're going to hand at number 79. Blinds are at 25 and 50,000. So, yeah, it's Francisco's going to have to make a move, and things are going to start spinning real quick.
Our team picks up 6-4 offsuit on the button here. I believe it's just going to go in the muck unless he does something weird with it.
The last couple of times on the button, he
makes the call.
Wait, he just called? Okay, is he laughing? Did he say oops?
I believe he's looking at the card. He was showing the dealer the cards just a second ago. There might have been a mark on the card at this point.
Oh, I think this might have been where I got called in to make that deck change. But I'm just flabbergasted with the limp with 6-4 on the button. I wonder if he just meant to raise it.
Oh, his 6-4 is actually good right now. Holland checked in the big blind with the Jack 10, and Martin flops a pair of 4s.
Yeah, and him betting that, I mean, even though he limped in, he's still going to have all the aces, all the queens, be on the button playing the hand to begin with. But Holland's going to come along. Maybe for that miracle gut shot.
Weirder things have happened during this tournament. And he did river the king for the gutter.
I'm not real sure what they're discussing, but apparently it checked through, and Martin's seen the bad news finally. So not real sure what that was about, but yeah, I believe the 4 of diamonds was the one that had the little smudge on it.
That seems like it, right?
Yeah. And I think this is about where I come in. It says something over the radio there. It was letting me know at this point. Yeah, I'm going to go pause the clock here. So we're going to give it a switch over here while I am replacing that deck in Reese with the River League support here for the 3 horse still in there. And this is Chris, my dealer from the River League. We're in the Eagles hoodie.
Somebody's got to represent.
Yeah, well, Charlie, big Cowboys fan, and can't handle the you and smoke you being Eagles fan. Mm-hmm. But I'm going to pull up the Kojak's calendar and the River League and the CCC calendars here. You can see here our $50,000 guaranteed tournament that's coming up next week. We're starting that next Thursday. A $240 buy-in, $120 permanent re-entry. You can re-enter into that tournament in the same flight The next flight, any flight for only $120. You only pay that $240 one time, and that's all three clubs. If you look at the calendars here, the tournaments change, but the 50K stays the same. All three clubs are going to be running this tournament, all 8 flights at each one of the clubs, and then everybody is going to be coming back on December 30th to Celebrity Card Club. You see day 2 marked there on Saturday, December 30th. Take a quick break for Christmas there, and then come back on December 30th. And anybody who made the top 12% in those in any of those flights comes back in the money on day 2 and plays. Do you have a prediction on what you think that pot's going to be?
Ooh,
3
that's actually a
clubs,
good
8
question.
flights.
Well, if I remember correctly, the 20K guarantee that we did a few months ago that was just at the River League, the total prize pool was a little north of 30,000.
Yeah.
So a
And then you got
prediction
all
for
3 clubs.
Yep, we have all 3 clubs, and we've got 8 flights per club.
Yep.
So this thing could push 70, 80,000, if not more.
I think 80 is a good over/under, and only because of the holidays. Maybe some guys, people traveling before Christmas or whatever, but there's a lot of poker to be had around the holidays as well. So my over/under is 80. Charlie, I'll expose him since he's not in the booth at the moment, but he's thinking it's going to break 100.
I could see it breaking 100.
It very well could. Like I said, I'm being conservative. You know me. I don't like to get too excited.
Absolutely.
I'm the prepare for the worst, hope for the best kind of guy. But I think 80 is a great over/under, which is going to be a big tournament for only a $240 entry one time with $120 re-entry. The 8 flights, you can bag 2 bags to carry on to day 2 at Celebrity Card Club. So you take 2 of your bags, the 2 biggest bags combined into day 2. Any subsequent bag after 2 is an automatic min cash. So for only $120 re-entry, you can try to get multiple bags, get multiple caches, and once you hit that 3 or more bags, you're basically free rolling to try to improve your chip stack starting into day 2. And I'm going to do something a little special for the chip leader going into day 2. So keep in tune for that. And like I said, that one's starting Thursday next week, the December 14th. That's going to be getting underway. And Bree is shuffling up for this new deck of cards, waiting on me to start the clock while the guys are watching football. They demanded to be on the TV. Can't go without watching their Sunday football, even if they are playing for $15,000.
Oh no, you can't take football away from the poker players.
And so we'll be getting underway at hand number 79. 79 with 6 players remaining. Ryan Kirksby first act.
Picks up ace-9 suited under the gun. He did call with the ace-10 offsuit earlier in a weird spot. He could actually raise this here. He has the chip stack for it.
He said raise. He verbalized it. Mark already folded. So I don't hate it. He's trying to pick up some blinds. So if I wake up with nothing, he needs the blinds.
And it looks like he's going to get them.
Yep. And that gives him another free orbit right there.
Looking at the chip stacks right now, Francisco is extremely short stacked. He's only got 2.5 big blinds left. He's definitely going to have to make a move sometime in the next 3 or 4 hands.
Yeah, he just he was hoping for one right there in the small blind because he really needed it right there. So.
Looking at the chip stacks as well, Holland has actually taken first place in the chip stack over Martine. Holland with 795,000 and Martine with 780,000. Martine looking at ace-5 offsuit and throw it in the buck. Francisco shoves all in with the ace-5 offsuit. We're going to see what he can do with it. Hayden with the easy call with King Jack offsuit in the small blind.
I like it. You got to use the house hand to your advantage sometimes, don't you?
Mm-hmm. King Jack and Kojaks. See if he can win this hand and take Francisco out of the tournament.
So King Jack versus, that would be the new Ace King because
he does hit the Jack on the flop.
Needs help. And there it is.
His help.
Wow, the house hand lets us down and Francisco doubles up.
He doubles up. He is still going to be the short stack, but it's not by as much now. He's got what looks like 6 big blinds now.
I asked him how come he had to cover up his lion. He said it was too intimidating. Uh-oh, we've got someone taking credit, and sometimes I believe where credit is due, we give it. Of course, Mark is playing well. He had a great teacher. At least he knows how to fold ace-9 offsuit.
I did tell him I was going to have to make fun of him for that hand at some point.
Do you know this Gray Dog?
I'm betting it's probably another great poker player that we know as Mark's dad.
Uh-oh. Gray Dog, are we right? Are we right? So we've got 1 Kojaks, 2 CCC, and 3 River League?
That is correct.
Oh, lordy. So we're on hand number 82, hand number 82, and we see 6 players remaining at the table. Francisco looks down at 63 suited in his hijack position. That's going to have to be mucked along with Holland's 8 deuce. So we're wearing down to the end. Next payout receives $3,000.
Brian puts in a call with Jack 5 suited. Mark looking at pocket 9s in the big blind. It should be an easy raise.
He said, let's make it 150.
And Brian with the quick fold.
Well, there you go, Gray Dog. Mark is showing off his student skills. He is the young Padawan right now. So don't forget, even though the $50,000 free roll will end today, there's another $50,000 tournament starting on Thursday at Kojak's Poker Club, at CCC Celebrity Card Club, and at the RL, the River League. I got to give you an acronym because everybody else has one, but at the River League. So Thursday, starting at 6 p.m., $240 entry, $120 permanent rebuys, double bag. You combine those up, triple bag. We buy your third bag from you for min cash. It is going to be crazy, but here we are. We are waking up on hand number 83. Francisco's going to look down. He's got King 10. That is good enough to ship it to the middle, and right behind him, Holland. Ace, Jack, offsuit.
He's got to make a decision here because he is the chip leader right now, but he doesn't have a massive chip lead over number 2, Martin. He's only got about a big blind and a half more.
So if he does make this call and he does win, that's going to be huge. That's 365,000 chips, 1,000 chips for each day of the year that's going to be added to his stack. That's 1.1 million.
And that'll give him a massive edge over everybody else right now. He'll have about double last place's chip stack.
So I was out doing some things just a few minutes ago. What happened to Martin's chips?
He's been in some weird spots, and actually Mark has been trying to punish him most of this final table. Him and Martin have a little bit of a rivalry. So Mark's been going at him a lot more than I think Martin was expecting. And Holland does put in the call with ace jack offsuit.
That makes King 8 suited extremely impossible to make a call with there. So here we go. We are heads up. Nope, we have one more player. Just kidding. We're just anticipating the future because we know what's going to happen there. Mm-hmm. But here we are, heads up for Francisco's tournament live. He flips over Queen 10 offsuit. He is behind.
King 10 offsuit.
Did I say King Jack?
Queen.
King Queen. King 10 offsuit. I'm so sorry. It has been a long weekend. King of Diamonds, 10 of Spades. Let me correct that. Versus Ace Jack. Flop comes out 8-3-5. There's a Queen And
the 6 is no help, and that is going to be the end of Francisco's tournament.
And he's not at all upset because he's about to walk up to the counter and get $3,000.
It's very hard to be upset with that kind of payout for a free roll.
Insane action. So we are, and then there was 5, as they say, and then there were 5.
That $3,000 pay for Francisco. We just saw him go out, and 3 River League left. You know, I got a text.
Oh, that was the last Kojaks. That was
Oh,
the
is
last
that it?
Kojaks play.
Oh no.
Oh.
Well, there's that.
Look at this. The math is already being done. Dora, 60% chance.
I'm not going to say who it is, but I got a text almost an hour ago saying the prediction was first Martin, second Mark, and third Crooks.
Oh my gosh, that did come through. 547.
That's pretty bold and looking pretty good. Hayden's going to raise here with Queen Jack offsuit, and Crooks is going to call with pocket, go all in with pocket 6s, re-raise all in with pocket 6s. On for 500,000. I don't. Can you call this if you're Hayden? You raise it to 150. You've already put 150 out there of your $500,000 stack.
You kind of have to.
Do you gamble here?
You kind of have
He's
to.
feeling the same indecision that I would do, and he lets it go. I don't hate the fold. I know you gave up 100,000 there, but
I wouldn't have liked to call, but I don't hate the fold.
yeah, you didn't play this long to get it in with Queen Jack offsuit. You can find you a better spot there. And speaking of how long this tournament, it started 1 o'clock yesterday,
Oh, yeah, 1 o'clock yesterday.
and we got to the final 9 around
Close to midnight.
close to midnight, and now we've been playing 2 hours here, so there's been plenty of play to be had. Of course, these blinds are going to start making their way through just as any tournament does. So they're definitely going to pick their spots. Crooks is going to be the first one to look at hand number 85 and make a decision.
I like Dora's response right here. Whoever made that prediction is correct. Oh, I like that, McCurry. Who do you have, McCurry? I didn't look at the list a while ago.
This horse is still in it. Yeah, we had a Calcutta on Friday.
$8,000 in it.
$8,000. Our members held their own Calcutta, as our members like to do in tournaments amongst themselves. They hold a Calcutta on predictions, and I know Martine was also one of the higher purchased candidates for that Calcutta.
2 of the highest went out. Well, 1 of the highest went out really fast in the first 3 levels.
Yep. And there was definitely some, definitely some people that I thought would run deep that did not.
So here we go. Hand number 86. Action moves around, folds around to Mr. Martin. I like saying his name, rolling that R. Holland says, shh.
She's raised it just at 150, and Brian's not going to have anything to defend with here in the big blind. He's just going to need a little camera clock time to make it look like he's got a decision, and lets it go.
He's building that image to make a move later.
Yeah. Holland has navigated this tournament really well with his, being card dead and weird positioning, and the chip stack has rewarded him for his patience.
For a while, it looked like he was going to be blinded down.
Him and Francisco just got stuck between those 2 stacks between Martine and Hayden. Just it's hard to play between 2 big stacks.
Yeah. And that's what happened to Francisco.
Oh yeah.
In seat number 2, as soon as he started building those stacks, he started getting eaten because it was big stack, small stack, big stack.
Yep. Martine will be first actor with Jack 4. folded.
Welcome in West Texas Card House up in Lubbock, Texas. Thanks for tuning in today.
West Texas Card House, great card house in Lubbock, guys. If you are in the Lubbock area, the West Texas Card House, I watched them on Poker House and Facebook.
Oh yeah, they got that cash game tournament running up there. Something new.
I like West Texas Card House.
So here we go. Nothing much to talk about there, but we do have one thing to talk about here. We've got a $50,000 guaranteed tournament starting on Thursday, December the 14th.
That's right. We got 8 flights at every single club. 8 flights at every club.
It's so crazy to be doing the final table of a $50,000 guaranteed tournament and doing another one.
Yeah, and this one's no bells, no whistles, straight through buy-in. $240 entry with $120 re-entry, and the specialty thing about that is it's a permanent re-entry across all flights. So one time you pay the $240, and then you can re-enter the same flight or any other flight for just $120.
So I think that is all just an image right there in seat number 4 with Mr. Hayden's Michelob Ultra. I think that is the same beer that's sitting there that he's sitting down at that table with.
It could be.
Have you ever seen 21, where you drink gin and tonic or seltzer water?
Seltzer water. Yeah. No, it could be. It could be. I mean, we've seen him bust out the lion tattoo. I mean, he might have all kinds of angles.
Right. Mark picks up King 10 offsuit. That's the same hand that sent Francisco home. He raises to 125,000.
And
Martin.
What do we talk about? The build-up between Martin and Mark.
I could see a call here. Or a ship.
No, I don't think you ship it. I think you see a flop.
Do not try to take us. So I don't know much about him. I've seen him play some of the bigger tournaments around here, but with the rivalry that's been building here, I could see a ship it and say, "Hey, this is my hand. I'm taking the chips down right now."
Maybe. I think that the blinds are getting so big, and Martin wants to win.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Martin wants that $15,000 in that title. He likes having titles. He's got a couple of them at the River League, and does really well in tournament play elsewhere as well.
Who won that 10K guarantee?
That'd be Martin.
Oh. What did the prize pool get up to in that?
The 10K guarantee was I think 21, I believe it was.
And that's kind of the same.
It's going to be the same thing like we're doing next week.
Oh, look at this.
He is going to make a move. He is going to make a move and make Mark make a decision.
So he raised it up to 350-ish?
Yeah, looks like it there. And I knew this clash was coming because Mark has been attacking Martin's blinds, the tire contact. Yeah,
so he went all in on him essentially because that was the rest of his chips.
Right, yeah, he was making him make a decision there, and luckily enough, Mark didn't have enough. Luckily enough for Martin, Mark didn't have enough to defend on that. But I knew that was coming. Like I said, there's been too many side eyes on that big blind stealing.
Right. Welcome in, Gabby. Welcome in, Ralph. Welcome in, Levi. Welcome in, Smokey. Big shout out from West Texas to wherever you guys and gals are sitting tonight. So I see the Miller Lite. The Miller Lite's moving. That Michelob Ultra has not moved.
Maybe, like I said, maybe you're right. We're moving right into hand number 89. Aping reverse to act. Again, that's 6-5 suit. Can pick up some blinds here with this hand, or just let it go and see the next one good line. He's going to opt for the latter. Pulls around to the blinds. Martin ace deuce off suit. Along with Jack 4. Martin just picked up little chips off of Mark in that last hand, so you could see a walk here. There's no reason to put those chips that he just earned back into play. But he's going to. He's going to keep the aggression on Holland. And I don't know how the speech play started. Martin telling him, I just got in there talking it out. If Holland plays off his image that he's had in this tournament, 3 bets here, mad respect for this man. He has played played perfectly so far. And deep side, another look, which usually indicates a fold, and that's what it's going to do. So Martin picks up a few chips there, flashes the ace to let him know that he wasn't getting out of line, and use that later information. Yeah, we got some people talking about predictions coming in. Mr. Kirk out of San Angelo, one of the River League common members there, good poker player, played in the World Series this year. Mr. Kirk played in the World Series this year. Not many people can say that they did that, but in the main event, he's predicting that Mark was going to be in the top 5. Anybody else have any predictions for these last 5 people? Who's going to take it home? These chip stacks are very, very fluid. We've got 880,000 from Martini. We're just over $1 million for Holland. Hayden has bled away a little bit, down under 300,000, and going to be our short stack. Crooks has worked it back up to $750,000, and Mark is floating a little over 300,000. Martin can make a decision here. Yep, to the blinds there, and looks like Hayden is just going to make this a walk and go to the next hand, knowing that at any moment Hayden could push here because he's getting down to where he needs to make a move, and so there's no reason to try to make any sort of defense with King 4. You don't want to go to battle with that and double up tie up. These chips are so precious. We have 5 people left, $4,000 for the next elimination, and then the ladder jumps to 5,500, and then a $2,000 jump to 7,500. Then we're jumping up to 10,000 in first place, 15,000. Ladies and gentlemen, going for $15,000 in a 0 entry free roll between all 3 clubs. Mark's looking at a pretty hand over the gun. He's gonna have to do something here. 50,000 to call. He's got just over 300,000 in stack. Any kind of a min raise is an obligation, so I think he just shifted. That's right, let's check. Suited, good enough to ship it with, pick up those blinds, survive another orbit. See if anybody's gonna wake up with anything to defend it with. Holland, a 7 of suit, not gonna happen. And King Deuce is not, so Mark's gonna pick up some blinds. There goes Crooks. Mark's gonna pick up some blinds to survive another orbit. Well-timed cards there to Mark. Tracy Manning chatting in saying, Mark, number 1, Holland 2, Martine 3, Crooks 4, and Hayden 5. Screenshot it for later. Done, sir. It is on the internet forever. That prediction for these last 5 saying Mark is going to take it in. We've got Monica coming in, dealer for Kojaks. Monica, fantastic dealer here in Midland at Kojaks. Been working her tail off these last 2 days for this $50,000 free roll. And we started out with 8 tables of 9 at 1 o'clock yesterday. And we did not get to the final line until almost midnight. It was a long day of good, pure poker that was dictated by the play, not so much by the blinds. Only in the last hour have we really started to see these blinds really start affecting things. I mean, we're at 25 and 50,000, and the big stack's just over $1 million, and the short stack right now, Hayden with 335,000. So we're talking this two guys with 10 bigs, 15, 12 bigs. So it's going to start coming down to picking the right spots, getting some good cards, and hoping that other people do to get better. Got McCurry saying Holland's going to take it. I have a sneaky suspicion that McCurry may have Holland as his horse, maybe. Is it one of your Calcutta purchases? Is that why you're predicting him, or are you just assuming because he's playing the best? Because I'm telling you, he's played this solidly. Martin's going to raise it up with ace-6 suited. Mark has a kind of a tough decision here with ace-4. He is going to make the call, defend his big blind. I'm going to go ahead and see a flop. Hopefully spike that ace, thinking he will be best, but we saw these guys chop a pot earlier, so we'll see if that same thing comes back. 5-3-9. Who's going to bet first? Mark's going to check it. If Martin continues here, this could take it down. And he's going to go ahead and bet. And Mark left with 270,000 in the stack facing a bet of 100,000. I think that's going to be a fold, and yes, it is. So Martin continued the aggression and picking up a very much needed good pot that puts him back over the million mark in chips. And so now Martin and Holland both over $1 million in chips. Brian at 650. Mark and Hayden both around 300. Mark in the small blind, Martin in the big blind. So if it folds around here, I wonder what kind of range Mark is thinking about to shove in the small blind here to pick off the big blind from Martin. With Martin having over $1 billion in chips, Mark still has enough chips in his stack to have, give Martin the ability to fold. You don't want to let yourself get down too far to where you don't have enough chips where the big blind has no choice but to call. But no, apparently didn't get anything good there. 4-3 offsuit, yeah, unfortunate. So he's going to have to give up that small blind and add some more to that last pot to Martin. But now he's going to see a few more hands and make a few decisions without having to be forced to put any more money into the pot. We had a big blind ante in this tournament. Like I said, and it still lasted 12 hours to get to the final 9. But with going with what's been popular with a lot of tournaments is the removal of the big blind ante once it gets down to a certain amount of players to allow for some final table action play. We did the same here. We removed the big blind ante at the final table, which doubled up the big blinds, forcing the players to allow for some maneuverability, some refreshed poker action to go for that prize pool at $50,000, everywhere from 1,500 all the way up to 15,000. Looks like Mark is going to ship it there, and Martin's going to have to call. He's going to be on the button. Mark trying to make a move on the button to pick up these blinds, and I think Martin's just going to have to look him up. 210,000 to call, or 210,000 to call, and I just don't see Martin getting away from him. Mark's range is just going to be, no, he doesn't make the call. A little bit surprising there. He knows Mark's range is going to be fairly wide there on the button to pick up those blinds. Shows a king. I guess if you want to show some strength, maybe that's all he had to show. But a little surprised at that Martin folding the pocket tens there. I know it was for a fifth of the stack, but Mark's range is going to be pretty wide there. You're looking at 2 overs pretty much every time there. I know it's a coin flip, but at some point you have to do that in this stage of the tournament. But the blinds are 30,000, 50,000 right now. I'm sorry, 30,000, 60,000. 30,000, 60,000. So you got 2 people with 7 bigs, 1 person with 10 bigs, 1 15 big, and 1 about 20. So there's a little bit of a disparity here. And I apologize, the AC came on. That's what the comment can deliver. We're going to get that AC vent turned off to get that howling off of the stream, so it should be off here momentarily. So Hayden's going to have the button for hand number 95. No, sorry, Holland's going to be on the button for hand number 95. Hayden in the small blind and crooks. with the big blind of 60,000 on his little over $600,000 chip stack. Anybody can contest Crooks's big blind there. Martin's looking at 10-7. Just let those read and pass them along. Hayden with 10-9 offsuit, and let that go on the button. And here comes a ship. A ship from Hayden, 10-9, and Brian has a hand to compete with. Ace Queen wakes up with a good hand at an opportune moment when Hayden was just trying to get him to fold. Hayden trying to pick up the big blind to survive another orbit here, but he's going to need some help to survive this all-in. Brian makes the call for about a little less than half of his stack against Hayden's 10-9 offsuit with Ace Queen. And Monica is going to get everything set there, verify the chips, and we're going to see a flop here. Hayden looking for a 10 or a 9. And he hits a 9. He hits the 9 on the flop. Ace, Queen, or a diamond for some life here for Crooks to eliminate a player. And it's a 5 and no help. So unless we get an ace or queen. Oh, a river ace. The River League member gets the river ace. Brian Crooks going to eliminate Hayden Burnett, who's had a fantastic final table. Came in not one of the leaders, but won a couple key big pots. Made some great moves, a few key hands, and walking away with $4,000 for his effort into the zero entry free roll $50,000 tournament. $4,000 for zero entry. That's a good tournament. Can't be upset with that. But yeah, there's chat right there. River League, River Rat. Yeah, that's the three left three left from the River League. And Miss Barnett, you are absolutely correct. Tell him to reset that he needs to keep that lion out tattoo at that poker table all the time. Congratulations again to Hayden for that $4,000 fifth place finish. And then there were 4, and some moves still need to be made. It's got some good life for Brian, pushing up to almost 900,000 in chips. Martin a little over $1 million, and Holland a little over 9. Mark's going to be the short stack at about 270. And let's see what happens in his big blind here. So much valuable chips already in the middle there. Holland's going to put the pressure on him and raise it to 180 with Queen 9 offsuit. And he's going to have to just fold that pressure. So I'm going to have Crooks on the button. Mark going to put in quite a bit of his stack in the small blind there. Martin with over $1 million in chips. I would say that he's not going to fold too much, but he did lay down in 10s earlier to Mark's pressure. So, I mean, there's I guess there's cards he can fold for a $200,000 bet. Only with the 7-3 offsuit. Just giving those time to read, throwing those in the mug. Crooks take a read here and let those go. Martin and Queen 3. Mark picks up with Ace King. Opportune. Is he slow playing this? He just calls. Interesting. I don't know if I hate it or not. I think he's going to slow play the big hand. I think if you're going to do this, you just close your eyes on the flop. Oh no, yeah, it doesn't matter. There's nothing he can do. They went check, check. So Mark's definitely slow playing this hand. But he needs to, no, he's going to check it again. He's going to check through again. So we're going off to a river. He got there on the river, but unfortunately, there's not going to be any equity for Martin to call a wooden nickel. In fact, his hand is already in the fold position. So unless Martin tries to get creative, he does not. He shows it, said you're good, and Mark shows the ace king suited, letting him know, hey, just because I don't raise it doesn't mean I don't have it. Playing a little tricky here, so works out. Gets to show the information, saying, hey, I can be tricky, which is going to be important because we're going to be getting into territory with these guys. Shorter stacks going to have to start making some moves, and they're not think twice if Mark is just because Mark's not just because he's not putting it all in doesn't mean he have a real hand. So maybe they won't be raising into him quite as much now. We got Kelly coming into the room. I think players are asking about when the next break is. And while they're discussing things, oh no, they're going to go on through. She's going to deal on through. Mark on the button, Jack 6 off suit. So you're going to try to pick up another orbit here. Maybe they wake up in the blinds with nothing. Brian ace 5 off suit first to decide. Looking around at his position, maybe he's going to try to pick up some blinds here. And he does. Just throws the cards in. Mark's going to throw them in and battle the blinds. Martin has a real hand, and Holland has a call on him. But these two big stacks, they know that they're looking at a $1,500 ladder. So I don't see either player getting out of line here whenever you have one player with only 7 bigs left. Martin may raise it up here to try to steal that big blind. There's really nothing else you can do there. But Holland may choose to defend here. I feel like even if he does call, there's not going to be a lot of action post flop, just because they do not want to be eliminated by the fellow big stack when there's someone on a short stack. So we're going to go to see a flop here. There's a 7 of hearts left in the deck somewhere. 7 of hearts left somewhere in this deck. Let's see if we can hit it on the flop with another heart and make some action and put their tournament position knowledge to the test. 5, 5, 8. See if Martin just makes a C bet here and takes this one down. Yep, that's the folding pickup. And you're gonna let it go, and Martin will pick up a few more chips there on that pre-flop raise, courtesy of Mr. Holland, who had definitely a calling hand. But like I said, whenever you have Mark on live support with 4 left, you don't want to get out of line with the fellow big stack player. Brian here in the big blind. Brian has just under 900 in chips, and Holland and Martin both have just over $1 million, and Mark's sitting at just over 300,000. So this is hand number 100. Let's see if it is a special. Mark looking down at 9-8 offsuit. I'm not going to try to pick up the blinds with any kind of action there. You can let that go and see what's in their hand. Martin with 6-5. Is he going to get cute on the button? He put his little car protector on the button. No. Holland with ace king suited. Uh-oh. Brian Crooks looking at ace 10, pretty strong four-handed. Brian's got a little, I think he's got Holland barely out chipped, but I'm not sure. I have to look at get an update on that. But no, he's gonna open fold ace 10, and again that goes back to knowing that Mark is about to have a third of his stack in the big blind, so not gonna tussle with ace 10, whereas otherwise if they were down to 3 he might have made more moves with that. But knowing that the player directly to his left is about to be in the big blind, with very little behind that because the ladders are real. It's at $5,500 to the next person out, $5,500 to the next person out, and then it jumps 2,000 to 7,500, 2,500 to 10,000, and then 15,000 up top. So you're going to see some tiptoes here. You better not come in unless you're ready to call off the rest of the big blind stacks. Martin squaring up his cards there, turn them in, hauling the 10-6 suited of spades. Is he going to put him to the test? He might put Mark to the test in the big blind, saying, hey, do you want to put in the rest of your stack with that, or do you want to try to ladder up? And it works. Unfortunately, Mark wakes up with 5-4, obviously the big blind, and can't do anything to defend, even if he knows it's highway robbery. Sometimes you just don't have the cards to do anything with it, even if you know you could. So I put Mark in the small blind and Martine in the big blind. So if it folds over to Mark and he gets a decent raising here, Mark's got about 200 behind his small blind, and will Martine wake up with a good enough hand to put in a fifth of his stack to try to eliminate him to get down to the next page jump. Mark doesn't have much. What do you think? He says limp in here and see if say, hey, last time I did this, I had ace king suited. You remember that, Martine? Let's see if what Martine does. They're probably going to check, and they're just going to see a flop here. Mark with a very slight lead, 2, 4, 9. They both share the 7, so Mark's high card queen is going to put him ahead quite a bit of the time here. It's going to go check, check. There's an 8. No help to either player. Gut shot for Martine. He's going to bet a little bit of it. I don't, that Mark's not going to contest it. Just going to let it go. And that's going to put him even further on down to 210,000 in chips. But he gets to look at a couple more hands before he gets into the blinds. So, got to pick a spot. He's going to have to double up quick. Those blinds will be coming back. He's got 210,000 in chips. The blinds at 30 and 60. So he's had a little over 2 big blinds left. That's going to be it for Mark. So he needs a hand in these next couple hands. Martine calls the raise from Mr. Holland, who was just trying to little move there. Oh, no, he just called him the big blind. Just check, check. So ace, 10, 5 on the flop. 2 hearts for Martine. Check, check. Like I said, I don't expect him to dance too much with someone short stacked. Martine's going to bet that flush draw. It's going to bet call. Interesting. Could be setting up for a takeaway here with Holland. Martine misses his flush draw. Is he getting back? No. Holland, yeah, making fantastic poker choices here. Recognizes that Martine just could be trying to pick that up, and Holland could represent that king on the turn, and that's what he did. Almost showed his card there. He smiled. He almost showed his cards there, but I think it's best to just not at that point. But Martine lets that one get by. 104. Crooks is in the big blind. That means Mark is going to be the first one to act with just over 2 big blinds. He's going to need to pick up a hand here. Now's the time. King 6 suited. Is this it? Is it going to be better than the blinds pick up? Yep, that's the spirit. Get it in there. And of course, we have a real hand here. Unfortunate for Mark. Mr. Holland wakes up with exactly what you need to finish off the short stack. And Brian's just going to sit here and think for some reason about I'm not sure what. He folds. And Mark's going to need a lot of help here. King 6 of hearts versus pocket kings. For Mark's tournament hopes to stay alive, he is going to need to catch a lot of hearts on this flop. I can get the pot and the cards situated here, and so Mark from San Angelo, the River League representative, is going to need a lot of hearts on this flop. And not a one. Chop outs maybe. No. And that is gonna do it. We have our 4th place finisher, Mark from San Angelo, the River League, your 4th place finisher for $5,500 on a 0 entry free roll tournament. You cannot beat that at all. $5,500 to Mark, bringing it back to San Angelo. And then there were 3. And then there were only 3 left. 15,000 up top, 10,000 in second, and 7,500 for third. A quick update on the chip stacks. I'm not certain you'll be able to read this on stream. It's a little bit small on the resolution, but Martine has just over 1 million in chips. Holland has just over 1.5, and Brian Crooks just about 745,000 in chips. I can't say enough about Mr. Holland's navigation of this tournament. He was card dead for the first half at least of this tournament, was very patient, showed 2 fantastic folds that could have gotten other players frustrations from getting like the cards and making calls and they might not should have. He laid down the pocket 4s and avoided the coin flip and let the cards in the game come to him, and it has paid off. And we got a discussion here. They may be looking at chopping up first, second, and third, but have no fear. We are going to play to 1 winner. I do have it in the rules and stipulations that they can make adjustments to disbursements upon reaching 3, but they have to play to 1 winner for the belt, and for that belt to go back to their respective club to have bragging rights for the next 3 months before we do this all over again starting next month in January. We're going to have this $50,000 free roll again, 3 qualifiers to get in. And if you get in the top percentage of your qualifiers, you get into this tournament just like we had yesterday. We had 72 people qualify from all 3 clubs to make it to this tournament yesterday to play for $50,000. And we're going to start it all over again in January. And while they're discussing this chop here, I am going to pull up our next event that's starting next Thursday, December 14th, Flight A of the $50,000 guaranteed tournament. This is a buy-in tournament. This isn't the free roll tournament. This is a buy-in tournament. But we liked the sound of 50,000 so much that we're going to do it again for this one starting next Thursday. There's going to be 8 flights between all 3 clubs, and if you make the top 12%, you can come back to Celebrity Card Club on December 30th and play for that championship there. They are playing on right now, hand 105.
They're chopping.
Okay.
10,000 apiece, 2,500 up top for first place. So you can change the board to represent that.
Do you want to sit down and talk about it?
Yeah.
Please do.
Yes.
All right, and Charlie has joined back in the booth here with some news.
So here in just a second, you're going to see the players go on a quick break. What they're doing is they decided to chop it up the final three. So there is $32,500 up top for grabs. They're going to take $10,000 a piece and leave $2,500 and the belt for the winner.
Wow, $10,000 a piece on a 0 entry free roll.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're talking about at the cage right now. Man, can you believe? Because they were talking about taxes and all that, and Rudy goes, "You get to write off your entry." Martin goes, "There was no entry."
That's exactly right. A 0 entry free roll tournament that these guys qualified for at their respective clubs. There's 2 of them that came from the River League in San Angelo, and Mr. Holland is CCC.
So I take the underdogs. I already told you. Kojaks is out, so now I'm team CCC.
They're playing for that $2,500 extra and the belt to come back to San Angelo or Odessa. So, and like I said, Holland has the chip lead 1.5. Martin has about 1 million, and Brian Crooks at 700,000. But they're all playing with a little more, I guess, ease, since they're all guaranteed $10,000 a piece.
Man, you give me $10,000, I'm smiling and shipping it with these 4.
Exactly.
All right, Mr. Reese, I'm going to run outside and I'm going to get the boards all updated with everything and then get all the payouts updated.
Absolutely. We'll follow the action here to see who's chasing this belt.
Yes.
Hey,
yes.
That Alan's ruining your live stream.
Yeah.
The chat is going off.
There's
crazy.
no way I can stop it.
They can't turn off the air
The
conditioner.
air conditioner or heater. All you gotta do is turn, or the fan. They made it to turn the fan on.
So I don't know which one it is.
So Martin's going to pick up that puck there to get a little more chips to challenge up Holland on the chip lead. Yeah, they're talking. They're fist bumping. They're all happy now. We've got $10,000 a piece to Holland, Trammell, Martin Mendoza, and Brian Crooks. Now they are playing for $2,500 in cash and the belt. I have a 2 of 3 shot for this belt to come back to San Angelo. Although if Mr. Holland wins, it's a well-deserved win. He's navigated this tournament beautifully, this final table fantastically, being card dead and being patient and picking the right spots and not getting pressured with inferior cards. Brian Crooks has had a roller coaster of a final table. Started out as one of those shorter, medium to short size stacks. Built it up pretty good with a couple of big pots, and then slowly kind of bled down. And Martin played just how Martin plays. Came in guns blazing, trying to build up that chip stack, increase that lead right in the beginning, and did so with a couple key hands. Gave a little bit of it back here and there, but he does know how to maintain a chip stack, and he has done so. He's been around that $1 million mark, $1 million chip stack quite a few times through these 108 hands of this final table. Hand number 108, by the way, Holland's going to see ace 8. Any ace is good, 2 3-handed. Martin's got queen 8, will be in awful shape to try to compete with this. Let's see if he's going to defend the big blind. Like I said, the predictions are hard to do now that they've all got $10,000 in their pocket. But he does make the fold. Yeah, there's a lot more movement in that room, a lot more chatter. The pressure is off. The pressure is off. $10,000 a piece. Now they're talking. They're talking football and hands, and they need to respect the belt. Let's get the seriousness back in there. We got to get this belt back to San Angelo. I don't have anybody else in this booth here to defend CCC, so Miss Sissy's helping with the tournament with Charlie. Martine looking at a pretty hand of 10-9 of spades. Looks like he's just going to complete to the big blind here. And Holland is immediately going to raise here with ace-8 offsuit. And normally I would say that Martine might not battle here, but again, all predictions are kind of off at the moment, considering they've already got their massive paydays and now they're playing for just that belt. So we'll see how serious it takes here. I may go ahead and make a call. A lot of things can happen with 10-9 suited. A lot of good flops to be seen. He's thinking about it. Smile there. Wonder if he's getting a move made on him. He put him back. Just a little glance there at Brian. You know, Martine, all these guys may have $10,000, but nothing would make Martine's day more than strapping on that belt. So I think if these three players bringing that belt back to San Angelo would probably mean the most to Martine. He knows how to take those titles, and San Angelo's had a few of them. I think they're going to take a quick break here, and we'll keep an eye on that. Just in case you're tuning in late, my name is Reese. We have been streaming this final table about 4 hours now. To get here, we had to go through 72 players, 72 people qualified for this $50,000 free roll. And it was a very long, good, poker-filled tournament. 72 down to 9. We started at 1 o'clock yesterday and wrapped it up a little bit before noon, or before midnight. So about an 11-hour day one to get to this final 9. And we've been on this final table for 4 hours and finally down to 3. And these final 3 have decided to chop the top of the prize pool for $10,000 each. So congratulations to all the people who made the final table and cashed out money. And a big hand to Brian Crooks, Holland Trammell, and Martin Mendoza that they chopped up $10,000 apiece, and they're right now on break and going to be playing for the remaining $2,500 cherry on top and the belt. I'll show that belt. It's a big belt, and it's a heavy belt. $50,000 zero entry Texas Hold'em 3-club tournament champion. Got all 3 clubs on there. That is a fantastic trophy. Everyone's got trophies. Everyone's got bracelets. You don't see these very often. So the winner out of these 3 will get not only that $2,500 extra, but they're going to take this belt, strap it on, take a photo, get their name on that plaque, and that belt is going to be on display for their club. And Martine and Brian Crooks are playing for the River League, and Holland is playing for CCC. So this belt is either going to go west to Odessa or southeast to San Angelo to the River League. And I will show some calendars here while they are still on a short break. This is the Kojak's calendar. You can see that $50,000 guarantee buy-in tournament starting next Thursday. That's the one we're really, really, really excited about. The 14th. That's this Thursday. Not much rest after this. We're going straight into a $240 buy-in, $120 permanent re-entry tournament. Again, that's a permanent re-entry tournament. All 3 of these clubs will be holding their flights at their respective clubs. You can play in any flights that you want, but that December 30th, day 2, that if you qualify into those flights too, will be at Celebrity Card Club in Odessa. And if you're traveling to Odessa, you are in the money. To make it through a flight, you have to get in the top 12%, and you bag those chips. And the key is to continue to re-enter, because we're allowing 2 bags. You can take your top 2 bags and combine them to start a day 2 total. And there will be a little surprise for the player that has the largest chip stack going into day 2. So you're going to want to have 2 big bags to carry into day 2. Give you a nice size chip lead to go into that championship on December 30th. But the entry fee is only $240, and you pay it one time, but it's only $120 re-entry. So, Charlie, the players look like they're on a break, and why don't you give us a little update?
All right, so we just finished up putting the chops on the board, $10,000 per player, with first place taking home the belt and $12,500.
I just showed him the belt again.
That belt is a beautiful piece of work right there.
It's the last day it'll be in Kojak's.
Until the next quarter comes along. So we are sitting with 3 players left. And look at that. Oh, it hasn't updated. It'll update in just 1 second.
We've got Martin Mendoza, Holland Tremble, and Brian Crooks left in the final 3. They have chopped $10,000 each, and they're going to play for the $2,500 cherry on top and this belt to take back to their respective club, which is going to be River League or Celebrity. Martin and Brian both playing out of San Angelo, and Mr. Holland out of Celebrity Card Club.
So I do want to mention this. If you don't earn any vouchers, if you don't earn any extra starting chips, what do you start these 50,000 qualifiers out with?
5,000 chips.
So I just came to the understanding that one of those players sitting in the final 3 started with 5,000 chips.
I've been so focused on the stream and this tournament that you're absolutely right.
That Mr. Crooks.
Brian Crooks.
He started with 5,000.
Who just won $10,000. Started with 5,000 in chips.
And
only played 1 qualifier.
Oh my gosh.
He played 1 qualifier, got to the top 15%, qualified for the tournament yesterday back in October, and then came here, played an 11-hour tournament yesterday, positioned himself to the final table, mid to lower stack-ish, I believe, and now he's in the top 3, sharing $30,000 with 2 other guys, $10,000 a piece, playing for this belt.
And he's still in the Calcutta with over 8,000. He's already chopped up the last longer. That is insane. So what that goes to show is, I know at Kojak's we had people starting qualifiers with 100,000 chips.
Oh yeah.
And I'm talking not just 1. I'm talking 5, 6, 7 players that started with 100,000 chips. And then we sprinkled in, and the common misconception was, I can't do it with 5,000 chips. There's no point in even playing it. But that's proof.
Yeah, it's literally exact. I mean, I'm gonna have to harp on that to everybody, saying, hey, it doesn't matter if you don't have any time played. Of course, the next one we're gonna do starting next month, we're gonna do it a little bit differently. This tournament, your chip stack for the qualifier was based on how much you played, some of the hands that you got, if you got full houses, flushes. There was different ways to win the chips into this tournament. The one starting next month, we're going to be doing a little differently as well. So you will still be able to earn chip stacks, but keep a lookout for that information. We'll be putting that out probably this week on how you can earn chips into the next $50,000.
I have some insider information, and it's going to be quite exciting from what I hear. And remember, that's the 50K free roll. Not free roll. That's the 50K tournament starting Thursday.
That's his prediction.
Yes.
That's the tournament starting this Thursday. Thinking that prize pool, that $240 buy-in, $120 rebuy, and don't get me wrong, I think it's going to be massive.
Oh, it's gonna be huge. You ran a mock-up of it, a little one, and guaranteed 10, and it was 3x.
Yeah.
Oh, so I see huge things. Welcome back, West Texas, to the big prize pools.
Yeah.
We're not talking about 5,000 guaranteed. We're not talking about 10,000. We're not talking about 20,000. It's 50,000 guaranteed, and it's going to be big.
But at the same time, because all 3 clubs are working together, this tournament only costs $240 to play in.
This
true. Isn't a $500 buy-in or an $1,100 buy-in. This is a $240 tournament that you can play an unlimited amount of times after that for only $120. You don't think people are going to be taking advantage of that?
Show me a tournament that you can buy in for $300 and walk away with $10, $20, $30, $40, $50,000.
Yeah, it's going to be ridiculous. But But that just opens it up to anybody.
Yes.
Anybody of any bankroll can play a $240 buy-in, $120 rebuys, with a chance of having a very healthy 5+ figure prize, or first place prize.
It's going to be insane.
And that's going to be starting next.
Oh, look at this! Katrina's asking for a women's tournament. That's been an ask from here.
Well, and Celebrity was looking to put one together. So I don't know if you play, if you're playing Midland Odessa, but
she plays both of them.
Okay, yeah. So harp on Misty and Sissy, because they were trying to put one together. We've been having these other tournaments, so there wasn't quite time to do it in December. But maybe keep out, look for one in January.
Yes. That sounds exciting.
So I'm going to show this calendar one more time here, and while we're waiting to see what these players come back from break. Again, this is next Thursday. This is the immediate future. This is this week. I can't believe I'm saying that. Where did the month go? Where did November go? It's been full steam ahead at all three of these clubs. So a $50,000 guaranteed tournament starting this Thursday at every single club: Celebrity, Kojaks, and the River League. Thursday, December 14th, Flight A, all the way up to Flight H, December 23rd. So that's Thursday, Friday, Saturday for 2 weeks in a row. It'll be 8 flights, 2 flights on each Saturday, and then 12% of the field from every single one of those flights, from every single one of those clubs, will meet back on December 30th on Saturday at 1 p.m. at Celebrity Card Club in Odessa, and play for that, what's probably going to be a massive prize pool. We are waiting for the players to come back from their break. Again, if you are just tuning in, we are down to our final 3 players. They have chopped the remainder of the prize pool of $30,000 to $10,000 apiece. Martine Mendoza, Holland Trammell, Brian Crooks, all taking home $10,000 in cash from a 0-entry Freeroll tournament. I just got to say that again. $10,000 each from a 0-entry Freeroll tournament. They're going to play for a little cherry on top of the remaining $2,500 and this belt to take back to their respective club. I can't wait to take a photo of that, and hope it's coming back to the River League. Like I said, I don't have any Kojaks or Celebrity people here to argue with me, so we're just going to root for the River League. There's 2 of them left, Martine and Brian, both coming out of San Angelo, the River League, and Mr. Holland coming out of Odessa Celebrity Card Club. That means that they qualified in their respective clubs to come to the tournament here yesterday and compete for that $50,000 prize pool. And so in January, it's going to be the same thing. You're going to have a qualifier monthly, 3 qualifiers, and making the top 15% in each one of those qualifiers. You have 3 shots to get into the final tournament, and it's going to be just like this one. However many people qualify, they will all start fresh and anew. Everyone yesterday started with 50,000 in chips, and we started at 1 o'clock yesterday here in Midland, and we played until almost midnight to get down to the final 9, and now we're down to the final 3, and they have chopped the bulk of the money, $10,000 a piece, and have $2,500 left that they're going to play for with the pride of the belt and a $2,500 cherry on top. They are coming back to the table. Again, congratulations to the final 9. You've seen their pictures. We put them on Facebook. The final 9 of Martine, Brian, and Holland Trammell, who are left. And first we had out Matt Rivers, who ran into an ace-king versus jack situation. Typical standard tournament play. Went out at 9th for $1,500. Followed by John Fernandez, and then AJ, and then I believe it was Francisco, and then Hayden, and then Mark. And so now we are down to our final 3, and they are coming back now to the table to play for that belt, and I believe the blinds are going to be 35,000 and 70,000. Our chip stacks, I'm not absolutely sure that you can read them. We need to adjust the resolution on this for the stream, but for now, I'll just read it to you here. Martinez in seat 1 with a shade over $1 million. Holland is in seat 3 with 1.65 million, and Brian with 715,000. So the blinds are high, but there's still a lot of adjustments that can be made. One little double up out of Brian puts him well into the mix, second or first in chips. So anything can still happen here. These guys are playing what's left of this $2,500 after taking $10,000 a piece, $10,000 each. So now they're playing for $2,500 and the belt and the pride of the club. Martinez is going to be the first one to look down at hand number 110 of this final table. Ace-8 offsuit. Blinds are 30,000, 60,000 still. That's what it's showing right here. Holland's going to call with 5-2. And Crooks is going to have pocket queens, raise it up, instant fold from Holland. So trying to see a cheap flop for fun. But ran to the real hand of Brian of pocket queens. We were talking earlier about each of the clubs in Midland and Odessa and San Angelo, and that time of year for Christmas parties, things like that. And not a lot of people know that the card clubs in Midland, Odessa, and San Angelo, if your company Christmas party doesn't have a home yet, maybe get the company together and have a poker tournament. You can have your own private poker tournament at any one of our clubs. You can set the stakes to be whatever you want. You can all play for $20. You can have it catered, but you'll have professional dealers, professional settings, and you'd be surprised how much fun a poker tournament is for company outings. We've had a good time at a lot of them. It's a great way for the company to have a little bit of fun, a little bit of competition. But if it's not a company party, if you just want to have a private tournament with your friends, contact the clubs in San Angelo, Midland, or Odessa, and talk to us, and we can get it set up. And you and your friends and your family, or whoever you're wanting to have a little poker tournament with, and have sort of a Las Vegas style professional experience in a poker tournament with a table and a dealer and the whole 9 yards. Contact the club. We have a great time holding those for organizations and people. Looks like Martine's in the small blind here. The blinds are up at 35,000 and 70,000. Looks like just a call, and Holland is going to check his option on the 10-4 of clubs. Deuce, 7, deuce. That's a flop. And Martin's going to continue on that flop with some conversation and a little bit of laugh. And yeah, okay. Take it down, Martin. Whatever. Martin will pick up those blinds there. I'm going to switch out some headsets here. Charlie and they're helping out while Chris, the dealer from San Angelo, is dealing this 3-handed. They are playing for $2,500 that's left over after chopping $30,000. That's right, $30,000 was left in first, second, and third. And actually $32,500 was left over for first, second, and third. And they chopped at $10,000 a piece. And now they're playing for $2,500 cash, little bonus there, and the belt to take back to their respective clubs. 2 representatives from the River League and 1 from Celebrity Card Club. Lost a camera there. There it goes back. And then Holland calls and option to Brown checks. We see a flop of ace, deuce, 5. Ace, deuce, 5. Bet and a fold. Nobody's getting out of line. They want that belt. You would think after chopping $30,000 three ways, $10,000 a piece, they might not care that much more about playing poker, since they played for 11 hours yesterday and 4 hours today. No, they are still check, bet, fold, call, raise. They're not getting out of line. That belt means a lot. Those two river guys, Martin and Brian, better know how much the belt means to me. I want it in San Angelo. I want to pick it up an ace on the button. Rob going to be raising this up, and he does. Brian with king 8 offsuit, not much to defend his small blind with. Same with Martin, queen 8. He will act like there's a decision. That's what he usually does. And a smile and a glance, and he knows they're not, so let's move on. It's been a fantastic final table. Lots of play, lots of moves being made. We saw a few 3-bets. We saw a few continuation bets. We saw some positioning bets. Had some crazy all-ins. We had 2 outers hit. The tournament itself yesterday, of course, when you have almost 10 tables of tournament poker for a full day, you're going to see a lot of bad beats throughout the room. And so there's some crazy hands to be had. But what the biggest thing was the cash games that continued on well after the tournament was completed here at Kojak's. I think we had 7 cash games on Friday, ranging from 5 on the button hold'em to 10 on the button 5-card Omaha, 4-card Omaha round of each, and then a 10 on the button round of each game. Our team's going to raise up pocket 7s there with no customers along the way and pick up those blinds. And then last night, like I said, we started with 8 tables of 9, and then before we even got to break down a table, we had a cash game get together of people that hadn't qualified. And then I think we had 2 cash games and 8 tables worth of tournament, and then a table for tournament break, and another cash game would break out. Another table would break, and another game would cash out, or a game would start up. So it was just constant. So many tables of poker between cash games and tournaments, and the staff between the River League and Kojak's and Celebrity Card Club, the staff did an amazing job powering through two very, very long days, and it's only going to get better. We're going to have, like I said, the tournament's next Thursday. It's going to be starting. We've got this Freeroll is going to be starting again in January, and just our standard weekly tournaments. You can check our calendars, our Facebooks, websites to see what's coming up, and there's a lot of stuff that has come down the pipeline that we haven't even announced yet. So I don't even know how much I can even get into, but we're going to have a very good month of December at Kojak's, Celebrity, and the River League, and it's going to roll right into January with big, fun events just like this one. Brian is going to be in the small blind with Jack 10, Martin 2 little suited cards, 6-3. See if Brian chooses to raise here. Martin is giving him the business for raising. Yeah, the conversation is flowing now. The mood is different. It's everything. Everything's all fun now that $10,000 has been paid out to these 3 guys. We got YouTube chatter saying, can we get someone to update Chris on the Eagles-Cowboys score? I would, but I want him to concentrate on dealing. We don't need Chris fired up that the Cowboys have taken a lead on the Eagles. Dealer Chris there is a big Eagles fan. We don't know why. We don't know what's wrong with him, but it is what it is. And as Chris goes to probably watch that Cowboys Eagles game, we got Richard coming in from CCC, a fantastic dealer from the Odessa room. He's going to see if he can take us down to that final player at $2,500 and the belt. Button is going to be on Brian. Blinds are 35,000, 70,000. Again, a quick update on chips. They haven't moved much. They've been shuffling them around since we came back from break. A little over $1 million for Martine, a little over $1.5 million for Holland, and 800,000 for Brian. With the blinds being 35,000, 70,000, there's just anything still possible. It's going to come down to a lot of cards at this point. But this tournament hasn't been this way the whole time. Like I said, we had 11 hours worth of play to get from 72 to 9. The blinds were very slow, very low. Everyone started deep stack with 50,000 in chips. And so there was a lot of poker to be played. And these guys played it the best, better than everyone else but these final three to be right where they're at to get $10,000 a piece and playing with that belt. Martine's getting a little bit creative here with the 8-6 suited. Fun little sneaky hand. Gonna raise up the big blind of Holland with Queen 6. He's gonna fold and get out of the way. And Martine will pick up the button here and just pass over 1.1 million in chips. Every blind's 100,000 in chips. So, like I said, we're at 8 big blinds, 10, 11 big blinds, and 14 big blinds. It's still anybody's game. And don't forget they're paying for an additional $2,500. They chopped $10,000 each and left a little bit on the top of that belt of $2,500 on the pride. So that's a pretty decent payday in any tournament, $2,500. And these guys are just playing for it for that in the belt. So, but they're taking it seriously. We're seeing some folds. And like I said, they better take it seriously because I want that belt to come back to San Angelo. Martine folds out of the way of the button, and Holland's going to raise to 180, and Brian is going to agree with Ace 9 suited. Oh no, Brian 3-bet. Brian has already 3-bet to 400,000, and Holland is contemplating a call. I don't think he can continue here with King 5. So a great 3-bet by Brian, just to take it down now. Sandra, the Calcutta, I'm sure they're going to do a chop on the Calcutta. That's typically standard. I think the Calcutta total was, we had a couple different Calcuttas, but I know it was over $8,000. And then we had an additional Calcutta of the representing club that won. So whether one of these two guys from the River League wins or if Mr. Hollett takes it home for CCC will determine the winner of that Calcutta pot. But the individual Calcutta was well over $8,000, and Martine was one of the top takers. Somebody bought him. He's one of the most top bidded on, and so that's somebody's enjoying themselves with that Calcutta money. Drew Abel says Holland's belt. Could be. Holland has played exceptionally well. Holland, like I said, had probably one of the roughest goes of this final table. Not just because he didn't catch cards. He was just in terrible position. I mean, he real early in the tournament, he started the tournament with the two largest stacks to his immediate right, Martin and Francisco. And then as play progressed, Martin's stack went up and fed to Hayden, which was on his right. So he was stuck right in between two big stacks. And when you're stuck right in between two big stacks and you're not catching any cards, so you can't do anything about it, it's a toughie. So, but he stayed patient. He stayed disciplined. Didn't get out of line. Didn't get desperate on some of the cards that he did get, that started to look a little bit more attractive than the trash that he was getting. And it's paid off. He's here in the final three and chopped the lion's share of the $50,000 to the tune of $10,000 each. And now they're playing for $2,500 and the belt. Brian's going to be first to look at King 10 in this one, hand number 121. He's going to raise up to 200,000. Holland waking up with the real hand, ace, queen suited. May see a 3-bet here since that's what Brian did to him just the last hand. Did he say on? Yeah, he said on. Is Brian going to get... Is he gonna get a little bit lazy here and just call it off, knowing he's already got $10,000 in the pocket? How much does he care about bringing back my belt? How much does he care about winning that belt? Come on, there you go. He cares enough. He cares enough for the representation of the River League to make that good lay down and stay and pick a better spot to try getting that belt back to the River League. And well played from Holland to just take it down right there, knowing that more than likely you have the best of it right there. That's going to put Crooks in the big blind. He's back down to around 700,000 in chips. He's got about 10 big blinds left. Martin looks to be right about at $1 million, and Holland is at 1.6. Martin will be the first to look at some little suited connectors. Looks like he's going to play him. Raise it up, got the king 7 out of there, and queen 10 for Brian. Brian may peel a flop here. Raised at 180. Yeah, he's going to see a flop with these pretty cards, queen 10. So we're going to have 4-3 of diamonds against queen 10 of clubs to a flop. King deuce tray, the 4-3 flops best, 3-handed, any pair is pretty good. 1 club for backdoor flush draw for Brian. Runner straight draws. We'll see if Martin continues here. It's going to check from Brian. First act, Martin on the button. He's going to get the continuation bet here, and I don't think Brian's going to waste any time here to go ahead and fold. Yes, he does. So Martin's going to pick up that $215,000 pot, increase that chip total to creep a little bit closer to Mr. Holland with 1.6 million, and bringing Brian back down to close to $500,000 in chips, which is only going to be about 5 big blinds. He's going to have to put on the pressure here soon if he wants to get that $2,500 extra in that belt back to San Angelo. But I think all three of these guys are happy with the $10,000 that they've already received. Once again, if you're just joining us, we're down to the last 3 of the final 9 That is $50,000 free roll. We had 72 yesterday and played for about 11 hours to get down to the final 9. And these final 9 went through $50,000 total. 8th and 9th place paid out $1,500. And then these last 3 guys had a prize pool left of $30,000, $32,500, and split it to $10,000 each. And now they're playing for $2,500 and a belt.
Sitting with $10,000 guaranteed in your pocket makes this part of it a lot easier.
It absolutely does. Like I said, I'm proud to see they're not just getting in there and getting it over with.
Yes.
They're having some value to the belt. Brian just, seen a couple, 3-bet fold, things like that. So I'm excited to see exactly what happens here.
Yeah, they asked me to color up a couple of their chips while ago.
I saw you. Yeah, the mountains were getting out there. But I like those mountain chips. But when we're down 300, you got to be able to count them.
Yes, so. and he also wanted some of them out. He wanted some more black chips.
Yeah. He's going to fold to the big blind there. I'm doing a quick chip count, knowing that he only has about 5 big blinds left. And since he is in the big blind, this is the time to pick up a hand. $1.6 million for Holland, 1.2 for Martine, and 450,000 for Brian. Now that he's in the big blind, down to 450,000. Martine, first one to act on the button. Looking at 6 deuce offsuit. Watching football instead of playing poker.
They were adamant about getting the Cowboys on there, and I believe them.
I don't blame them. Someone in the chat asked if anybody had notified dealer Chris that the Cowboys were winning.
Oh, I will be sure and let him know. Is he against the Cowboys?
Chris is the Eagles fan.
Yes, so automatically against him.
But I told him, let's let him concentrate on dealing for a little before I ruin his mood. Double ace, 5-4, queen high, king high. Who's going to bet first? So Brian has bet 100,000, and Holland, is he just going to call off queen high here to turn it into a bluff on the river? Nope.
No, I thought he was.
Nope. Decides to go ahead and keep some integrity on the belt. Is confirmed here.
Yes.
And we'll run it down real quick for you here. 9th place was Matthew Rivers. Definitely a player favorite.
He was a triple bagger from Kojaks.
Yeah, a fantastic player. I've gotten to know him over the last few weeks. Definitely went out way, ran deep just like everybody expected, and left the final table sooner than everybody expected. 8th place, John Fernandez, who came in as a short stack, built it up a little bit, had some signs of life, and then just kind of ran into it, but still took home also $1,500 for making it here. Holland on the button with pocket kings. Let's see if he'll act like he's trying to do some
thievery,
highway robbery here. Instant luck for Brian. Martine, the real hand, 3-handed ace-10 off.
The 2 biggest stacks at the table.
Yeah, Brian would love a little clash here. I think Martine's going to peel here for sure, even though it is. I mean, I keep saying that it's for a 5th or a 6th of their stack, but with the blinds this high, it's just the way it's going to be from here on out. Yes. So these guys are just trying to find the best time to coin flip here. And Martine folded.
Wow.
Ace-10 offsuit folded.
So even with 10,000 guaranteed in your pocket, 2,500 is still enough to fold.
That makes me happy.
Yes. He's learning.
I want the belt.
He's learning.
I think like I said earlier, if there's anybody that has the pride to bring home the belt, it would be Martin.
No,
Good.
So as the action moves around, button is on Mr. Cooks, and we are off again. I know that. He played here for 2 years.
Ace Jack suited. He's going to be doing something on the button here. Eventually one of these guys are going to think that they're just making a move on the button to pick up the blinds, but we've seen some good hands on the button, so they're missing out on good opportunities here for a masked hand. He may just rip it. Yeah, he did. I believe he went all in and he went a quick fold. Yeah. Just getting the chip stack straight there, making change for those 100,000 chip plaques. And just to continue what I was saying earlier, Matthew Rivers at 9th for $1,500. John Fernandez went out 8th for $1,500. And then AJ in 7th place for $2,000. Francisco Espino, 6th place for $3,000. 5th place, Hayden Burnett, which had a fantastic final table. Spun it up, had a good chip lead for a while. Got in with the worst of it just a couple times to bring it back down, but a fantastic performance for $4,000. And then Mark, who had a roller coaster of a final table, had go away 4th for $5,500. And then we have the 3. The total prize pool remaining for the 3 was $32,500, which they have agreed to chop $10,000 a piece, and they are now playing for $2,500 and the belt. We have 2 members from the River League and 1 person from Celebrity Card Club, so the belt will either be heading west to Odessa or southeast to San Angelo. 2 players to the flop on a Jack 6-6 board. That would be a full house, very quickly checked for Mr. Holland. Unfortunately, Brian has he caught a pair on the river. He may pay off a small bet here. Mr. Holland may have checked it just enough times to get Brian to say, you know what? I have 5s and 6s with a king. He's going to look. He's going to think about this. $100,000 bet. Brian's just going to give him. He's asking. He said, "Do you really have any of that? Do you really have any of that?" And Holland just smiles and says, "Oh yeah. I just flopped a boat. That's all." Can Brian convince himself just to throw in one of those plaques to call off this belt? Thinking at worst he could be chopping this pot with 5s and 6s with a king kicker. He's thinking about it. And I think he paid it off. He did. He paid it off. And there's the laugh from Crooks saying, I was just kidding. That was a quick check, couple checks from Holland from flopping that boat and left just enough slack in that rope for Brian to get tangled right into it at the end to get an extra 100,000 out of him, an extra set of blinds, and which leaves Brian down to a little less than 500,000 in chips, 5 bigs in the small blind right now. And so, yeah, he's explaining his logic. We understand, Brian. He explained it. You don't have to explain it. You hit a pair on the river. It's hard to do 3-handed. He was checking it very disinterestedly. That's what happens when you flop a boat 3-handed. Kimber's saying that Holland was technically a Kojaks player first, so I think the belt should be a joint managing conservatorship. You're not wrong, but at the end of the day, he qualified at Celebrity, wherever you qualify from. That is the club that you represent. And he qualified for this $50,000 zero entry free roll at Celebrity Card Club in Odessa. And so he is repping their club for this belt and in a very good shape to bring that belt back to Odessa. Martin is acting like he doesn't want to be pushed around, but he's already folded a long time ago in his head, and there he goes. Holland applying that big stack of pressure to the other two players. Even if Martin can sit around and wait for Brian to be eliminated, it's not going to help him any. Martin is just right about $1 million in chips, and Holland is starting to push 1.9. So if Holland gets a hold of Brian's chips before Martin can, there's if you're Martin thinking, well, just wait on Brian or whatever the case may be, you're just not gonna have enough chips. You have a 3-1 chip disadvantage, so he needs to find a place to where he can try to get a hold of the player's chips. And in retrospect, for Brian, you're trying to double up through either one of them. Doesn't matter to you. You're trying to get back up there. And one double up puts you back up, 600K or so. And he's going to raise it here with King 9 offsuit. Holland has a callable hand, and Martin has a real pretty hand of 10-9 suited. Everyone likes those pretty hands, and he pushes his chips forward, letting him know to say, hey, we can play for the rest of this if you would like. And Holland may consider it. He has Crooks in really bad shape if he goes ahead and puts him all in, or even if he makes this call. It looks like he's going to make the call. And so we're going to see a flop, King 9 offsuit, King 10 offsuit for Holland. Brian's looking for some very specific help to take the lead in this hand. Ace, King, Queen. That's suited of clubs. That's a interesting flop. Brian goes ahead and rips in the rest of his stack immediately, and Holland is counted it down to see, I guess, what he would have left over. He goes ahead and makes this call, the second pair, and got shot on a coordinated flushed board.
He started off extremely quiet tonight, and he has amassed a stack.
Oh yeah, that's what I've been making comments about. And I think it's paid off, and I think Brian is in trouble here. Holland made that call, and so now Brian is going to need running clubs to get his money back, or a 9.
Jack 10 could save the day.
Yeah, running straight cards too. Get his money back. That is not one of them. A 9 and only a 9, and we are down
Chopped.
one.
That's a chop pot.
Oh, it is. It is. It's just kings with the queen.
And you see them all laughing out there.
That is hilarious. And we move on.
Their heads up. You want me to put the money in the belt on the table?
Sure. Okay. And then I need some help in here. I'm dying.
Okay, yes, would you grab that?
Oh, sorry.
I've been filling out nobody else.
Yeah, knows how, probably.
You got it?
So we have, as Richard chops that pot, we continue on 3-handed. So the river stays alive 2-1, and Holland fails to eliminate one of his opponents to get that extra $2,500 and the belt to add to the $10,000 that they have all already put in their pocket on an agreed upon chop of the $32,500 remaining for first, second, and third to $10,000 apiece. So So we're playing for $2,500 and the belt. This is going to be hand number 131 of this final table. 131. Martin picks up a very playable hand, three-handed on the button. We're playing cards here, Martin. I know we've already paid out all the money, but we're still playing for a belt. Yeah, there you go, Richard. Tell him action's on you. Looks down at a real hand here, and I'm going to look at Brian's chips there. Brian's got a little less than 400, a little less than 400 behind after putting in his big blind. Martin will probably raise this up to at least a couple $100,000 to decide if Brian wants to put it in, and he does. Yep. So now Martin decides if he needs to call the rest of it off. You've already put him to that test, so I hope you were prepared when he does rip it. And then Martin's going to be a little bit behind when he makes this call, but I think if he really thinks about it, he knows that he needs to be the one to eliminate Brian to get his chips so he can try to compete with Holland. He is counting out the call. Count what he would have left. And if he makes the call and doesn't succeed, Crooks is all in with ace-8 suited and looking perfectly fine and comfortable. And it helps when you have $10,000 already in your pocket from a three-way chop. Because if these guys are now playing for the extra cherry on top of $2,500 and the belt, Martin hasn't made the call yet. Martin loves to claim hardware in San Angelo, so I think out of these three players, this belt would probably mean the most to him, and he's going to take that gamble to try to get those chips. So they are going to be all in king, queen, offsuit versus ace-8 of diamonds suited. You can see the stats on the screen there, 59-41. Martin's going to need a little bit of help. And Crooks is just hoping for the blankest of boards and be back pretty good, almost $1 million in chips. And him and Martin will basically swap spots if Brian can pull out this pot. And Richard's going to see what spells out here. Get some pause here, we get the camera up. Jack, 9, 7, all clubs. So we are very much alive with the king of clubs. There is a 10, and that is going to be a straight, and that is going to do it for Mr. Brian Cooks with a fantastic run, chopping the lion's share of the remaining 32,500 prize pool when it got down to three hands of $10,000 apiece. And that is a huge injection into Martin's chip stack to combat head-to-head with Mr. Holland Trammell. That puts Martin at 1.51 million versus 1.86 million of Mr. Holland. So these guys are going to duke it out. Heads up for that $2,500 cherry on top, and the belt to go to either the River League in San Angelo or Celebrity Card Club in Odessa. Very, very close chip stacks here, within a couple blinds apiece. The blinds are now 40,000 and 80,000, and only 300,000 separates the two. We have been live at this final table for almost 5 hours. We've had a little over 100 viewers between Facebook and YouTube, and lots of chatters. We've had lots of support. Everyone's showing their support for their favorite player, their favorite club, seeing where this belt is going to go. There's the heads up fist bump, and we're going to duke it out heads up to see who's going to bring home this belt. Holland right out of the gate. Button is going to be the first to act heads up. Rips it all in, and Martin quickly folds. So he was trying to end it quick there. Said, hey, let's end this up here right now. And Martin's not going to have to go. He wants that belt.
Mr. Crooks.
Oh. Here is our third place finisher joining me here in the booth.
Sure, that's a good thing. Yes.
Throw that on there for me. And we will keep an eye on the action on this other screen for the heads up here. Crooks, what do you got in your hand there?
Some bills.
Some bills. If I was holding that, yeah, it would be actual bills that I'm going to pay with it. So, not paper bills. How does that feel?
Feels good. Some good beer money.
$10,000. How much did it cost to get in this tournament?
$20 in San Angelo and the $20 appreciation here.
So $20 to the dealers in San Angelo and $20 to the dealers here. So $40 into $10,000.
Not too shabby.
You played fantastically. The final table was kind of a roller coaster for you. You're up and down. Overall, with the tournament, how did you feel? $50,000 in chips and the blinds and the structure, along blinds. How did you feel about the tournament overall?
I thought it was a good structure. Gave you some time to buy and wait for your good cards to try and strike them, and you could just sit there and wait them out and get to pick the people off that didn't really know what they were doing and try and just buy pots.
Yeah, the structure is basically made for poker in mind. So the poker pushed the action, not the blinds. And we don't get to do that a whole lot in these clubs. Usually they're little one-day tournaments that last 3 or 4 or 5 hours. And so you get to play a lot of bingo. But this was something I wanted to make to where the skill of poker really let the players play poker instead of the blinds pushing the action. So you're not sitting at that table anymore, but we're watching what's going on. And we've got, I'll show everybody here, Martin and Holland. Holland didn't have much there, but it's gone check. Ace, King, 10, 4 board. Martin with a pair of kings. I don't know if he's being sneaky or just trying to set up a river bet he can call up on something. And he goes check again, and Martin's going to show the winner king high. And Holland's still got a chip lead of about 1.8 million to Martin's 1.51. So I know you come from 15 minutes in the future, so no spoilers.
None here.
We bet well over 100 people watching the last 5 hours, and a lot of people excited about the belt coming to San Angelo or going to Midland. Like I said, between you, Mark, Johnny, Martin. Martin's all I got left.
Well, I figured if I was going to go out, might as well go to an Anzo guy.
Well, yeah, y'all fight out pretty good. What did you think of? I said the final 9, because I'm assuming this is the first time you've played on the live stream before?
Yes, sir, it is. And I actually liked it a little bit learning curve on putting the cards on the reader before you look at them and putting them back.
Yeah, but like I got to pay more attention to that. But like I said, they're trying to figure out the heads up thing now. But yeah, it was a crash course for some of our workers here. We really appreciate Chris and bringing them learning how to deal a live stream too, because the card inputs over there, you got the dealers that have to communicate with the card inputs, and then have to sit here and watch everything, try to interpret what's going on and follow the action. But it's been a lot of fun. Y'all had a very exciting final table, and you were one of the ones that benefited the most from it.
Yeah, I don't mind.
$32,500 divided 3 ways between the 3 guys you see on screen there. The one lounging with no chips is sitting next to me here in the booth, taking home his share of that $32,000 with $10,000 cash to this guy right here, Brian Crooks of San Angelo. Show him that cash one more time. That's a pretty good payday. Brian, appreciate it, buddy. Thanks for playing the next one. We got the next one starting on Thursday. $240 buy-in, $120 rebuy, $50K guaranteed. And then we're going to do this tournament all over again starting in January. 3 qualifiers. You got to try to qualify more than once. He just did it one time and quit with only 5,000 chips.
Yeah, I made it. That's all I need.
Well, and that's what we tried to talk about earlier. I get so wrapped up in this, I forget that you did this. You got $10,000 based off of 5,000 in chips. Listen, if you were listening to this live stream right now, or if you're watching it back later, this is literally the point I want you to take home. This gentleman right here just won $10,000 cash off of 5,000 starting stack, had no vouchers, no hours played, just came in, paid his little dealer appreciation, and finished in the top 15%, and then came back 3 months later and won $10,000. You're welcome.
Hard day at work.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all putting it on. It was a good, fun time.
It's been fun. It's gone really well. Our staff has been amazing, and the players seem to have enjoyed it. So appreciate you coming in, and I will see you out there as soon as this wraps up. And don't put that money on the table until I have a chance to sit down with you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you. Not a chance.
Appreciate it, man. Good job.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I thought right there at the end, I was like, well, it's only 200,000 more. I have ace king or ace 8. I've had ace 8 all day.
Yeah.
And it was suited. I was like, if anybody had lose, I'd rather lose it to
Ace
Martine.
8's good.
I was like, I'd rather lose it to Martine to give him a fighting chance.
Absolutely. And getting right back into this, Martine has a pocket 9s. He has been pushing the test of Holland's all in king 10. Holland's sitting there talking. He's laughing. He's trying to induce the call. He is trying to induce the call from Martine. I think Holland has gone all in twice. He's got Martine out chipped. Martine calling for his tournament life here if he decides to do it with the 9s. It's a pretty big laydown if he can get away from 9s heads up. I mean, that's he really wants that belt, and he's going to lay it down. He really wants that belt, and I appreciate it. He wants that belt to come back to San Angelo. He's playing for this belt as if he was still playing for that $10,000. What do you think of that laydown?
Oh, he's prideful of his home club.
He is laying down 9s heads up to bring that belt back to San Angelo.
So we are still heads up, and we are on hand number 135.
You think we gave him some time to play in the final table?
I think I'm gonna go adjust those blinds real quick.
I think they're starting to reach levels of enforcement here, but it's kind of the first time, really. Only in the last couple hours for this entirety of the tournament has the blinds really affected the play, and that's where it's going to be when you get down to the final table, obviously. But the entirety of this tournament, it really was about poker and not about the blinds pushing the action. How many cash games do you see we have going on there?
We've got 1 full cash game and people waiting on a second.
Yeah, yes, we had 2 earlier, and they were sticking around for watching to see. And I think once that Cowboys game starts, people
they all head to their couch.
And so when that Cowboys game finishes, I bet you there's probably going to be people coming back into play.
Usually about 20 minutes before the Cowboys game starts, everybody clears out to get that smoker, that grill started so they can make the wife happy so they can come back and play some poker.
I think that happens in non-club. Oh, is that you putting the belt on the...
Man, look at that beautiful head right there.
That's part of the bald team. We have to
Yes.
just live with that. Putting that belt on the table. And Holland's going to take that down with ace high. Lip check, no action. Martin looking at his cards for some reason.
It seems like I did that 30, 40 minutes ago, and that just means it was exactly 15 minutes ago.
Exactly 15 minutes ago. We've been streaming for just around 5 hours.
Look at the smiles once the money's placed on the table.
I imagine did how much did you? So I guess you put
22,500.
That's what $22,500 looks like. In other words, you could have spread out better than that.
I put 2 long, thick stacks.
That's incredible. Those guys, they're both walking away from this with $10,000 apiece, and they're playing for that cherry on top of $2,500. But the biggest prize is that belt, and taking it back to San Angelo or Odessa.
Hey, we're coming with a vengeance next quarter. CCC is on its way.
We're gonna have it in Angelo for you, so you can come take it from us. Martin got queen 4. They're happy. They're discussing. Poker's no longer on their mind fully.
So Brian was pretty excited. He called up Joni and asked if he could take his half of.
Good evening.
Good evening. He asked if he could take his half of the Calcutta 805. For third place, Miss Joni bought Brian.
Oh, that's right.
And I'll tell you this, Brian went so underpriced, it's crazy. He went for $25.
Oh, absolutely. Well, because he used to play here in Kojak years
And
ago.
she knew him.
And she remembered even knew him.
She saw him. She knew the possibilities, and she thought, $25, $805, I'll do it.
Absolutely.
1610 is what third place was.
1610. And did Joni sell him half?
Mm-hmm.
That's good. Good for both.
I think she gave him half, to tell you the truth.
Good for both of them. That's a little extra cash there. What was the total Calcutta price?
It was over $8,300.
$8,300. And then we had the side Calcutta on which club would win.
Yes, and Miss D and a gentleman by the name of Michael is in line to get that.
Yep, it's going to be CCC or River League taking down that side Calcutta. Our members enjoy conducting a Calcutta on their own in a lot of the tournaments here at Kojak's. And so, like I said, there's always a lot of those. There's a better shot of that money. You knew we would put the money right on that line.
I was trying to get it there.
Look at those stacks of $100 bills. Martin is very sneakily flop trip 10s here, and Holland has taken the bait on the check on the flop and seen top pair on the turn. Now, how can Martin extract the most here? They're laughing, they're joking, but Martin is, in his mind, is thinking, all right, chip up time.
Joni, that money is in the vault waiting on you, girl. $25 and 800. That's how easy it is at Kojak. Side action is everywhere. If you're ever looking for side action, head on into Kojak's. They will bet red or black. They'll do anything.
Martin makes
A boat.
Just a smooth call, and now does he check it here, or does he try to let Holland make another bet here, or does he go ahead and fire this out? It's tough. It's tough because Holland could call a decent bet. 80,000 into 440, just a min bet. I think Holland that's just got to send red flags. Just a min bet. Give me an extra blind, and
And he knows it's a crying call. He knows he has a 10 at that point.
Martin got max value, I think, out of that one. I don't even think Holland bets that river if he checks it to him. I think he just tries to get the showdown with queens and tens. So Martin got a little swing there. Bring those chip stacks a little bit closer. Martin at 1.37 million, and Mr. Holland right around the 2 million mark. Both of these players have played well today. These two guys deserve to be sitting here with the way they played.
Absolutely.
Martin played the chip lead really well in the beginning to get that up to that $1 million plateau and kept it there for most of the final table. Up and down a little bit here and there, but kept that $1 million chip count. So you could rise up the ladder of that $50,000 payout of 9 places here at the final table. He's going to sit here and think about this 10-6 offsuit and then think about it no longer. Go ahead and fold it and give the walk to Holland, winning that was 6 deuce. Now, I was telling Brian, we were talking about him qualifying for this tournament, just playing in one qualifier with only 5,000 in chips, had no time vouchers, no prize vouchers, did it with just 5,000 in chips, the one time, just played the tournament because he had a membership.
Yeah.
And that's all it took. And
walks home with $10,000.
$10,000, and that's what I was telling.
Let's rephrase that. Walks out with 10,805 because he got half of the
Calcutta. Yeah. So.
And 600 from the last longer.
Oh yeah, because they chopped.
Oh no, he wasn't in it. Okay, yeah, he wasn't in it.
They did chop the last longer though. Martin flopping bottom pair, which is pretty good. Heads up.
And Holland's going to bet it out, and he calls.
I wonder if Holland's going to shut down here. No, Martin bet it, and he called it. I think. I'm not real sure unless, check bet. Yeah, Holland's the one betting it here. Given the pressure on, he did pick up a gut shot. Can Martin continue with bottom pair though?
I like this how Mr. Holland reaches over to grab his chips off screen because he's got so many sitting over there.
Yeah, even after you colored him up. There's Jack on the river changing nothing. If he was losing, he was already losing. Martin checked, and is Holland going to fire a third?
Yes, 225.
Better be healthy. And did Martin snap call? He did.
With the bottom pair.
What a read. What a call. Heads up. That
he said, "Oh, that's dirty."
that could be a turning. That could be a turning point.
I think so.
That could be a turning point right there. What a consistent call from Martin throughout the whole way. Said, "I don't think so. I don't think so." And on the river, I don't think so. And made that call, and as a healthy boost to his chip stack, and that took the chip lead. 1.8 million for Martin.
225.
Yeah, 1.57 for Mr. Holland and 1.8 million for Martin. That just swapped the chip lead.
Mr. Edgar Martinez wants you guys to bring some Brown's barbecue back to his house.
Holler at Mr. Brown. That man will bring you whatever is on his menu with a quickness. He fed a lot of people here this weekend. And I heard nothing but fantastic things. We got a lip check, King 10, all diamond flop, ace 4 or 5 with a nut flush draw for Martin.
Yeah, Martin's not going anywhere, but Holland's going to
Holland
lean out.
is still firing here. He's trying to get some of those chips back. He's not going to bet enough for Martin to give you any real consideration here. Martin's wanting to ask him for a chip count. I think you just. I'm not real sure if you want to raise it here. I'll go ahead and try to get some chips in, or if you want to just give it a smooth call, let him know that you want to count up his chips so you can see what's coming. But he's going to be playing his hand kind of face up if he just calls here and then another diamond peels, and he's probably going to lose.
He doesn't have calling chips in his hand though.
Yeah, which I think you might as well go ahead and raise it because, like I said, if you just do a smooth call here and another diamond comes out, I think you're equity limited at that point. So I think he may just give himself an extra chance to win this hand and raise here.
No matter what, with a raise or call, hands over at this point right here. If he calls here, he shuts down.
Well, but he called Holland last time with bottom pair. Maybe Holland wants to repay the favor and just said, "You don't have diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
You have a diamond draw. I've got bottom pair, and I'm going to call you." So Martin's going to put in the smooth call. So after stacking all the chips, you could see Holland. If Holland's really paying attention to the situation, he really could continue firing here, knowing that Martin could have been just contemplating a diamond draw there and trying to push the hand right there. But he did check, and he goes check, check. So there's a deuce, and I believe Holland said no diamond. And I don't think, Martin's going to put out a bet, and is Holland going to call it? Is Holland going to repay it? He did. He repaid the favor immediately and called with the 4 and got the chips. Sheesh. Wow. So
I'm speechless with that. He got him right back with his own medicine.
With the same pocket, with the same pair of 4s.
Yes.
Holy Toledo!
And
the chips lead flopped again.
Yes, and we're going to see that until it goes down to the end.
Well, you always want to know who has the chip lead when you start the hand. That way, you know it can't be over in just one hit for Mr. Holland. Now it's got to be 2. So he has the chip lead. He's going to look down first act with ace jack offsuit, and he's definitely going to be raising this up. And I don't know if Martin's going to continue with 6-5 offsuit unless he's stinging from the previous hand. Well, no, Holland just puts in the flat call. He may be trying to offer up some rope here to Martin and do a limp range.
So this is what you were talking about earlier with the heads up. It's a back and forth until something huge happens. And like this, ace jack is a big hand versus 5-6. 6 hits the flop.
Yep. And any pair is good. Heads up. He's going to call that one-time bet. Monica puts out a 5 for 2 pair. And does that pick up? No clubs for Holland. So check. And now Martin.
The club would have been really interesting. Right
that would have killed the action, but is Holland up Martin bets and Holland can't do anything.
I can actually see him calling here though.
He definitely can call with ace high, ace jack high, especially heads up.
Drop the 5-6, ace jack both play. If you've got an ace 9, ace 8, that's a bettable hand.
Yeah, but he only bet 100,000, so this could be another crying call situation when Martin just bet the 80 before and he just knew, and this time he just knows again. He just knows he's beat, but he makes the crying call and make the call with ace high light because Martin's just not betting enough to get you to fold it, but picks up another $500,000 chips to flop these scales again.
That's 3 hands back to back to back. The scale flips on each side. Tables have turned again. You are right, Mr. Edgar. So here we go. Blinds are all the way up. What are they? 25 and 50 or
40
50?
40 and 80.
40 and 80.
40 and 80,000 right now. So 120 in the middle before the small even makes a move.
That's ready to go.
And a couple no hands here. King 8. See if Martin can pick up the aggression. 1.6 million or 1.6 million chips to 1.5 million in chips. Just a slight chip lead over Mr. Holland. And he's going to make that call, and Holland's going to push forward the big blind, and we're going to go to a flop. And we see a flop of 7-9-9 jack. Jack on the turn, and we have Jackson now on the board with a 7, and they're going to turn over the king is going to be good and take down that limp pot. Mr. Brown, what's at stake at this heads up right here is all of that cash you see right there at that table. That is $22,500. But in all reality, when they got down to 3-handed, there was $32,500 left up for grabs, and they decided to chop it 3 ways, $10,000 a piece, and now they are playing for $2,500 and the rights to that belt to be at their club. So these two gentlemen here are playing for $2,500 and that belt, but they have already pocketed $10,000 each. The third place finisher was Brian Crooks who also enjoyed your fantastic barbecue yesterday that you catered for us. He took away $10,000 for his third place chopped prize. So these guys are playing for a little cherry on top of 2,500 and the rights to that belt to be in their club. It's either going to go west to Odessa or southeast to the River League. Martin Mendoza playing as a rep from the River League, and Mr. Holland Trammell playing from Celebrity Card Club in Odessa. They are playing heads up, and this final table has lasted 145 hands, over 5 hours of play. And keep in mind, these guys played 11 hours yesterday just to get here. So they've had 16 hours of poker in the last 2 days and maintained the discipline and the self-control to not make any mistakes, especially for Mr. Holland. He was in a bad position earlier in between two larger stacks, wasn't catching any cards, and navigated with patience. And now he not only found his way to the top three and won $10,000, but now he is heads up playing for the rights to that belt to be held at Celebrity Card Club in Odessa. We've got a 9-6 ace flop. Martin's got 4 deuce suited, and Holland has flopped bottom pair of sixes. Martin going to need a little bit of help. Picks up a couple more outs with that 5 on the turn, but we're still less than 1 in 10 to win this hand. He's going to check, and he goes check, check to a river of a queen, and there is a culture of calling with bottom pairs and low pairs here, so Martin decides not to fire at it, and Holland's going to take that down with a pair of sixes, and the chip stacks continue to go back and forth, back and forth. So when the chip stacks are this close, you have no idea when it's going to be over. If it's not going to be, it could be just one hand one way, it could be one hand the other, but if you know who the chip leader is, they say, well, one cooler won't kill everything. He could, make a comeback, but when the chip stacks are this close, for even me to have a super accurate count on it, I have no idea when it could be over. Martin has picked up 8-4 offsuit, and Holland we first act with is 6-9 offsuit. I don't think either one of them has folded heads up. I think they've played every hand. It's going to go limp check to a flop. Of 8, king, 6. So it's going to be a pair for Martin and bottom pair for Holland. So if we continue this bottom pair action stuff, we could see some chips change hands here. Martin with the second pair. Oh, there's another 6 on the turn. That is going to swing things heavily favored towards Holland. Martin may make a bet here that's going to get immediately raised from Trammell, and he does so. Trammell's taking a quick little survey of the situation on how much he can extract from Martin in this hand.
It's tough to assume that the other person has a 6 at that point, let alone a 10 or a king.
Yeah. That's what I say. He's and there's been a trend of bottom and second pairs calling.
Yes.
So Martin could still call. Is that brown barbecue?
I get 1. Yes, that is warmed up Brown's barbecue right there.
We were just delivered Brown's barbecue. Somebody stashed away from leftovers from yesterday, and I bet this is just as good as it was yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Yep.
Yes, it might even be better. It might even be better warmed up. Holy cow!
Martin made that call. You did call him down with that 8.
That was a million chip swing.
Yeah, I thought he might make that call just for the simple fact that they're calling each other really light with this into the bottom pairs and whatnot. Which heads up that there's nothing wrong with that. It's not actually super light calling with any pair. heads up. But I made a huge swing there. The blinds are 50 and 100,000 now, so it's going to come down over there pretty quick. Yes, Brown, we are stashing out, holding out this barbecue. We got some of your
Sausage and mac and cheese out there.
sausage and mac and cheese.
I walked by the table and they're pulling it out of the fridge, and I said, "What is that?" And Kelly said, "That's the leftover sausage and mac and cheese." And I said, "That's coming towards us. We have paid our dues today. We deserve that."
Yeah, I've sat in this booth for 5 hours and will happily take some heated up brown barbecue.
No, hey, look at this. It was 10-4 versus 10-4. I didn't even catch that.
Oh, distract us with this food.
Yes, so we've got 2.2 million. If you're just joining us, this is the final table of the $50,000 free roll. We are down from 9 to the final 2. River League Martin, and CCC Mr. Holland. Heads up, they've already chopped $10,000 each. They left $2,500 up top, plus this belt that you'll see in this flop.
And you're going to say a flop with it. Oh, Martin ripped it. Ace Jack. Holland raised, and Martin pretty immediately ripped it all in. And he could be feigning a little bit of exhaustion for losing the last couple pots down. Could reek of a little bit of desperation here. And so Holland could make this call with ace high.
I don't think he does, just due to the fact that if he calls, that's $2 million in the other guy's stack, and that's only 900 in his.
He picked him up, and that's every time he's done that, he's folded. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, he doesn't want to, though.
He really doesn't want to. Like I said, the last chip swings can seem as a little bit of a desperation play out of Martin, since he's lost half his stack in the last couple of hands. And so Holland may consider this. He really might, especially since he's already put one of those nice plaques in there. He's at least put a couple 100,000 in. Yep. Did he call? He called.
He called. Oh,
this is it.
Wow, this is a hand right here. A 7 on any of the streets, and Mr. Holland walks away as champion. If no 7 comes, then Mr. Martin is your huge chip leader, 2.1 to 1.2.
And there's the flop, ace on the flop. Doesn't help Mr. Holland at all. He's looking for a 7.
Oh, now he's looking for a 9 or a 4.
He could have a 9 or 4.
Yeah, 9 or a 4, and that's the
doesn't
deuce.
get it. Ace Jack is going to do that. A huge swing to Martin.
Oh,
that is a big one there.
And the chip lead is back with the River League. The chip lead is back with the River League.
Yep. This is this is the hand that's going to swing it right there. That one call down with Martin with that bottom pair the entire way on the triple barrel bluff from Mr. Holland, which was a fantastic play, by the way. Martin picking that off with the bottom pair, brought them back to the seesaw battle, waiting for this one epic heads-up clash between 2 good hands. And Martin comes out on top of it with the ace Jack defeating the ace 7 of Mr. Holland. I don't hate that call, and I think it's literally because of what I just said.
Yes, the way they've been calling super light.
The way they've been playing super light, and Martin took the last couple of hands, took it away from him, and brought that chip stack back down. It could have reeked of a little bit of desperation, and Holland can feel like he can call him slightly light with the ace 7 offsuit. It's no improvement. So
you know what I think we're going to see now is that opened up the door right there. All of that light calls. Now we're going to start see chips.
I think so. I think now that the feigned desperation that Martin was pulling there is going to be the real.
Right on the other side.
Look
at this. Look at this.
Walks right into pocket 10s and ace jack. Okay, this is it right here.
Martin's got 10s and Holland's got ace jack suited.
Yeah, quick. It's going to be quick right here. Martin's going to raise this to about. He's getting a chip count already on Holland. Holland's got 1.09 million chips.
Does he ship it just off the get-go?
Yeah, he did. And
shipping a call.
Holland and call. This is it. Martin Mendoza looking to fade an ace or a jack on this board.
And Mr. Holland is looking for only an ace or a
looking
jack.
for an ace or a jack or some clubs. And the stacks will flip flop again if he can find an ace or a jack or a flush, or that belt is going to come to San Angelo, Texas.
Thanks for joining in. This is the final table, and here it is: 8, queen, 6. Looking for an ace or a jack only. There's a 4. He's down to one card, or the tournament is over.
$50,000 free roll. Ace on the
my goodness.
river.
Oh my goodness, that's Barry Greenstein's book.
That is.
Oh, that's a devastating blow to Martin.
And how do you feel if you're a Holland? What a river. That is amazing. Wow, that has been par for the course for this tournament. Incredible. 2 good hands. Both players played exactly as they should. Left it up to the cards, and the ace on the river keeps us going.
And now Mr. Holland has 2.4 million chips.
Yeah, they pretty much flip-flopped. Now Martin's around $1 million, and Holland's around 2.3. So just ship those chips right back over. And that's a river away. A river away. We're going to continue on after he counts up the ship back to Mr. Holland. And either player that wins this belt now deserves. I mean, they both played a fantastic final table, a fantastic tournament to get here.
It's going to have to come down to a bad beat now to end it.
Well, I mean, we kind of just seen that. Martin with the fist bump there, recognizing that the fight continues. And it looks like we're at 2.3 to 885,000 in chips.
So here in just a second, I'm going to come in and color up all those 5,000 chip. Give him some black and play for it. No, I get plaques and play for it.
Well,
See, I can keep a secret.
Except you didn't. Now we know it's not over this end, at least.
I think I come in this end. Touche. I tried.
Professional streamers here.
Yes.
So play will continue on. Blinds are 50,000, 100,000. These two gentlemen have already chopped the top 3 places. Prize pool totaling 3 places of $32,500. These two guys took $10,000 each, along with Mr. Brian Crooks, the 3rd place finisher, of $10,000 cash. Now they are playing heads up for the $2,500 remaining, cherry on top, and the belt to go back to the respective club with bragging.
And there's still over $6,000 in the Calcutta for grabs.
But that's true. And Martin went pretty high. The guy that bought him had some pretty good faith.
Yes.
And it's been well earned, well deserved.
I like the story about Brian Crooks, though. Went for $25 in the Calcutta and qualified with 5,000 chips.
I mean, when he was in here, we were doing the interview. I specifically said, if you're listening now or listening to this later, if you take anything away, that this man just won $10,000 cash and went and played in a free roll. That he had no vouchers, no chips or anything in.
He just showed up and
played.
said, "I'm bringing it home."
And a couple months later, 10 grand cash, plus Calcutta, plus all the brown barbecue.
Yes.
Martin's second pair here, Jack 9, Holland top pair with an ace. Just slow playing it here, calling that. Holland picks up the open-ended going with his top pair. 6 on the river changes nothing.
The ace 7 takes her home.
Yeah, Holland's going to make a bet here, and Martin's probably going to have to make a crying call on him just because he's got enough equity on the showdown and lose that there. Increasing the distance between the two players. Martin is going to need a couple double-ups now to regain that chip lead.
So it's 2.8 million to 635,000 now.
That's it. And that belt right there.
For that cash right there.
Most of that cash is theirs. They're playing for pride of that belt, and they're playing it well. I'm very, very happy and impressed. There you are coloring up the mountain of chips.
That'll just speed up the game a little bit for them, so they don't have to count out each bet.
Yeah, and if you're rooting for the River League, you are hoping that the stream continues and those color up becomes beneficial, because Martin is going to need to get some of those chips back from Mr. Holland if he's going to take that belt back to San Angelo. Did he just ship
all in call?
Queen all in 10. Call. Queen 10, King, Queen. Oh, wait, Martin in rough shape here. Needs some diamonds. Need a 10. This is for the belt. This is for the $2,500 cherry on top after the $10,000 they've already taken. And this $50,000 free roll belt to go to which club? To a flop.
Jack, deuce.
Changes
one
nothing.
Diamond.
We're looking for some diamonds or a 10. There's a diamond. We have hope for a diamond. If you're a River League fan and Martin, you get a 10 or a diamond.
So I was inside the room. Martin's yelling, "Wait, don't do it. I want it slow. Flip it over slow and show me a diamond."
Oh,
there it is. I was in the room for that, and I've been waiting to say that. He told her to stop and show him a diamond on the river.
The color up comes in clutch as more chips shipped back to Martin. This is
when that hand was happening. I was standing in there doing the color, and I just stepped back from the table and I kept quiet. And I looked at the window that you can see through, and it's lined with people standing there watching.
You can see some of them there.
Yes, it was lined all the way.
And we're continuing on play. Martin scrambles back a little bit. He's still going to be outchipped 2.1 to 1.27 by Mr. Holland, but that was a huge swing that he desperately needed. Some run-runner diamonds when he started out in bad position pre-flop, but that is literal tournament poker in a nutshell. That is how this works. We've all been there.
So my history of the future is now over. That was
as
the far into the future as I could see.
Well, good. So,
but I kept that one quiet, didn't I?
You did good.
I did good.
Martin, look at ace-8 offsuit. Heads up, he's going to probably raise this up.
He's got to stay aggressive. He's got to ride the high right now.
Yeah, that's all things keep that momentum there. Looks like he's just called. Yeah, he's just going to call. They're going to see a flop. Would like to see a raise there, Martin, especially since he has the momentum. But you don't want to throw punches needlessly and cast yourself out when you've got the upper hand.
Flop 3, 4, 6, 2 clubs. Check, check.
No help to either player. Another 3 changes nothing. Looking for a deuce or a jack on the river for Holland to take this. It's not going to happen.
3 clubs? It's a
first
board.
Person to bet.
Yeah.
No, they're not going to bet. They're just going to show it down. Martin's going to take this one down with ace high.
And the action does not stop here with the conclusion of the 50K free roll finale, because starting next week, the $50,000 tournament takes place. 3 clubs, 8 flights at each club, $240 buy-in, $120 re-entry tournament. It is in play. It is ready to go.
Starting on this coming Thursday, all 3 clubs.
Can I go in there and live it now since it's over?
Huh?
Can she go in and live
It's
stream?
over.
Live stream.
I
We're
go in
15
there
minutes
and do
behind. We're not over yet. We need like 10 minutes maybe. Miss D.
Okay, so you're gonna make them just sit in there and wait before you do anything?
That's what she's saying. She can go in there and do that, so you guys can keep doing commentary.
No, he doesn't want anybody.
What I'm
sitting
saying
around
is
before he
anybody
does.
else announced to the rest of the world
Okay.
10 minutes early before we get to a winner.
So here we are, heads up, 1.8 million to 1.57 million. The chips are almost exact. We are back to almost square one.
1.8, 1.57. They have played a total of 16 hours.
They're on hand number 155 of the final table.
Well, just the final table alone. The final table has been
6 hours.
5.5 hours, yeah. 5.5 hours live here. So about at least 5 hours on the final table alone, and they almost 11 to get to the final table. But that's what was so fantastic about this tournament, is it just had a lot of room for play.
6-4 versus 9-7, and we've seen them call light with little pairs.
Yeah, they're just wanting to see flops, and I don't blame them. They both navigated flops well.
Look at the intensity in both of their faces right here.
Oh no, it's getting real. This back and forth is re-energized the two of them. Now they're playing for more than just that 2,500.
Yes, they're playing. They're playing for the pride of their home club. Deuce on the river, ace, king, jack, 4 deuce, and that gives the check mark to Mr. Martin. Is he pulling out? Oh, he pulled out 200, bet 100.
He's going to bet it here, and Martin is going to do the like call, just like they've been doing the whole time.
History does repeat there.
Yeah.
You've been talking about that, calling each other as light as possible.
And Martin's going to take that down with a pair of 4s. Are they taking a quick break here?
Yes. Oh, no, it's break time.
Oh, it is break time. Then maybe they'll just take a quick break and come back and we can advance it through. What were we going to say? Anybody want some?
Brown's barbecue.
Brown's barbecue.
Brown's, this is all we have left. And we're actually over here deciding whether or not playing paper, rock, scissors or something for this piece because one of us is going to get it.
We have over 5.5 hours. If they're going to take a quick break, I'm going to take a quick break. So
okay, yeah, I'll fill it in. You want to take this piece with you?
Actually, yes, I do. I want the last bit of Brown's barbecue.
Mr. Brown's, he has the last piece. So I'm going to spin over here right into the center. Feed the fans. Dora, if you would have came out, let's say on Friday, we had Brown's barbecue. We catered it. We took care of the cost. We filled plates for you. Brown's pulled up with 3 meats, 3 sides, and 2 different cobblers. And I'll tell you what, I go to the gym every day. I got to go 3 times for this because I ate my weight in that food. I guess I can sit in the chair a little straighter, but I ate my weight. The reason I ate my weight was due to the fact that it was a busy. Yes, you definitely have to drive 6 hours for this. This is something you have to try. It is a hidden Midland gym. And hopefully he will be expanding soon. We have plans for Mr. Brown. We have plans. But it is a hidden Midland gym, and it is going to be spectacular if you drive down here and try that out. But we want to flip around to the calendars real quick just to show you what's up for grabs in the month of December. Here we are on December the 10th. December the 10th, Sunday, December the 10th. We are on the final table of the 50K free roll. So coming up tomorrow, we have a $1,000 guarantee at Kojak's. On Wednesday, we have the $120 PLO freeze out. And then on Thursday, December the 14th, that's when the action kicks in. And when I mean action, I mean lights, camera, and action. That is the $50,000 buy-in tournament, this one right here. $240 entry, $120 re-entry tournament. You can re-enter as many times as you would like. So here we are straight back to action. That was a quick little interlude, and then we flip back and we see Martin with 7-3 offsuit, and we see Mr. Holland with King 3 offsuit. Sorry, that's 7-3 suited and King 3 offsuit. Welcome back to the booth. He literally has been in the booth all day and steps out to just eat one piece and head back in.
And totally worth.
Yes.
Martin's got the flush draw here.
9 outs.
On top second pair. That's like top set for these guys right now. Any pair is good.
So here, Jack on the turn. No help to Martin. He's looking for a heart and a heart only. On the river, ace of clubs seals the check mark up in Mr. Holland's favor, but that's not going to stop Martin from betting.
Pot setting the snap call.
Yeah, 400,000, 100,000 chip bet, or 200,000 chip bet, 800,000 in the pot, shipped over to Mr. Holland. And so now I kind of feel the almost intensity to get it over with. Now they're ready to get it in. They played. We started at 3 p.m. It is now 9 p.m. That is.
Yeah, they're especially since I don't know if we've seen a flop every hand. I mean,
yes.
No one's folding pre-flop.
They're not scared.
No,
They want that post-flop play They want to show each other that, hey, I can make that call with bottom pair, bottom kicker.
And they've done it to each other. It's not
Yes.
just one.
Yes, they're not afraid. I wish we had the Eminem song, I'm Not Afraid, because that would have been a good spot to loop it in right there, because they are not afraid of this.
And it doesn't matter what they have. It's probably going to be a limp check straight to the flop. No, Martin folded. Just we spoiled it. We ruined it. We called it out, and it happened. He
So-
finally got a full pre-flop.
I have learned one thing about the Kojak's live stream. If you say what's going to happen, the 100% 360 is going to happen. And that is proven to be. It has happened all the time. Welcome back in, Michaela. Welcome in, Waylon. Welcome in, Rosalinda and Smokey. What y'all are watching is y'all are watching the final two heads up of the $50,000 free roll. We have two players, 1.2 million Martin and 2 million Mr. Holland.
They are playing for that belt. They've already chopped the 3 prize pool places of $32,500, $30,000 apiece. Brian Crooks has taken $10,000, and these two have taken $10,000.
All in alert.
And we're all in right here. Is Mr. Holland going to give it a call with King 9?
He's counting up his placards over there, seeing if he has enough. I think he's going to let this go. Like you said earlier, when he picks them up and shows it, he's done ski with the hand.
Let that one go. But they are playing for the last remaining $2,500 and the pride to take that belt to their club and have it on display with their name and their picture wearing it until the next one in 3 months.
And there is quite a bit of Calcutta money out there. 6,000 still up for grabs. You can't forget about that.
You know, these guys already have $10,000 in their pocket each, and they are playing for that belt.
Mr. McCurry, are you still in the chat? Stephen McCurry, are you still in the chat? Chat check. I think he has a piece of somebody.
Yeah, he said it earlier.
Yep, I think he's got a piece of somebody. He might already be here after watching this. 7-4 versus Queen 3 and 7-4. There's the next fold pre-flop.
Martin's starting to get serious. If there's anybody, like I said earlier, anybody that loves taking home hardware, it's Martin. He wants to bring that belt back to the river so bad. I guarantee it.
He wants to take it home.
Well,
he made that comment. He said, I'm going to take it home for at least one night.
I don't know if I went back after that, but it's going to be at the river if he takes this down. And, of course, Mr. Holland is trying to take it straight west to Odessa Celebrity Card Club.
So Kojak's is already out of this equation. We have the top two, one player from CCC, one player from the River League. Jack 4 versus 10-6 pre-flop. We've seen some folds pre-flop, and there's another one.
Like he did, yeah. We got a little camera freeze. It'll reset here in a minute. And then, so they're starting to fold pre-flop now. So, yeah, you're right. The exact opposite is happening that we've been talking about. So they went from seeing all the flops and playing it to starting to pick some starting hands a little bit, with a little more discretion. But I think because they both know that it's swung so much both ways, now they're both hunkering down, taking cover from the quick fire.
Maybe they feel like they are used a little bit of their luck up.
Possibly.
Quite possibly. So here we are, Queen Jack versus Queen fold pre-flop.
Fold, good fold. He was in bad shape on that hand. Wouldn't have not been very many good flops for him. It's Queen Jack.
It's crazy. You look down at Queen 6 and you can't think you're in terrible shape heads up, but when we see the cards and we see that Queen Jack is in the other hand, we know how dominated they are.
It's even worse. So it's they have been playing for 5.5 hours, and just to this final table after playing 11 yesterday. Again, these guys have been playing solid poker for 2 days now, and to be here fighting for that belt and already pocketing $10,000 on a 0 entry free roll. Holland's going to have an ace trade. Looks like he just shipped it. And Martin.
This could be a callable.
Again, no matter what I say, the opposite's going to happen. So I'm just wait and see. And it is going to be a fold. That's what
I was going to say. It's going to be a fold, and then it snapped.
Yeah. I don't think he's been playing this long to put his life on line with 10-9 offsuit. But he's going to have to find one. He's going to have to find a hand. He's creeping back down towards that million, as Holland has creeping up over the 2 million. So he needs to flip that seesaw like they have done 3 times before.
So we've got a lot of people just now joining in. So just for those that are joining in, this is the final table, final two of the 50,000 free roll. We've got Mr. Martin and Mr. Holland heads up, 7 up. One versus the other, 1.1 million, 1.2 million chips versus 2 million chips.
Yeah, it's close. Martin's got a playable hand here. He is first act on the button, Queen Jack suited, and has Holland in pretty bad. He's going to ship it. That's pretty aggressive, but I don't think Holland can call here.
He's checking his stack. He's looking at the blind. What he's doing is he's looking at the clock next to him, finding out what the next blind level is, finding out how many chips he has left. He's only going to have 795,000 chips left after this call. And he picks up his. If it holds true, you called that earlier. Every time he picks up his cards like that, he's folding. But man, you can tell he does not want to. He's timid. He's reluctant.
He's trying to convince himself now that it's going to leave him in really bad shape if he loses this hand chip stack.
And he's dominated the same way the queen set or queen 3 versus queen jack a while ago was.
Yeah.
It's dominated the same way.
And he's going to let that one go.
You see the hang at the end of the fold?
He did not want to fold that hand. Jack Mountain must have a special place in his heart. Or like you said, he's just trying to end this because it's been a back and forth battle.
We're at 18 hours of play.
At 18 hours of play, 163 hands. This is the 164th hand into this final table.
And that's only 6 hours today. Imagine how many hands they saw yesterday playing 12 hours.
Oh, yeah. And both players fought all through that yesterday to get to here. And they've already put $10,000 in their pocket on a zero-entry free-roll tournament. Remember that. And they're still playing with the intensity because of that belt. They want to take that belt to their club. Ellen decides to play the 7-5 offsuit. You put him a raise there on the button. No, he just called. And Martin's going to check and see a flop. A lot of competitive flops with these two hands.
2, 3, 9.
It's going to be Martin with bottom pair.
All in?
Did he just rip it? Is Martin going to? Martin calls off with second pair?
No, Martin moved all in, and Mr. Holland called. 7-5.
We need a 4 or 7.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
8, 9. Did Holland just?
That's the tournament. That's the tournament. That's the tournament.
Just rivered the runner straight.
Oh my gosh!
To take home the belt to Celebrity Card Club in Odessa, Texas, on the $50,000 zero-entry free roll tournament.
That's the fashion of how they've played heads up, back and forth.
That's how this whole tournament has been. Is just there's some incredible hands, runners, gut shots.
So Mr. Holland shipped it. Martin called it.
Well, yeah, that's what I thought happened. Yeah, Martin called it. Called him, and he was best. He was absolutely correct. Fantastic heads up match. I mean, that was you thought it would be over when you see hands with like ace jack and pocket tens versus each other, but it comes down to 6-3 and 7-5 on a gut shot at second pair.
Who would have thought it?
That is incredible.
So that right there closes the books on the first $50,000 free roll, 3 club free roll, $50,000 in the pot. 9 players walked away with some hefty cash, but those 2 right there fought it out in the end. Mr. Holland walked away. He's going to be holding that belt, and
they've already got it. It's already in the final table I'm looking for. They've already had it out there. He's got it. It's going west to Odessa to Celebrity Card Clubs. Congratulations to Mr. Holland Trammell.
That's huge.
Again, big congrats to all these guys. Brian Crooks, Martin Mendoza, and Holland Trammell. There was the last 3. They decided to chop the $32,500 that was up top between the 3 of them. $10,000 apiece on a zero-entry tournament.
And Mr. Holland walks out with $2,500 extra. But not only does he walk out with the belt, he walks out with Kojaks and the River League having to look at the next 3 months of post with that belt hanging on the wall, and we can't do anything about it now.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, but well deserved.
Oh,
I tip
yes.
I tip my hat. And we're just both gonna have to have our players make a run at it in 3 months because we're doing it again.
We're gonna have to recruit some more players.
No, I like my players. I like my players.
And Mr. Nick says it best. That's all we can say from the booth in here. Way to go, Holland. That was an insanely played tournament. Very well done. You kept composure, you kept pressure, and you hit it in the end, and that's what it takes.
And I said that hours ago now, how I was impressed with his discipline on how card dead he was.
For the first hour.
At least.
Yes.
And then being in a bad position between two big stacks that were putting chips in play, and he laid down the pocket fours, which could have been the end of his tournament. And that was the first good hand he had seen.
And he overcame all of that adversity.
And maintained patience and discipline through it, which is what you have to do as a tournament player to take down a tournament of this kind of size and this kind of blind structure. And hats off to Mr. Holland, and I hope all the celebrity card club members
are proud. Wear that proud. Wear that proud, because I guarantee you Kojaks is coming in 3 months. We're coming for you.
Yeah, starting next month, we're going to do this all over again. All over again.
Yes.
Now, 3 months, this like this one was, you have 3 chances to qualify in the next 3 months, starting in January. How you're going to get your chips is going to be a little bit different than how we did it this go around. But we're going to be doing this again in 3 months. And
hi, Mom. Mom just joined.
Be here and be on this table and get your chance to bring the belt back to San Angelo, or bring it to Midland, or keep it in.
I want to give a fist up, because we had our bets behind scene, but this weekend was amazing fun. It was insane action. It was a lot of smiles. It was a lot of dealers, a lot of floor staff, a lot of cage staff, and everybody worked together in the best sense. And we didn't walk away the winners. All the players that came in this weekend, you all walked away the winners. And this is what happens. We are able, when you're smiling, you're happy, we're able to put on these big events like this, and it doesn't stop here. It starts back on Thursday, this Thursday.
Yeah, we didn't even have a chance to catch our breath. This Thursday, we liked the sound of $50,000, so we did it again. This one's going to be, he says 125.
No, 105.
Oh, 105. 105. He's shooting for $105,000 in this prize pool. It's a $50,000 guarantee that all 3 clubs are going to be participating in. 8 flights, all 3 clubs, $240 buy-in, $120 rebuy. He thinks this prize pool is going to be $105,000.
That's the low side.
That's the low side. I mean, it's going to be a monster. But either way, the point of the tournament is it's only a $240 buy-in, and you have persistent rebuys for $120 in all the flights.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an affordable tournament to take down. It's got a very strong 5-figure
at
prize
minimum
pool.
It's going to be a prize pool at this size right here. So these payouts you saw at minimum.
Yeah, and that's the same number of participants, whatever. So you're going to win a strong 5-figure prize pool on essentially a $300 tournament.
Oh, that's insane. You hear the $500, $600 tournaments. No, this is a $300 tournament.
Yeah, and that's if you rebuy.
And that's it. And if you buy in for $300, you could have 2 bags, so you could have a 1,000,000 chip stack heading into day 2.
Yeah, we get to take 2 bags into day 2 on December 30th at Celebrity Card Club in Odessa. So you're going to have 8 flights to get as many bags as you can. Top 2 you take with you to Odessa. Any bags after that, min cash.
Yeah, we'll buy them back from you.
Min cash.
You have 6 other chances to bag up min cashes.
Yeah, and we'll have a little special prize for the guy who has the top 2 bags, the top chip stack going into day 2 in Odessa. That starts Thursday.
Yes.
So I got to get to work.
Yes.
We need to turn this off, and I got to get to work. This Thursday, $50,000 guarantee tournament starts at all 3 clubs: Celebrity Card Club, Kojaks, and the River League. Thursday, Friday, Saturday for the next 2 weeks. 2 flights on Saturday, 8 total flights, $240 buy-in that you only pay once, and then $120 for every flight after that to get in and qualify for the day 2 at Celebrity Card Club on December 30th. We'll take a quick Christmas break, come back, and duke it out for what he's betting $105,000 prize pool.
$105,000.
Great to see. I will be more than happy if he is correct on that.
Okay, $10 over under.
How about a plate of Brown's
Okay,
barbecue?
okay, that's what it sounds like. You hear that, Mr. Brown? We're gonna bet a meal of Brown's barbecue on the over under. We're not gonna tell you which way he goes. We're gonna keep that between us, but we will see you for some BBQ.
Appreciate everybody tuning into the live stream. Congratulations again to all the players that participated, all the top 9 that made anywhere from $1,500 from ninth place, all the way up to the top 3 that chopped $10,000 a piece. We are appreciative of the staff, appreciative of the players. We will see all of you here. We have cash games going right now.
Cash games
So
running
you
at
can be
all
here
3
tonight.
clubs.
All 3 clubs are going. We'll see you at our clubs. We'll see you here for more live streams, more action that we're going to do here. We want to thank everybody. If you have any questions, reach out to our specific Facebooks, call any of us websites, anything at all. Look forward to all the action we're going to have. Anything else?
Thank you to everybody, fans, members, staff. Thank you to everybody. This was because of you.
Appreciate it, guys. And we're looking forward.